This is a team through grit and grind and years of experience.
You can't really deny the greatness.
Good shot, gotta get X3D. He gets his third, he gets his fourth. Oh my God!
Good shot, gotta get JC.
Drill gets 1 and 2. Beautiful timing.
Pero Zefrax, uubusin na lang lahat.
Sa isang bala lamang, matutupad ang lahat ng pangarap.
Magandang tanghali sa madla! Sa lahat ng mga binibilid ginungo dyan, ito na ang ikasyam na araw ng Cfs Impact Fall kung saan malapit na. Ito na ang paghatol sa kung sino ang mga pinakaangat dito sa liga natin dito ngayon. Ako si Mochi, kasama ko si Boy Polar at kami ang tagapaghatid ng aksyon sa inyo ngayong hapon na ito.
Ikaw nga ay tama dyan, no, Mochi? Ikinagagalak ko ang araw na ito, Mochi. Pero para sa ating mga kababayan dyan sa Visayas region, especially sa ating mga Cebuanos dyan, mag-ingat po tayong lahat. I hope you're all safe and you guys are, getting back on your feet once again. Pero Mochi, tama ka, bakbakan na agad tayo dito. It's day number 9, which is crazy.
Grabe, no? Konti na lang, ilang araw na lang. I guess ito na yung, natin, no? Bukas, 2 matches na lang ang, I believe, yung ikakas natin and most likely parang more of a formality match lang kasi not gonna lie, pagkatinig na din natin yung standings natin later on, parang meron na tayong magandang ideya kung sino-sino ang mga sasama patungo sa ating playoffs. Pero ito, i-check na nga lang din muna natin ang ating tournament format ngayon para sa mga late na mga Gs dyan. Ayan na, kami nang magre-relay sa inyo kung anong meron dito. It is our group stage na pinakompose ng 8 teams, single round robin ang ating format. Quite a bit forgiving, pero syempre habang kumukonti ang ating araw, kumukonti ang kanilang tsansa. Kung saan ngayon nasa ikasyam na araw na tayo at ano naman ang ating playoffs, Polar.
Ang playoffs natin dito, 4 na teams na single elimination pa din naman. A best of 5 series daw ang mangyayari. So that is gonna be crazy. Kung onti lang yung laban natin, yung matches natin, mas marami namang rounds. So that is good. Yung prize pool natin, mga will be going towards your pocket. So palago lang ng palago yan. At a total of $2,500 ang pwede nyo mapanalunan dito. Of course, with 7 to 8 place, 100, 200, 300, 400, 500 to the second place. At syempre, yung champion natin, hindi lang yan 600, hindi lang yan 500, it is $700.
Grabe, no? Pasama-sama lang ang ating pag-abot ng ating mga pangarap dyan. Ito na yung pagkasakay natin din sa eroplano. Pero ito, ang ating standings kayo dito sa ating Impact Fall kung saan meron ng 4 dito na parang sureball na tumagos. Pero medyo delikado din itong Blue Vortex at Sunday Shrooms natin. No? Laging dyan nagkakatalo sa ating 4th at 5th place natin. Yeah,
very much so. Dito kasi yung parang the gatekeepers, some would say that nandito nga sa lugar na yan. The thrivers pagdating sa ating Impact Fall, alam mo naman, they need to qualify. So ito talaga yung where 4 to 8 spot maglalaban-laban. So Blue Vortex, Sunday Shrooms, they need to perform well here. Kung sino man sa kanilang mananalo dito will secure that 4th spot pagdating sa standings natin, and we'll play even more. We'll just have mapoprove nila yung matagal nilang pinuprove, and I feel like with Sunday Shrooms being our past champions dito, they are up for an A game para at least makabawi man lang at masecure yung 4th spot natin. Pero nonetheless, tama ka nga rin naman, Mochi, no? Yung 1 to 3rd spot natin basically secured na rin naman eh.
Yeah, exactly. Lalong-lalo na medyo bigatin at sobrang importante ata ng mga laban ng Blue Vortex and as well as ng Sunday Shrooms ngayon na makikita natin mamaya sa ating schedule. Pero ito, no, dito in terms of our standings, nakita din naman natin kung gaano ka-dominating itong si Kadiliman na pinangunahan, matik dyan ni Jessan, and as well as dito sa Querdas Esports with Jake and their friends, no, na kung saan I believe yung nag-iisang loss nila dyan ay nanggaling lamang dito kay Kadiliman. Pero i-check na nga natin ang ating schedule ngayon, no? 3 serye ang ating aabaga dito, mga G, no? Una na dyan ang ating laban with Kadiliman versus Alliance, Blue Vortex versus Querdas, and Sunday Shrooms versus Rhea 7 GAON. Any thoughts on this one, Polar?
I'm actually happy with our very first matchup, no? Kadiliman E-Sports versus Alliance Gaming. one of the most active teams in terms of showcasing their talents outside of Impactful. If you-follow nyo yung mga players natin, you should, because they are outstanding players nonetheless. So feeling ko may laban ditong Alliance Gaming despite them in our 6th spot right now. Kadiliman E-Sports, kailangan nilang seryosohin yung laban ito just because malay mo dito pa sila masugatan yung clean record nila. For the second matchup natin, Blue Vortex and Querdas Esports. Akala ko nga ito yung first match natin in week number 1, pero it was Team Micro pa lang kalaban ng Querdas dito. So it is also gonna be, a statement piece. Pag nanalo dito ng Blue Vortex, which means ang ibig sabihin lang ng Querdas doesn't really need to feel that comfortable sa number 2 spot nila, kasi nga syempre tinalo sila ng Blue Vortex pero for the 3rd spot nonetheless, it's Reyes 7 GAON versus Sunday Shrooms. Feeling ko dito mas maging interesting yung laban natin because it's the past champions versus a squad wherein gutom na para manalo.
Yes, exactly. No? Lalo na medyo nasa 7th place itong si R7G ngayon. And not to mention na pagka si Blue Vortex ang nanalo kay Querdas at natalo tong si Sunday Shrooms, malaki at malamang sa malamang ang chance natin na mag-swap sila sa position natin. Makakapasok ito si Blue Vortex sa ating top 4. Pero let us see what's gonna happen later on, since I'm pretty sure na yung mga players natin dito more than competent, more than excited, and more than hungry like you have mentioned para sa paglaban dito sa ating ika-siyam na araw ng Impactful. And I believe, yun nga hindi lang naman yung mga players natin ang pwede manalo on this one, kasi pwede ring manalo ang ating mga viewers at yung ating mga manlalaro ng Crossfire. Kasi merong ongoing promotion ngayon si Crossfire. Pwede kang makakuha ng up to 4 permanent guns sa pamamagitan ng pag-exchange ng points sa point shop. Pero paano ba nila makukuha tong points na to, Polar?
I mean, napakadali lang naman yan. Kung gusto nyo makakuha dito ng 4 permanent guns natin, may Blue Light, may Guardian Zilong, may ID Gale Beast, and meron din naman tayo dyang Chaitak Dominator Noble Gold. And again, mag-login lang kayo sa CF gamit ang Stove PC Client Launcher at gawin ang daily requirements. But I have to tell you guys, hanggang 7 na lang po, hanggang this month's 7 ang pwede nyong gawin itong showcase event natin. So bilisan nyo na, mag-login na, and get your daily requirements in. And also, i-check nyo na at i-visit ang webpage ng cfph.onstove.com/stove-client-official.
Ayan guys paalalahanan lang namin hanggang Martes na lang yan. Kaya kung ako sa inyo, mag-login na kayo, i-migrate nyo na yung account nyo sa Stove PC client natin, kasi you may not want to miss this, kasi sayang naman na hindi kayo makapag-slay with style. So natapos na ang ating promotion, check nyo na lang din yan. Kami nang nagde-decision sa inyo habang hindi pa nag-i-start ang ating mga laban ngayon. Pero pag-usapan muna natin itong si Kadiliman. Ano bang meron kay Kadiliman na hindi sila mapatumba ng ibang mga players at ibang mga teams natin dito sa Impactful?
Alam mo, looking at Kadiliman, if there's a team that will shock us all, sila talaga yon. From set plays, from different perspectives, every player sa team na to may kanya-kanyang unique style You have Hank Shu just jumping all around with a USP, getting 5 kills. There's also RTA, if I'm correct, if tama man ako.
Yes.
RTA, the formidable and the consistent player, rifler ng ating Kadiliman. And there's also Jessan, na talagang nagpapakitang gilas when there's a TRG. And the rest of the squad, sobrang ganda ng set plays nila. You just have to look at yung smokes per round pa lang ng ating mga players, from the damage that they do in each round. Nagiging sobrang dikit, sobrang ganda at ng depensa pati opensa ng Kadiliman.
Exactly. Kumbaga, it's quite of a handful to deal with, especially na ngayon ang kalaban nila dito is Alliance Gaming that are yet to put themselves in a higher position here dito sa ating standings. Not to mention na itong si Jessan, like from history lang, nung nakalaban nila si Querdas, ang ating second ngayon sa standings, nasa 2.00 ang kanyang KD dito, which just shows kung gaano katindi yung kanyang na-offer dito sa team in terms of firepower and doing the dirty work dito. But here for Alliance Gaming, we're about to talk about that a little bit more later on. Pero check out muna natin ang ating mga mapa na kalalaruan nitong ating teams. Kasi ang naaalala ko na mapa nga talagang nag-e-excel dito ang ating Kadiliman is mostly yung mga default maps natin
Yeah, very much so. And one of those maps actually is in the Decider sub-base. Pero I like this from Alliance Gaming. Hindi sila takot na lumaban dito sa sub-base just because they really do know how to play against this. Nakita ko pa nga yung mga highlight reels sa TikTok na ginagawa dito ng mga players for Alliance. So possibly it might be 50-50. Pero pagdating dito sa Eagle Eye 2.0, magandang pick to for Kadiliman kasi ma-enable si may enable si Hangshu and as well as si Jetsan and as well as si Silent. Pagdating naman dito sa Ankara, if any team pa yan from the regional finals up and here into Impactful, palaging 50-50. So medyo napapakaramdaman ko from Alliance Gaming that they are gonna be very ballsy. They are gonna be hard-hitting pagdating sa first and third map natin. And just to point out, ito yung mapa kung saan nanalo para maka-qualify ata ang Impactful ang Alliance Gaming. So why not just play one of the last days dito sa Impactful with the map that you won para makapasok dito?
Yes, exactly, no. And speaking in terms of strengths, I feel like nagkaroon din ng mapa itong si Kadiliman na ang kalaban niya, si R7G, at talagang napatahimik niya si R7G kasi biro mo ang naging standings nila yon is up to a 10-4, which is something na just shows kung gaano din sila kalakas dito sa mapang ito, no. Might be following up into the footsteps na meron dito din ang Evo, so that might also be a possibility, taking inspiration from other teams, hindi lang dito sa Lucarbat pati na rin sa international. Pero, ito na nga ang ating pinakaiintay. Ano nga ba ang ating predictions on this one? Lalong-lalo na this is like an underdog David and a Goliath na series na meron tayo ngayon. Ako nang mauuna, I will try to go for 2-0 Kadiliman. How about you?
Ooh, I mean, you're right, no? Parang cat and mouse tong labanan natin dito. But I'll go 2-1 in favor of Kadiliman dito. I believe AG with their ballsy plays, with their head-on collision against a top-tier team dito sa Impactful, they can possibly get one map dito, and I think that is Ankara.
Pwede, no? Lalong-lalo na nandiyan si Nuken at si Froze na lagi nating giniglaze din whenever na meron silang laban. Pero just in a bit, guys, ito na yung ating magiging laban, no? Just in a bit. And it is definitely something na kailangan nilang kaabang-abangan. Lalong-lalo na once again, when it comes to these maps, parang hindi pa rin natin na nakikita na umabot tayo ng decider here except for the match of Kadiliman against Querdas. So, that will indeed be a challenge here para sa Alliance, but also I feel like tulad na sabi mo, there is this ounce of or this fact na maaaring maging doable ito para sa kanila.
Yeah, very much. So I think nandito na rin kasi experience nila from every other team up until this possibly last week natin for Impactful. May experience na, they have the knowledge. If nag-review dito ang Alliance as well as Kadiliman, it also applies to them. It's just how you're gonna be executing it. Mahirap, pero posible. Yun ang kailangan nating tandaan.
Yes, exactly. No? Wala naman talagang imposible, lalong-lalo na pag nag-e-ensayo ng maigi itong si Rhea 7 GAON. Oh my gosh, no, parang sobrang tough nga din talaga ng sitwasyon din nila, or rather dito kay Alliance. Pero parang medyo tough din yung sitwasyon nila dito ngayon, no? Kasi they're sitting at our 6th spot here in our standings, which is something na when it comes to like having like a couple more days para dito before we even head into the playoffs, parang this will just going to be an opportunity for them to learn more kung paano gumagalaw itong si Kadiliman, or maybe possibly adapt some of their playstyles, especially na may somewhat similarities din ng ating mga players, nagva-vary lang in terms of aggression.
Yeah, actually, you're kinda right there, Mochi. Yung pagtinignan mo kasi yung standings natin dito, if you go back a little bit, yung 4 to 6, 8 spot natin, halos lahat yan pare-parehas na lang ng playstyle. It's just how you execute. Pero ngayon, makikita natin kung paano nga ba mag-execute ang Kadiliman, because they're gonna be starting on the BL side. AG will start off here on the GR already. Nuken with his comfortable position dito on EA. But nonetheless, default play muna tayo dito, Mochi. Welcome to set number 1.
Yes, exactly. There's gonna be quite some time, ample time needed para sa Kadiliman makakuha ng impormasyon, and we can also see some early usage of utility here in hopes of taking or dealing some damage dito sa ating mga nagdedepensa sa bandang A site. At si Froze at si K. Cedric pa naman ang tumatao dito when it comes to like being able to cover up for each other. Mukhang solido din naman at dinagdagan din pa ng early rotation dito sa K. Nuken. Might also be a possibility for them to take a bit more dito sa HM control natin if gugustuhin nila, no? Pero they want to keep this careful and safe as much as possible.
Yeah, very much so. They just need to play safe. They need to play for like initial pickoffs tapos saka sila sumabog dito sa mga sites natin. Pero we were talking about Kadiliman. Let's talk about sa aggression dito ang ginagawa ng 18. Just like before, able to get the first shot of the game. Good shot para sa kanya. Now they're flushing in towards B. A good aggression play. Pero nakuha nga dito ni Nuken yung isa. And they have all of the information, Mochi, kung saan nakita na yung EA, nakita na yung boxes. Now they know. They might possibly hear inakyatan as well as B. Lalabas sila dito sa hotel. Silent, babalik dito ngayon. Going for the flank play. Pero papasok sila, mauubos sila ngayon. Bats Maro, Abdel 2K with 2 kills into their name. Silent makakuha ng trade-off. Pero ngayon, tingnan mo, Froze! Behind them, lets it go and lets all of the bullets fire onto RTA and Silent.
I feel like I really like yung ginawa ni Jessan dito na tumao siya dito sa bandang Dilaw, no? It's just that nagkaroon lang ng issue na hindi niya in-expect na halos lahat pala ng mga dumedepensa ng AA biglang magpupush dito sa ating LA, wherein every single one of us been able to get that information galing dito din kay Silent na papunta na sila at paatake na sila dito sa B-site natin. Definitely gave them an idea everyone's should be rotating now already. Pero parang maaga din ang ating contention here in A, wherein ng C4 natin is just gonna be landing there for a bit with a couple of kills from both sides. And syempre though, merong mga damage na deal dito kay Jezreel as well as kay Jessan.
I mean, a good start, no? For AG. Nahanap nila yung kanina pa nilang gustong gawin and every time naman na nasa Ankara sila. Smoke up EA. Tapos go for like those sneaky plays through the smoke na mapapatanong ka na lang kung kitang-kita nga ba nila. Pero the answer to that is yes. Kitang-kita na, that's why they are able to get the shots in. Pero look at this. Sobrang lapit na Jezreel. Pero kay Cedric ngayon, will that be affected by the flash? 1 kill pa sa kanya, pero trade-off mula dito kay Silent agad. The shots will not be connecting on the second time. Silent close by, nandito sa kaliwa. Pero Froze, pumush na nga dito sa kanan. Bumaba pa nga na kung po, pinuntuloy yung paa dito ng dalawa. And what a round. Oh my goodness. I did not expect that from Froze.
Exactly. Parang ang tindi umunggoy dito ni Froze, no? Kasi biro mo, nanggaling siya sa taas, gumilid, tapos bigla bumaba. And every single time that he tries to change his position here, laging meron siyang nakukuhang isa here from Kadiliman. Made it a bit more confusing for them kung paano nila ititrig yung mga nawala nilang mga kasama. And not to mention na rin yung very interesting angle ni kay Cedric kanina doon sa bandang vents natin. Pero I feel like Kadiliman wants to do the same thing once again, no? Hoping to get an idea kung saan dito naglalagay ang mga miyembro ng AG, pero tignan mo naman ang nangyayari ngayon.
I mean, A to the G is already dead with 2 players. Pero in terms of player count, pantay tayo. In terms of HP though, mas angat dito ang AG with Jezreel very much low. Onti na lang dito ang pwedeng ibato ng Kadiliman. Pero Abdel 2K, very much close by. Waiting for the flash ups. Lalabas na nga dito, punta sa kaliwa. Pero look, Jezreel able to get 1. Abdel 2K goes for the 2. Pero he cannot get more. 1v1 you can. Kahit low in HP. Tatlo ang natitira sa kanya. Pero he got the headshot instead, Moch. At yun na nga, AG with the third round already.
3 HP and a dream here for Nuken, which is just crazy for us to witness so far. Not to mention na hindi pa nabibreak yung win streak dito ng Alliance Gaming. All because of the fact na sobrang tindi nila mag-anchor on this one. And so far, when it comes to trading capability, sobrang on point lagi ng Alliance Gaming. Pretty much been able to show na talagang meron silang existing na individual prowess here, not just the synergy, which is very, very nice to see for Alliance Gaming kasi talagang minamama nila yung Kadiliman ngayon pero early pick-off from Hangshu.
And as well as Badmaru here in Hotel or towards the doors in second mid. Let's slow things down kasi yung C4 natin already Hangshu close by in B. In the third player natin from AG, it's kay Cedric not actually looking towards the B site. Mukhang hindi nila na-expect na meron na agad manggagaling sa tunnel B. Bats Maru fighting against Jessan. Tinatawag si Hangshu dito para malikuran dito ang isang player from AG. And with the USP signature weapon ni 007 Hangshu. Jessan though from afar gets 1 in RTA. Pero lang kadali, Mochi. 1 here, pangalawa dun sa gilid, tapos yung pangatlo, babackstab na lang sa isa.
Yeah, parang medyo nagkaroon tayo ng pagkakamali with the early extension dito sa ating mid-stairs and as well as dito sa hotel. Pero what matters here is that Kadiliman's been able to get a lot of control dito through our bypass and as well as dito sa hotel area natin, which is definitely something that they would want. Pero okay, Cedric, Mansmaro, naku po, iniisa-isa na.
I mean, iba ang kinain dito ng buong
Grabe.
AG. And just multiple kills from 2 players and now they have all of the control dito sa ating yellow. Naiiwan na lang si Jessan able to get that shot onto Batsmaru. So medyo mas madali sa kanya. Last time na nakita natin si Jessan in a 1v2 na panalo niya. Pinost pa, pinagyabang pa. Pero ngayon, kalaban niya is Nuken and Froze. Both low in HP, one down already. Froze against Jessan. Ang ganda ng tutok dito ngayon ni Froze, one of the top leaders right now in terms of kills. Nakita niya na nga, kaso nga lang dito sa boxes fight, ang makakakuha ng kill ay si Jessan. And just like before, a clutch up of the century.
Not to mention the really quick flick with the USP. Just takes a couple of bullets here and talagang nawala na kaagad si Froze. And sometimes what's really crazy there then watching both of these teams, it's the fact na talagang kung all-out battle, para yung nakikita natin dito sa ating hotel area, which is quite insane to say the least, pero all equalized pa rin ang ating numbers.
Yeah, it's still the same pero iba ang tutok dito ng AG. I can feel it. Batsmaro, despite a 1v2, able to get 2 kills still. Ngayon, dito sa ating tunnels, mamamatay si kay Cedric. Froze pops off parang isang rabbit kaso mapapatay agad siya. Hinammer yung ulo. Nuken with the pistol and with the shot not connecting. Hindi niya nasipat. Nasa kanan lang niya. Nasa kaliwa lang pala si Jessan.
Ang lala ng mga laro natin ngayon, no? All these 6 rounds has been all-out brutality against each other. Nung unang first 3 rounds ay kita natin there's some sort of strategy, pero right now parang puro duels na lang talaga sila nagkakatalto. Pero Nuken critically low, no? Right after that contention dito, malapit sa arko.
Pero nga, no? Lapit nga sa arko, marami nang medyo ginagalaw dito ang buong Kadiliman. Silent pouring low in HP. Pero parang hindi natin mas slow down yung gameplay kasi mismong yung players na yung nagmamadali ito. Big shoutout sa coach na naman na si J-Con, no? Looking at it, a big shoutout to you guys as well. Share nyo na yung live stream natin. Keep the pump going just like what Kadiliman is doing here. They keep on applying the pressure. Jesrael finds Nuken. That is 1 kill already. Pero hindi pa naman tumitibag dito ang depensa ng buong AG. They are still close by. Batsmaru peeking out. He is so ballsy. Mochi, ito yung sinasabi natin na hindi sila takot. Pero ngayon matakot ka na kasi si Jessa nakakuha ng first kill in this round. Froze, kailangan mag-rotate malayuan. Pero look at this. May ipit sila. RTA falls down. Pero may trade-off na naman. Umikot ang buong Kadiliman. The C4 is now in A.
The mind game's already at play here, no? Parang nagkakaroon pa tayo ng maliit na marathon. But kay Cedric, papangunahan na kaagad. Maaantala ang paglapag nila ng C4. And there is Jesrael. Left alone here dito sa E-site natin. Subukang makapag-pick. Pero mabilis ang trade-off din dito ni kay Cedric. And I guess okay sana, no? In theory, yung kanilang pag-rotate here on A-side. But I feel like they really didn't expect that everyone's already quite close dito sa ating exit area. Definitely became an issue here for Kadiliman in securing their objective as well. And grabe na din ako. Pero I feel like, alam mo, if hindi yun nangyari, hindi sila nag-rotate, that would be quite of an issue here for AG kasi they're giving too much space dito kay Kadiliman.
It's too much respect, by the way. Yun yung medyo napapansin natin dito. Ngayon, Nuken, di tatama yung sniper, pero tatama naman yung bullet sa kanyang pistol. 2 kills para sa kanya. And he cleans up house in A, pero nagtira ng isang dumi. Tawag sa kanya RTA. 2 coming in from EA. 1 holding down in exit. Pero nonetheless, it's RTA falling down against Batsmaru. And who would have thought na in less than 10 minutes, nasa round number 9 na tayo in the first half ng set number 1.
really quick, no? You would normally expect that Ankara will be like a decently paced map, no? Hindi mabilis, hindi mabagal. Pero this time kasi puro mabilis every single round. Everyone's popping up. Everyone's been so explosive in terms of their executes. Lalong-lalo na when it comes here to our A site, which has been, kung siguro may heat map tayo dito ngayon, majority ng mga players natin at lahat ng mga massacre na nagaganap, lahat ng mga krimen nandito sa A site or left side ng ating hemisphere sa mapang ito. Pero tignan natin, no? Malay mo naman may ma-pick off din dito si Jezreel. But feels like they're making the most out of the space that they're trying to get in this map as well, making it a bit more doable for them to consider more options when they're doing their pushes.
Yeah. Tama ka naman talaga, Timoji. I feel like ang kailangan gawin dito ng AG even more is just keep applying the pressure. Hangshu with the kill. Tap lang. Patay na agad dito si Frozy. It's not a headshot but the damage was gonna be enough. Ngayon, magpapakita naman si Hangshu. A great round now for Kadiliman. This might be their time to get on the board once again. Pero sabi ni Abdul, 2K makakuha ko ng isa. Spraying down on 1. Pero kasama niya pa naman si BM, si Batsmaru. Binabadmouth na dito sila RTA. And it's all up to the 3 players versus 2. Jessan, nakita isiko. Ipakita mo ulit! At natamaan yung sentido dun sa pusod ng katawan ng kalaban. And now, Kadiliman enters the second half by just a mere point up ahead dito ng AG.
Sometimes everything goes down once the second half happens, no? Lalong-lalo na when it comes to the global side here, it seems like a bit more doable for a team to do kasi mas maliit yung space na kailangan nila pag-rotatean. They can also be a bit more creative in doing some flanks here dito sa ating curve and as well as sa bypass. Pero let us check, no, if that would still be the case here. Kasi tingnan mo naman, there's already havoc happening here sa bandang dilaw. Yung dilaw na area natin na mula dumanak ang dugo at kitang-kita na lang dalawa na lang ang natira dito sa Lions.
Sobrang grabing damage, sobrang daming flash ang binigay doon towards yellow. Jezreel kailangan mag-back off pero mamamatay pa rin naman siya. People coming in from Arco mula sa bypass will flank them up. So medyo maghihiwalay muna ngayon si Nuken and as well si Batsmaru. Trying to get space, trying to clear some waves pero wala pa rin naman siya makikita. Ito ang maganda for Kadiliman. They know when to be disciplined. Kanina nakita natin ay tuloy-tuloy sila from boxes pero nag-hold back pa sila. Batsmaru finds one. So ngayon Mochi, 2v2 na lang bigla. Mukhang posible na for anyone to win this round.
Exactly. Lalong-lalo na, no, as much as possible, you wouldn't actually want to push. Maybe occupy a bit of angle that will make it a bit more beneficial for you para makakuha ng pickups. Pero right now, may masasandwich ata dito. Jensen taking out ito si Batsmaru and Hanshu sweeping the rest up. 1 point here for Kadiliman after that really mind-boggling usage of utilities dito, no, na util dump itong ating LA and the rest became history here for AG.
It was crazy thing to see, Mochi. Parang kung ako yung player doon, baka shinut-down ko na lang yung PC ko bigla. But nonetheless, tayo ay caster. Bawal natin gawin yun.
Bawal.
But I like this approach for Kadiliman. Lumalabas sila ng site. Everyone is not in B, not in A. They were holding down towards yellow dito sa may boxes sa A site. Yung B naman natin planted dito sa may akyatan, planted din dito towards hotel. So kailangan mo na lang tignan dito is the main point of attraction palagi ng AG and that is mid and even bypass Nuken. Makikita ata dito. Pero yung timing, never mind. Nakapagtago doon sa may doorway. Ang isang player dito ng Kadiliman, silent, peeking out, nakita ng isa, wallbang agad. What was that? Connecting already, pero si Jezreel will fall down against Nuken, so 1v1 pa rin naman. Pero RTA might just make it might get a 4v2 situation. Ngayon yung pagplanta ng bomba will keep their toes shaking. Kasi yung Kadiliman ngayon magkahiwalay pa.
Yeah, exactly. Pero Jason is alive. So anytime soon, there's a possibility na ma-equalize ang ating numero. Not unless if Badsmaro would be able to do a very ballsy peak on this one. Possibly take that pick off. And even tong sinuken though. But look at that. Sinimplan lang ng ganon. Feels like there's too much sound being made to the point na nalaman na agad at na-narrow down ng mga miyembro natin from AG kung saan naglalagay yung mga naiiwang miyembro. And they've been able to get the job done.
But the job has been done, but not totally finished yet. As Jessan says that he can get one per trade-off mula dito kay Batsmaru. Aggressive push papunta sa harapan ng enemy sniper. And etong initial contact tuloy natin, Mochi, parang it feels like courtesy role na lang ng dalawang teams dito na kukuha ng isa at bigyan nyo din ako ng isa. And dito magkakaalaman yung 4v, pag 4v4 situation natin. C4 in the hands of K. Cedric. Hindi pa naman, parang wala pa silang hindi pa sila interested mag-push ng A. They're not taking mid that seriously. Pati yung hotel position natin, Mochi, hindi man lang nila krinos yung doors natin.
Yeah, I feel like they really want to put their manpower here on our A site, hoping to narrow down more itong mga miyembro natin galing sa Kadiliman. Merong mararamdaman na isa dito, no? Hangshu, nakikipagpatintero kay Nuken, pero siya pa rin ang magwawagi dito against him as the A site is now entirely available for them. And it's all about a matter of retake once again. Mind you, ang dami pang utilities na pwede dito ay Kadiliman, pero sabi ni Kay Cedric, no, I want to deny that retake potential that you have as much as possible. And now si RTA na lang ang naiiwan.
RTA is a good player pero against 3 players that are basically full in HP, parang sobrang hirap niyan kasi pwede lang mag-push dito si kay Cedric. And looking at Rose, siya na lang daw ang kukuha ng kill. And balik tayo dito, Mochi, sa lead ng AG.
Exactly. 2-point lead here against Kadiliman. I feel like what Kadiliman can also do on this one is be a bit more proactive siguro in terms of their angles. Kasi parang mas nauuna lagi silang madawi dito ng ilang member natin for AG, specifically itong si K. Cedric, si Froze, and as well as si Nuken. And when it comes to doing these types of executes, I feel like mukhang mas magpaparami ang kanilang chances of winning, if that makes sense. But let us see if meron nga ba silang mapipitas. Yes, Nuken would be able to take that one. Parang first time ko lang nakita yung angle na yun, Polar.
Yeah, ako din. Kaya napawat na lang ako Like, hindi normal. But nonetheless, he finds it and gets that shot on one of the crucial players dito ng Kadiliman. RTA already gone. The firepower is now depleting para dito sa Kadiliman. Sabay-sabay sila mag-push dito sa bypass para lang siguro ma-check kung libre nga ba yung site na to. But this is a heavy investment of players towards tunnel. Silent ngayon nakuha ng isa. Can he get the double? Yes, he can! That is a 2K and make it 3 as Hangshu once again jumps on the bodies of AG.
Yeah, that's exactly what we need. Being a bit more proactive sa mga angles nila, no? They've been able to follow up on each other, which is definitely wonderful for them. Pero Nuken, would he be able to clutch this one? Lalong-lalo na may tatlo pang naiiwan dito from Kadiliman and the chosen position that he wants to be, and andun pa naglalagi yung tatlo, no? Magkasama sila dito, magkakadikit sila, which is great because mas mabilis yung magiging palitan nila dito if ever.
Let's see. This round, nonetheless, sobrang bilis lang din ng pagtingin dito ni Nuken towards tower. He will fall down. And Mochi, I did not expect actually that it would be this close. Kahit sino naman manalo dito, we're gonna be happy for it. Pero kasi 7-6 scoreline in Ankara against Kadiliman and AG, I was not expecting this kind of gameplay. But that is what we love. Ngayon, interesting by the way, coming in from AG, from Kadiliman, they put 2 players here on bypass para sa trade, pero walang presensya dito sa hotel. This number 4 player, which is RTA, he can possibly just go out and do something on his own para, alam mo, may information ka, meron kang map control. Kasi for the past, 3 rounds already, hindi na tumitikim dito ang buong AG sa A-site.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like it would be a bit more beneficial if they can allocate someone here dito sa bandang hukay natin, no? But I feel like they really want to keep themselves in check here, be a bit more passive, especially if they're still a bit more lacking in terms of information, with some utilities being thrown as well. Jason, naku po, may dadaan ba sa crosshair niya dito? Wala naman, which is great. But I feel like kung A ang kanilang balak dito, this would mean a lot for them. Pero yun nga lang nga, walang nakakapag-trade pa kay Abdel so far until now. And it seems like that's already a lot of information para dito sa Kadiliman. A signal for them na mag-rotate dito.
I mean, yan, no? Tsaka nakaka-overwhelm na yun. And it stops the push kung dito ng AG, which was their golden timer. Like, what? 1 minute 10 seconds? Ngayon may kita pa nila dito. One of the most notorious riflers here in Impact Fall. Jezreel peeks out, pero mamamatay lang din siya. Mas mataas ang pwesto dito ni kay Cedric. He peeks out alone, so he might possibly die. Pero RTA, able to see one, kills off two! That's Matsmaro out of the game as well. Frozy, madadagdagan pa ng kamatayan dito ang ating Kadiliman. But Nuken is the last player against these three. Make it the last two, pero just no more HP to be seen. Ngayon si Jessan spots him out sa may boxes. Sabi niya dito, i-push mo yung vents para wala siyang mapuntahan. Si Nuken umiikot. Si Nuken ay mamamatay. Kadiliman enters 7 points.
Valiant effort dito kay Nuken. No? I feel like everything boiled down into that off angle ni RTA doon sa bandang kaliwa natin na hagdanan sa E-site, which is very, very interesting kasi literally you would expect na parang babaling ka agad sa kanan eh. Hindi ka kukuha ng ganong ka-aggressive na angulo, pero man, wonderfully played here by RTA. Pero ngayon, parang ito naman, nag-iba na ang kanilang approach on this one, Bipolar, no? They really want to keep themselves in check din from our metal doors in case na meron silang makita mga tao dito Hotel Air and as well as mid-control, which is something that we also recommended earlier on, pero mukhang medyo delikado ata to sa kanila, lalong-lalo na parang nabasa din ata na ibang mga miyembro natin dito, marami-rami ang nakatao dito sa B-site natin ngayon.
There are too many. 4 players coming in from Kadiliman is here technically on B. At kung dediretsuhin agad to ng AG ng hindi mabagal, ng hindi pa nagre-rely sa lineups, they can possibly just own the site and just hold it down pag naplanta na yung bomba. Kaso nga lang, RTA Hankshire also close by. They can go still for kills, pero ngayon may kita natin dito execution-wise. Flashes in there. Walang may kita si Nuken dito na mga kampi niya because they need to get in the side. Good awareness from Jezreel. Respecting the gunfire dito ng ating mga players. Pero sabi ni Nuken, I will give you a bomb to hold. Hangshu mamamatay.
Man. That is something na di siguro in-expect ni Hanshu no, na hala, what are the odds na yung timing na yon merong nakatingin sa akin, but everything will happen right now. The utilities na ibinabato sa isa't isa and a little bit of pushes here for Kadiliman, pero hindi sila nakatingin kay Nuken, man! Bakante siya! Jason all alone here trying to fight for his life, pero that is not gonna be enough here. Valiant effort and also min. Si Nuken, talagang spray down lang siya ng spray down dun sa kanang hagdanan natin. Walang nakatingin sa kanya and I don't know what is happening there.
I mean, it's crazy na that our top 1 seed is getting defeated by our top 6. Pero that is just good crossfire nonetheless. Tatlo o 2 bomba ang binato dito sa mukha ni Silent. It did not connect. Pero may umabot naman sa harap para pagsabihan agad dito ng mga magagandang words ang ating mga players. But Mochi, 8-7 ang ating scoreline. Parang hindi pa natin talaga malaman kung sino nga ba ang may mas angat dito.
Totoo. I mean, not gonna lie, hindi na ako magtataka if we even head into overtime on this one. Pero you see, like Alliance has been able to get a really good footing sa pagbabasa nila sa mga galaw dito din ng Kadiliman. But other than that, I feel like they just really want to be a bit disciplined as much as they can. Lalong-lalo na they already have the upper hand. Pero if they may choose either of these sides, I don't see any problem at all. Other than the fact that it would be better kung hindi nila matatapatan itong si Jessan. I feel like that's also another factor here for Kadiliman. No? Jessan can take a bit more aggressive angles. Kasi if not, parang nababawasan yung full potential niya na makakuha ng mga frags natin here from AG.
Yeah, I actually agree. Kailangan mo talaga makakita ng, ng hindi i-expect ng kalaban na para ma-surprise talaga sila, and that is where he shines. Pero ngayon, AG going for default play, makakapatay doon si Hangshu, frozen from afar, gets off Jezreel. So mag-isa nga lang dito ngayon si Hangshu, and he's not looking towards fence, at dahil dyan tatalonan ni Badsmaru dito ang ulo ni Hangshu. Two from Kadiliman are left. Isa si Jessan with the TRG, not going for the M14 anymore. RTA is close by with HK. Naghahantay siya ng unang kill dito ni Jessan, pero si Jessan pala ang mag-aantay ng kakampi niyang mamamatay. Let's see if he can get some damage, and he is getting just owned and overwhelmed by the numerous bullets dito ng AG. At para akong nakikinig ng Happy New Year, dire-diretso yung pagputok ng ating mga players.
Ni-spray down na lang nila ng tuloy-tuloy, no? Para hindi na talaga magkaroon ng chance itong si Jason na makapag-pick or makakuha ng magandang angulo sa kung sino man ang pwede niya mapitas dito from AG. And you can also see how Nuken is so happy doon sa kanang hagdanan natin. Every single time they do an A commit, laging na on siya nakatao. Pero Froze, mawawala pansamantala dito sa ating round na ito. And seems like medyo mapoprolong ng bahagya ang lifeline natin here for Kadiliman as Silent takes another one from them. Parang ito na ang hudyat sa kanila na medyo magmaasim, no? And seems like it's benefiting them well na nalalagas na yung mga member natin dito sa EG.
Nalagas nga sila ng unti-unti, but they're just up by one, now up by two. It's Jessan with the USP also able to get some people there, but Maro ngayon forces Jezreel in a tight situation. But this is right for him kasi all he needs to do is get these two players on his left side, pero wala na siya magagawa. The response time of Badsmaru is nowhere to be found. Pero Kadiliman gets closer and closer to that overtime game.
I'm really liking the dynamic between these two teams, ha? Kasi every single time, no, hindi natin ma-expect kung kailan yung round na yon that they are cooking up something in order to get that round for themselves. So alam nilang sure na whatever they're planning or plotting and that specific strategy will automatically give them that one. Pero na yon, I feel like Kadiliman cooked a bit too much, no? Trying to have 3 people push here dito sa ating metal area. Will just give them like a bit of damage, lalong-lalo na wala dito si Silent at nakaabang ng matindihan doon si Nuken at that extremity. But now, I feel like that's also a bit more information for AG na parang B site is gonna be a safer bet for them, and an additional casualty will also be taken here by K. Cedric.
I mean, space has been created, no, Mochi, to a point na hindi pa rin nakakatakbo ang buong Kadiliman on B, which they should be doing from the get-go na namatay doon yung isang player natin coming in from Kadiliman. Ngayon, they stabilize Mochi. They wanna go for a slow approach here, waiting for the flashes from Akyatan. At ngayon medyo nagugulan ng Kadiliman. Nasaan yung mga players na kanina nagiging aggressive dito sa site na to? They cannot be found.
Yeah. And I feel like what's also wonderful here for AG, no, na lahat ng pwedeng pagdaanan dito ng Kadiliman, bantay sarado. Dito sa spawn, dito sa stairs, dito sa bridge, and even here sa hotel area natin. Lahat may binabantayan, lahat merong chinecheck. Definitely narrowing down the options dito ng Kadiliman to just be a bit more passive as much as possible. Just wait kung saan or ano ang kanilang planong gawin, kailan sila magko-commit. And with just 35 seconds on the clock, I feel like they are stretching their time a bit too much.
There's too much time in their hands, pero Jezreel able to get one. Nuken ngayon still alive, and Badsmaru will put some bullets into their faces. And wow, who would have thought a fast set number 1 and Alliance pa ang makukuha ng first round natin dito.
Grabe man, this reminded me of their first match dito sa Impactful. Ganyan na ganyan yung itsura nila. I can't remember quite much kung sino yung kalaban nila yon. I feel like it is Team Micro. But when it comes to like playing here at Ankara, I can't deny your point din kanina nung hindi pa nagsisimula yung laban natin dito. There is a high possibility for them of taking this one off because of how good in terms of macro yung mga players sila dito sa mapang ito. In terms of defaults, they always find a different way in order to cater a more creative angle, and in terms of strategies, they continuously shut down yung offense dito na tinatry gawin ng Kadiliman sa kanila. Well played, and it seems like we are seeing a bit more, no? Parang mas madadagdagan yung mga TikTok highlights ng ating mga players here at maa-upload nila sa kanilang page dito sa Facebook, all because of the very proactive pick-offs na nakukuha dito, specifically ni Frozen, ni Nuken, and as well as ni Buds Maru, which is not gonna lie, from the past few matches na meron tayo, hindi ko masyado nakikita si Buds Maru. I remember him being substituted by their sixth man as well, pero this time, ang ganda din ng performance ni Buds Maru. Well played here for AG.
Yeah, magandang insert talaga si Buds Maru dito just because a basic map is all you need, right? Tapos kailangan mo lang ng line of sight na kagugulatan dito ng mga players na on the other side. And ang ginawa dito ni Buds Maru is the same, pero he was always at behind the enemy lines. It was also sometimes when he was in front of them, double kill pa yung nakuha niya dito. So parang nag-perform dito si Buds Maru. Gusto niya magsabi na this is one of our last games already pagdating dito sa Impact Fall. Might as well show everyone what I've got.
Exactly. And I'm not gonna lie, if they can pull this up 2-0, man, I don't know what's gonna happen till then, no? But as of the current time, well played here for Alliance Gaming. And ang next map natin has been chosen by Kadiliman. It is gonna be Eagle Eye, so it's bound that we're gonna see more of Hanshu, Jessign in that map as well. Pero, man, sobrang ganda lang din talaga rin ng positioning din dito ni Alliance Gaming, no? You can definitely see na as much as possible that they can cater a single position na maaaring pag-apira ng mga member natin. Dito from Kadiliman, sadyang bantay, sarado nila yon. And normally, you can see a lot of teams struggling on the BL side here in Ankara, no? Mas komportable sila on GR, but this time for Alliance Gaming, when you see them on BL, parang mas, hindi ko masabing komportable, pero they know what to do specifically.
Yeah. Alam mo yun parang instinct na lang nila yung lumalabas dito, and yung instinct yun is tama every time. I get what you mean here, Mochi. Just because it's Ankara, no? Like, masyadong malayo para mag-rotate ng mabilisan. I mean, it's doable. May ways naman, pero it's not ideal kasi you're already in a gunfight. Why get out of it, right? Pero one thing to point out as well is nung nasa GR side pa ditong AG, I love what they did. 2-3 setup lang kung saan one player was very on that hotel spot, yung dalawang players on B were just at the site. Tapos dalawa lang on A site yung natitira. It was just great kasi parang may trade-off pero hindi na kailangan kasi tumatama lahat ng shots nila bago pa sila mamatay sa mga encounters natin doon.
Exactly. And kung magkakaroon man sila ng tao dito sa high mid natin, matik si Abdel na yung ilalapag nilang tao doon, which is pretty great because once again, they keep their number one, they keep their sniper active, especially in terms of angles. And number two, they always ensure na laging merong nakaantabay in terms of responde if kailangan, no? And then sometimes when they try to do some mid pushes here and execute, na-shutdown sila kaagad, they automatically have someone cover that area in hopes of trading off kung sino man yung nawala dito sa kanilang campo. So dito lang din sa batting highlights nakikita natin kung gaano din kaganda yung nagiging performance ng both of our teams. Sadyang si AG lang ang nag-shine on top.
Yeah, it was crazy. I love this mula sa Alliance Game, Alliance. Hindi talaga sila natakot, Mochi. Nakakita rin tayo like 2 pushes in towards yellow nung sila pa yung nasa GR side. Yes. Tapos ngayon nasa BL sila. It's always a 5-man. Yung pagpasok nila, walang pinapalurk, walang pinapapunta sa other side, at least on mid, para may titigil sa rotators. But nonetheless, kung nakikita nyo right now, yung screens nyo, 5 sila palagi pumapasok sa site. So na-overwhelm talaga yung kakaunting players na pinapadala dito ng Alliance, ng Kadiliman onto some sides. Pero ngayon, a total of 18 rounds. Nakikita nyo naman on the first half, medyo baliktaran lang tayo dito. Pero Alliance just took it by a storm. And now looking at their KDs, si Abdel lang naman dito ang medyo naging support player lang in Ankara.
Yeah, exactly, no. Lalong-lalo na when it comes to like the rest of the squad, parang kita mo lahat sila merong naibibigay dito na putahe sa ating hapagkainan, and they've been able to cook so well and they have been able to perform so well. Hindi na nabigyan ng chance itong si Kadiliman na makapag-offer an overtime, all because of the fact that when they try to put themselves in a better or more aggressive position dito sa ating vents sa mid or even here sa hotel area natin, there's always that certain expectation from Alliance Gaming that someone's gonna be there and they win the duels every single time. Pero sino nga ba ang ating set MVP? It is no other than the man himself, Nuken, with the 1.54 KD. Parang matagal na nating nababanggit yung prowess itong batang to. He never fails to perform.
I mean, you're going somewhere, man, and you're going somewhere great. So, hey, you have to watch out onto Nuken kasi he hits the most craziest shots that I've ever seen here in Impactful. Parang hindi rin siya takot pero yung pagiging hindi niya naging matakot, naging it's a form of how he plays. He goes for safe spots minsan, tapos bigla na lang siya magpe-pedal to the metal diretso and hits every shot just like this with the USP as well. He took some place mula sa book dito ng Kadiliman na once you can't hit the shots, ilabas mo na lang USP at tatama lahat yan.
Exactly. Which is pretty crazy here for Nuken to say the least. At kitang-kita mo nga, no, yun yung no-no square niya. Yung kanang hagdanan natin. Yun ang kanyang kakamliit na safe space, and every single time that someone tries to put another foot, set us foot further forward, matik matatanggalan ng ulo sa kamay ni Nuken. Pero that is the ending of our unang mapa. It is the map of Ankara, wherein this has been taken by AG with a fast game of 10-8. Pero tignan natin ano mangyayari sa Eagle Eye, lalong-lalo na ito ang pinili ng Kadiliman. Mochi and Bipolar nga pala, mga casters tagapaghatid ng aksyon sa inyo. Kami ay magbabalik makalipas ang ilang mga minuto.
This is a team through grit and grind and years of experience.
You can't really deny the greatness.
Good shot, gotta get X3D. He gets his third, he gets his fourth. Oh my God!
Down, good shot, gotta get JC.
Drill gets one and two. Beautiful timing.
Pero Zefrax, uubusin na lang lahat.
Sa isang bala lamang, matutupad ang lahat ng pangarap.
Tayo nagbabalik dito sa Cfs Impact where block by block our teams forge themselves into their better form. At nandito muli tayo sa ating laban ng Alliance Gaming and as well as ng Kadiliman kung saan kanina 10-8 ang ating mapa for Ankara and this time Eagle Eye naman by Polar.
I mean, parang curveball yung nangyari, no? From the intro ni Mochi na pure Tagalog, biglang naging English pagdating ng set number 2. And ganoon din yung curveball na ginawa ng dalawang teams natin because hindi naman natin inakala na talagang ito todo dito ng AG from set number 1 pa lang. So, this is gonna be actually a pag-set ng pace nila for the second map natin dito, which is gonna be Eagle Eye. It is gonna be a harder map nonetheless since mas komportable dito ang Kadiliman. But with the momentum that they have, with the aggressiveness, with their mindset na papasukin namin to ng 5 palagi, baka ma-overwhelm lang ulit ang Kadiliman.
Totoo, no? Tapos dagdag mo pa yung kakulitan ni Froze and as well as ni Nuken here for
Sobra.
AG. That's gonna be quite of a very hassle map here for Kadiliman. That is if merong ideya kung paano maglaro dito ang Alliance Gaming. Andain na nating VODs, andain na lang pwedeng aralin, andain na lang pwedeng basahin dito nagalawan ng Kadiliman. Might have been the possible reason bakit nila na-shutdown yung mga niluluto ng Kadiliman kanina sa mapa ng Ankara. We are gonna check if the history is bound to repeat itself on this one, lalong-lalo na Kadiliman, this is their map, this is their chosen, and they might spread darkness, bestow darkness dito sa mga AG people natin.
Ay, baka daw kasi mas maaga pa kanina para maglabas ng dilim sa ating labanan. So, baka warm up pa lang naman yun sa Kadiliman, pero kailangan nila mag-ingat dito. Because, again, mas gutom na ang ating mga players, mas gutom na ang ating mga teams. Hindi na sila magpapanaig pa eh. Even though we can confidently say na set in stone na yung mga spots natin, majority of the spots dun sa 1 to 4th place natin, hindi pa rin naman natatapos ang labanan ng ganun-ganun lang. Kung may laban, papalag pa ang ating mga players.
Exactly, no? Because this can also be their learning opportunity, no? In order to find a better way para ma-unlock nila kanilang fullest potential here, especially when it comes to their playstyle. Total, no? Itong rin yung kinagandahan sa ating grassroots. Ang dami mong makikilala na maaaring bago, maaaring matagal na for already quite some time dito sa ating CF scene, but patuloy na lumalaban para makakuha at makapagpakilala dito sa ating entablado. Pero just in a bit, no? In-ensure lang namin na makapag-prepare itong ating mga teams here for Eagle Eye, and I hope na everyone's keeping themselves safe, lalong-lalo na after that the earthquake na nangyari kahapon.
I mean, it's crazy out there, pero I just wanna go back muna ng onte yung mga sinasabi, mga nagpapakitang gilid sa mga players natin, mga nagpapasikat. Hey, why not? Tingnan nyo na rin naman yung mga account nila, no? Kasi kanya-kanyang post naman tong ating mga players. Matutuwa kayo kasi, diba? Ako actually, before neto, sabi ko, bakit puro ganito na lang yung lumalabas sa feed ko? Kung hindi po sana cute, si Jessan, minsan yung mga players natin from AG, nakikita ko din dito. Si Abdel 2K, actually, nakikita ko din doon, pati si Batsmaru. So, kayo na lang bahala kung sino yung mga susuportahan yung di ba? Pero, again, dito talaga natin nakikita yung paging dedicated din ng ating mga players. So it's just nice to see na despite the last days, just like in regional finals and even masters, di ba nakita natin aminado naman yung mga players natin dito kapag ini-interview na we don't have the chance to get into that upper echelon na podium. pero seryoso pa rin na. That's the greatness of Crossfire Philippines. So, yun nga. Yun lang. Hindi ko alam ba't umabot ako doon, Mochi. Gusto ko rin sana kasi... Gusto ko si sana sabihin yung yung best Filipino Crossfire para kaso nga lang parang
Hindi mo na masingit.
nalalos na sinasobrahan ko na, Mochi Napapadami na kasi.
Hindi, mamaya, pagka nagkaroon tayo ng mga pop-up moments, sasabihin na lang
that's
natin.
true.
Isisigit na lang natin yung this is the best of Filipino Crossfire, pare. Sobrang tindi lahat yung mga players dito ngayon. I mean, what's also very, very nice to see din is that pagka tinignan natin yung Masters, andyan na yung mga kilala. Pero pagka dito tayo bumaling sa Impact, parang laging merong mga up and coming. Parang anytime pwede silang madekwat ng mga known teams natin.
That's
Kasi
true.
ganun sila ka merong ka-potential, men. Ganun sila kagaling. So, those stuff pa lang when thinking, hindi mo talaga masasabi kung sino yung makikita mo dyan sa international one day. Kasi, ang bilis din kasi pagka sobrang competitive ng mga players natin.
Yeah, I mean, which leads us to one of the questions na matagal na natin iniisip, no? Kung kayo ay gagawa ng team, kung kayo ay may favorite player dito sa Impact Fall na gustong mapunta sa mga teams na nasa regional finals natin, sabihin nyo nga sa comment section natin dyan kasi meron pa naman tayong preview show na mangyayari ngayong linggo. Pwede natin i-feature yan dito at yun ang magandang hot take, Mochi, kung sino nga ba yung worthy maging, alam mo yun, maging on that better kind of environment. I mean, this is a good environment nonetheless, pero alam mo yun, yung mas may expose sila into having that international setup almost.
Exactly, no? Man, hindi mo na rin talaga. Parang minsan yung talaga, let's bet, sino nga ba yung player here na tingin mong malilipad papuntang China or somewhere else? Who do you think, no? Who would that be? So, yan nga, no? Kung gusto nyo maki-join, gusto nyo maki-ride dito sa aming podcast, sa ating broadcast, mag-comment down kayo dyan sa ating comment section. Malay nyo, ma-feature kayo dito. There's also a possibility, depende pag merong nakitang interesting dyan si Derek Matic, i-feature yan dito pag meron tayong oras din. So,
That is true.
yeah.
I mean, I wanna talk about naman din dito, Mochi, yung eagle eye natin now for a bit. Kasi pinili to ng Kadiliman and looking at their maps for a bit, I think it's around 80% win rate dito ng Kadiliman yung Eagle Eye 2.0. So, pero correct me if I'm wrong there kasi palaging 10-6, 10-8 yung scoreline dito ng Kadiliman. And if kaya nga bang gawin dito ng alliance yun or ay kaya nga ba tibagin ng alliance yun, feeling ko mamaya pa natin may kita.
Yes, of course. And speaking of that, no, seems like we're just gonna be fixing a bit of stuff dito sa ating mga teams and we will be back makatapos ng ilang minutes. So be sure na abangan ninyo to and please stay put.
Sa mga nagduda sa isang taong purong dismayado. This is a team through grit and grind and years of experience.
You can't really deny the greatness.
Good shot, gotta get X3D. He gets his third, he gets his fourth. Oh my God!
Down, good shot, gotta get JC.
Drill gets one and two. Beautiful timing.
Pero
para sa
Zefrax, uubusin na lang lahat.
Sa isang bala lamang, matutupad ang lahat ng pangarap.
After quite of a long wait, nandito muli tayo ngayon sa Cfs Impact 4 kung saan ipagpapatuloy natin ang ating match number 1 for today. Once again, it is Kadiliman versus Alliance Gaming on the map of Eagle Eye. Boy Polar, anong thoughts natin dito?
I mean, if you are just tuning in dito, already 1-0 na nga ang Alliance Gaming natin with a confident 10-8 dun sa ating first set. And despite 10-8 yung score, parang the entirety of round number 1 hanggang round number 18 natin doon, it was in the control of Alliance Gaming. Ngayon, pagdating dito, Eagle Eye 2.0, the map pick of Kadiliman, one of their hometowns, we can consider that naman siguro. It enables some of the players dito na nakita na natin mag-pop off sa mapang ito. Hank Shu, he treats Eagle Eye 2.0 just like sub-base kasi. So, pwede tayo makita dito ng mga set plays with the flash kapag sila nasa BL side, USP jumping out kills mula kay Angshu. Plus, it's a sniper map nonetheless na pwedeng magamit dito si Jess San. But, on the other side naman, it's AG din na kailangan natin pag-usapan. Kay Cedric has, may A-game din siya pagdating sa Eagle Eye, as well as itong si Abdel 2K. Kung kanina si Nuken, yung MVP natin dito, ito yung mga key players na para lang sa akin, kailangan natin abangan.
Yes, exactly, no. And what's also crazy here for Alliance Gaming, if they are on their A game naman talaga, matik na maaasahan mo na kada isa sa kanila magpa-pop off, may ma-offer at merong mailalapag na round, no, even especially in terms of clutch plays, mga trade machines natin din here for Alliance Gaming that we are yet to witness if would also going to be possible dito sa Eagle Eye. Lalong-lalo na, once again, this is a map pick by Kadiliman and we are already quite aware din naman sa prowess at kung ano ang maaaring may offer ng Kadiliman dito on this one, no? Lalong-lalo na binanggit na rin natin time and time again, sinimulan natin kay Jessan. We also see Hanshu who has been also to perform very very well so far, and with the likes of RTA, no, na magaling din sumalo on certain occasions. Sadyang hindi lang sila na pabayaan kanina sa ating unang mapa, reason as to why they lost ang Kara.
Yeah. I mean, it's just gonna be a crazy day dito. What a curveball nga agad for our side. So, para sa ating mga nanonood dyan sa ating, sa ating live right now, please do give us your thoughts kung sino nga bang mananalo sa ating match up na ito ngayon. Kasi kanina 2-0 si Mochi in favor of Kadiliman. Ngayon ako ay 2-1 in favor of Kadiliman din naman. Pero para sa inyo guys, ano nga ba ang inyong thoughts sa ating laban na ito? A big shoutout as well kay Sir Alex. A big shoutout po sa inyo and to the whole Crossfire and Smilegate team. Hello po. Annyeonghaseyo. Tama ba?
Annyeonghaseyo.
Saranghamnida. Pero everybody, again, babalik tayo dito. Eagle Eye, sub-base actually yung last map natin dito, no? We can also talk about that, Mochi.
Yes, of course. Especially if dadayo dito tayo sa sub-base, I feel like times 3 siguro yung kaguluhan na mangyayari doon. In comparison to what just transpired here ang Ankara, lalong-lalo na when it comes to like yung mga plays natin dito sa MR natin, sa lockers, or even here sa ating missiles area, doon talaga magkakatalo, no, when it comes to like yung mga duels natin here dito sa ating mga players. So, anticipated, projected, and also forecasted lahat na magiging magulo. Itong magiging mapa natin sa sub-base pagka na-stretch ni Kadiliman into our decider map.
I mean, sana nga umabot tayo dun kasi every time na nasa sub-base tayo, it's fun. Kahit sinong team pa yan, kahit Kadiliman, kahit Alliance Gaming. It is a fun map nonetheless, and it's actually interesting kapag hindi Cebuano, like pure Cebuano team yung nakikita natin eh. So, alam mo yun,
Yeah.
hindi siya yung alam natin na it's their hometown. It's a different taste from what we mostly see sa bigger leagues natin dito sa Crossfire Philippines. Pero a big shoutout to you guys as well sa ating mga comment section dyan habang tayo po ay nag-aantay na mag-ready ang ating mga players and for them to get in the server. Why not say your names? Pwede namin kayo shoutout right now. Nakatingin naman kami sa lives. And when we do have the chance, alam mo yun, para lang sulit na sulit yung pagpanood nyo dito sa Crossfire Field.
Yes, same, no? And once again, guys, no, siguro, balikan nga natin din yung usapan natin for sub-base. Ang huling laban ni Kadiliman dito sa base is noong nakalaban nila si Blue Vortex noong September 11. So, if they will be playing here again, I feel like that's gonna be bad news. Possibly for AG, lalong-lalo na ang laban nila doon became like a 10-5 or 10-4, if I recall correctly. Tapos, parang yun din yung mga times na parang off the charts yung stats dito ni Jason because in terms of lineups, seems like he has been focusing on that quite a lot recently. Definitely show that every single map meron siyang may offer na utility usage para sa kanyang mga kasama and off the charts din naman din ang kanila nagiging support for that one. And so the stuff that we can definitely expect here dito for sub-base. Pero, naririnig ko na mga boses ng ating mga prod, no? Tayo ay rerekta na sa ating mapa ng Eagle. Ay, ito na yun, Polar.
Ito na nga, ladies and gentlemen, ang matagal na nating inaantay, we are going towards Eagle Eye 2.0. Simulan natin ang laban kung saan ang aggressive agad dito ng Kadiliman. Nakalagpas sila at nakita pa nga agad dito si Nuken.
At mukhang basadong-basado, no? Buti na lang meron agad na isagot dito si K. Cedric. Also going to put themselves in a better position here in order to get amount of mid-control, and even itong si Froze nakaantabay din kung meron siyang mga masisipat all the way from downtown here on a site. At makikita niya nga si Jason would be able to take him down and immediate trade here for Hanshu as well. Pero the problem doesn't stop there kasi RTA mamataan to si Frozy here, and meanwhile Abdel na lang ang natitira for AG.
I mean, Abdel 2K, no utilities, pero marami pa rin HP, able to get 1, able to get 2 as well po. 1 plus 2 equals 3! 3 ang makuha ni Abdel 2K on round number 1, Mochi.
Gusto kayong hinintay pa natin si Abdel na makakuha bago tayo sumigaw ng 3!
Kasi pat mo I mean, iba na talaga connection dito sa panel natin. Pero dead round muna tayo dito. But 3 kills already for Abdel 2K, which was actually pretty hard. Dalawang headshot agad yun, tapos binasic na lang yung pangatlo.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like nagkaroon lang ng bit of error when it comes to resetting doon sa ating A site, no? Hindi nila siguro ina-expect na magpupush ng ganun-ganun lang dito si Abdel. They might be anticipating that there could be some trades or rather some rotations na manggagaling sa kanya, pero that didn't happen at all. Sabi ni Abdel, alam mo, total ako yung clutch machine dito sa team, no? Ako na ang bahala. Re-rectahit ko na tong tatlong naiiwan dito. I mean, all the time na hinahanap nila ako ang mga hunt sa kanila, and he's been able to take the first 3 people here, or the last 3 people remaining here for Kadiliman. And the first round here for Eagle Eye. Just once again, Boy Polar, para napag-usapan na rin natin to out of broadcast earlier on nung may 20-minute break. You have mentioned na the moment kasi na hindi masimulan ng maganda ng Kadiliman yung kanilang laban, it is bound to be quite of a lengthy game.
Yeah, I mean, maging steamroll kasi, kumbaga, parang masistretch sila ng todong-todo. Pero ngayon, hindi na natin kailangan muna mag-stretch because we're going back into the game dito sa ating Eagle Eye 2.0. I also wanna highlight yung kill doon ni Froze doon sa gitna, going towards A. Na-timingan niya kasi doon si Jessan eh. So, tamang-tama lang. It made them easier for that clutch up dito kay Abdel. Pero ngayon, Hangshu is using the TRG as well. So, double sniper setup for Kadiliman, which is very nice. One for both sides. Alam naman natin, LALB is very much long. So, in fact, totoo nga ang pag-call out natin sa mga pangito.
Yes, sir. And parang medyo na-trauma na rin itong si Kadiliman kanina sa ginawa ni Frozy doon sa ating mid tower, no? Nakabantay na siya doon in case na merong mga ngahas na umakyat on that one. Kay Cedric taking out ito si Hasho early on with immediate here for silent dito sa ating EA area stairs. And already good for 2. At mukhang sunod-sunod na nga, no? It seems like in terms of control, Kadiliman has it right now, being able to gun down the remaining people here from AG. Ngayon, Nuken all alone with the TRG. Ano naman kaya ang magiging bato niya dito?
I mean, all of the players right now dito sa Kadiliman nagsasama-sama on A. Ayaw magpakita dito kay Nuken. Nuken spotted out. Nuken is down. Pinunit dito ang katawan ni Nuken with a TRG and an equal tie game. Mukhang hindi ata magpapabigay muna ng 3-round deficit agad ang Kadiliman.
Yeah, and seems like they learned their lesson as well, no? Na kung kaya naman nilang magsanib puwersa, bakit hindi? Especially when it comes to these types of very, very individually gifted players din dito from AG. But Hanshu, already good for Badsmaru here. Medyo nagkakahiwa-hiwalay ang mga miyembro natin here for AG, which is something that they wouldn't want. And it seems like they're trying to take their battles on their own, which as much as possible, mas maganda sana kung sama-sama sila. Pero kay Cedric, ang tindi, dumaga dito sa bandang A-site area natin with Nuket being able to take out RTA doon sa may hagdanan ng hotel.
I mean, eto pa nga no, si kay Cedric
Wow!
nakakuha ng dalawa. Double headshot para sa kanya. And it's all up to Silent. Again, no utilities para sa Kadiliman. But he already has 3 kills after these dead rounds. I mean, mas malapit dito si kay Cedric. So, if mas patan niya dito si kay Cedric kaagaran, he might be able for the clutch up. Shots coming in. Walang natatamaan USP. Tatama pa din naman. That last bullet doon sa magazine connects onto the head of Silent. And ngayon, bumabalik na naman tayo kung saan AG ang nananaig.
So far, no? Quite of a really good start here para sa AG, and despite the fact that there should be like a bit of difficulty in pushing forward considering na medyo heavy sniper players ang meron tayo dito kay KDM, which sometimes it can be Hanshu alongside with Jessan. Right now, hindi natin yon nakikita na nagsastruggle sila dito because yung mga gawain ni kay Cedric, specifically when it comes sa dumadaga siya alongside with Abdel, tulad nito, man, it just gives sakit ng ulo para dito sa KDM. Naging konyo pa ako.
Hindi, sobrang nakakasakit yung mga nangyari dito sa labanan natin na to a point na possibly magdire-diretso lang ang Kadiliman, and it's just so deadly once again for both sides. AG nandito na nga sa ating side pero si Jezreel will be spotted out. Yung ulo niya pinutok agad dito ni kay Cedric. It's all up to RTA. And alam naman natin RTA is a frag machine but with just 29 HP. Can he go for the clutch up? Going towards mid tower. Merong nakatingin. Nuken! Hindi na kailangan bumagsak pa kasi yung tatama dito sa ulo ni RTA is his bullet from the TRG.
Yes, exactly. Which has been a quite great performance from AG so far. There's not much utility usage, but when it comes to like catching our members here from Kadiliman off guard, well, they're quite on point on doing that responsibility on its own. But Badsmaru, anticipating someone that's might possibly come across dito sa kanya alongside with RTA for a bit of support kung sakali, no? Pero si Silent ang mawawala dito sa kamay ni Badsmaru. That is also a signal for them to back out a little bit because if not, mapapunish tulad ng ginawa ni RTA dito kay Nuken.
Jessan, medyo nakakita na rin ng mga line of sight na gusto niya dito in Eagle Eye. Able to spot out someone by using that window. And that opportunity para sa kanya, able to get 1 kill. It's a 2-for-1 trade. And 1 minute into this round, kay Cedric close by. Hangshu nasa taas. Jezreel nasa dulo. Pero he's waiting for the right opportunity. Nag-aantay siya for someone to push this out. So magiging dagalang muna dito si kay Cedric. Pero how long can you take hanggat ikaw ay mainis na sa pwesto mo kay Cedric? The patience will be tested for these two teams as they're so formidable. Sobrang passive actually ng Kadiliman dito sa round na ito.
Yeah, exactly. And I really like their adjustment as well. Mukhang ina-expect nila si Kay Cedric, pero si Kay Cedric ang dai atang baon up on his sleeves as there are already some trade-offs happening here. But Maru all alone trying to fight for his life and save this round para sa kanyang mga kasama. Pero parang medyo mahirap. 53 HP na lang ang natitira sa kanyang HP. But now, 2 more people remaining here from Kadiliman. RTA Jason, well aware kung nasaan siya. Will also gonna be caught off guard, and that's another point here para kay Kadiliman.
And this is why Kadiliman loves the GR side pagdating dito sa A side specifically kasi meron kang top-down position, meron kang taas versus baba na pag pinush out yung baba mo, you can push out from the top lane. Pero kalang, pop agad yung flash dito ng Kadiliman, hindi man lang nabato. So sa lahat sila nakatingin dun sa may pader. 3 players falling down already. And what a confident round for AG. Just walang makitang tao dito. They're becoming desperate, Mochi. 30 seconds into the clock. Nuken behind the smoke peeks out dito sa gitna, spots out Silent because the flashbang will be dodged by Silent, pero USP nandito na nga umakyat sa may break layers and he gets the kill onto Silent. 1 more left for Kadiliman. It's just San. Makakagawa ka nga ba ng isang TikTok reel pero yung first shot walang makita. The second doesn't connect. Magme-miss ka pa ba? 7 seconds! In 5 seconds, sasabog na lahat! At makikita natin yan dito! Bang!
Gusto ko yung felt mo yung pagka-boom ng C4.
Pyromaniac eh, no?
Solid yan, man. Sabihin ko sa akin, analysis ko, naunahan ng tao eh. Pero, grabe rin yung pick up dito ni Jessa. No? I wonder if merong balik din dito si AG. Kasi, biro mo, men, nasimulan nila yun ng maganda, no? They're trying to overwhelm them with utilities again. Pero, parang, in-expect o nabasa ata yun kaagad ng Alliance, no? They thought they will hesitate in pushing forward. Pero, instead, they got overwhelmed onto A to the point na si Jessa na lang ang naiwan. Pero right now, it seems like it's quite of a different look, especially na medyo naghihiwa-hiwala yung mga membro natin dito from AG with just Froze all alone. I believe 3 ata yung kills ni Jason kanina, no? Parang siya, majority yung nag-cater ng trabaho dito in our 7th round.
Yeah, it was a great play mula dito sa Kadiliman and even for Jessan. Pero I wanna also look at Jestrel now finally getting that 1 kill into his name. So everybody on the board, I mean, di naman natin, I did not remember yung mga dead rounds natin dito. So, but with this, everyone is on the board nonetheless. Looking at K Cedric, 9 kills already onto this man, and as well as RTA 6 on him. So we have some top fraggers already. Yung mga hindi nagparamdam kanina ngayon, nagpapakitang gilas. But it's util play muna daw dito, Mochi, in our round number 8.
Yes, of course. Lalong-lalo na when it comes to going for that A execute, they really want to get as many pickups as they can if possible. Jessan, tumatawag sabihin, nakita ni Froze! He's not looking where Froze is at, and instead he's been punished. Walang balik, walang kapalit, and this is more about time and space para kay AG to do what they want to do. Kay Cedric already good for 1 here with RTA also being taken down by Abdel. Wala na yung kanilang mid-control agent here. Silent from the backlines. I wonder if i-expect din nila ito, no? Kasi si Silent sa kabilang banda manggagaling. May mabilis na balik dito si Padsmaru Hangshu trying to ganda ka the rest, pero hindi yan uubra. Ang tindi ng control dito ng Alliance Gaming so far. Their reads are on point.
I mean, I just wanna say, Kadiliman is number 1. AG is number 6. Mali nga ba ang nangyari sa ating journey towards the last remaining days of Impactful? Mukhang hindi ang sagot dito ni Jessan. 1 kill para sa kanya. Make it the double.
That's also really good support din dito kay Jezreel, no? 2 more people remaining here for Alliance Gaming. Pero would they snatch back the map control in the spaces na gusto nilang makuha kani-kanina pa, no? Medyo nilalangaw din yung B-site natin ngayon, no? Walang pumupunta, walang umantang. Pero ngayon, Jessa, they were taken down here by Abdel, and RTA would be able to take care of the rest of the job, man. Quite insane performances here so far, no? Parang kanina lang alam natin that AG got the control, got the grounds, got the already a good read kung ano yung sinusubukang gawin dito ng Kadiliman. They've been proven otherwise ASAP, with Kadiliman taking or racking up a couple of rounds just in the amount of like less than 3 minutes.
I mean, I also like yung exchange dating na ng dalawang teams na to ngayon, no? Kasi nung kanina, nung nasa first map tayo, despite it was almost a tie game every time, nasa control kasi ng AG. Pero ngayon, parang salita na sila. We have some highlights mula sa Kadiliman na in a round, nauubos nila agad in mere 30 seconds ang AG. Yung AG naman ngayon are playing slow, but they're still controlling the game. Just like what you said, they're also controlling the map and the gunfights to a point na palaging dehado dito ang Kadiliman kasi nga palaging 5 ang pag-push dito ng buong AG. Wala kang nakikita masyadong flank up. Siguro meron at least 3 times na nangyari yun, pero not totally flank kasi they're just holding down mid. So it's a better fight now for these two teams. Parang despite the big or at least the 1-point advantage dito, parang it's anybody's game right now dito sa Eagle Eye.
Kumbaga, when it comes to like body system, it is always ensured here for AG. There are like a couple of moments na hindi nga nila nagagawa yon, which is the reason why they lost like a couple of rounds as well. Kasi may mga oras na naiiwanan nila yung isa't isa ng walang suporta at walang taga-trade. But when it comes to like kay Cedric being able to cater itong EA area natin onto A, ang insane ng patience niya, man. Pretty much, lagi natin nakikita, he's always been like the change maker here from Alliance Gaming as well. Kasi every time that merong tumatao doon, sometimes Jezreel is there, nakaantabay din si RTA. But for some reason, bigla na lang siyang lalabas. Hindi nila ina-expect, and the moment that they're trying to go to a different location, patay na sila at nakuha na sila ni kay Cedric agad-agad. Which just definitely shows how much control yung naibibigay din dito ni kay Cedric, and how much dirty work ang kanyang ginagawa din para sa kanyang team. Pero I really do wonder the longevity of this one, no? Lalong-lalo na that we are already heading to our second half. I wonder if they can set the par off in terms of the defense na ino-offer dito ng Kadiliman, or may possibility ba na mahigatin pa nila ito. Pero ito na, second half na, simula natin ngayon.
I mean, there's no more time to wait. We are back on the desk and in the map of Eagle Eye. 4-5 ang ating scoreline. AG still, just like before, they do have the point advantage, pero ngayon, it is somewhat of a better chance for Kadiliman. Jessan with the TRG still. Is there a double sniper setup dito sa AG? On the other side, no, not yet pa naman. Pero Nuken still holding that out. One of the key players na nakita natin dito for both sides sa Kadiliman, RTA, already with double digits. And as well as itong si Kay Cedric. Nung 8th round pa lang natin, meron na siyang at least like 14 kills or at least like 13. So nakita natin dito, the riflers are controlling the game. It's either HK versus M14. Ikaw na lang pipili dyan. Pero ngayon, pipili dito ng isang kill. Si Jessan trying to look towards A. Pero walang bapadya. Hindi mo nagagalaw dito si Abdel.
Very passive positioning ang meron din dito sa AG ngayon, no? As much as possible, they really want to keep themselves in check and close to each other in case na merong makuha or mapitas itong si Kadiliman. Pero right now, no, napakaingat din ni Kadiliman dito ngayon. They are well aware of the possible tricks na maaaring ilapag dito ng AG, pero hindi. Sa totoo lang, they're just playing the waiting game here. They're waiting for any executes and pushes na manggagaling dito for Kadiliman, and I feel like it happens right about now.
I mean, golden timer is just 5 seconds away. Jessan ngayon peeking out towards the GR spawn. May kita na nga si Frozen. He is now frozen in time. Kay Cedric pops off with 1, pero trade-off mula dito agad kay Hackshoe. It's a 3v3 nonetheless as Nuken enters the site, pero inubos agad ni RTA, ni Jessan at ni Silent ang natitirang 3 players. Back tayo sa 5-5.
Yes, exactly. And I feel like it all boils down to the fact na medyo nahirapan silang paghabol ng ibang mga member natin dito for Kadiliman the moment that they resorted to that specific site. But let us see, no, baka mag-isip ni AG na, you know what, hindi pala pwede yun. Kailangan may pick off tayo ng maaga para mas doable para sa atin na makapitas at makakuha ng mga member. Pero tingnan mo nung nangyayari dito kay Badsman.
How?
So parang nagmistulang wolf in sheep's clothing, taking down, getting control, racking up multiple kills dito sa harapan. Pero si Jezreel, ang tindi lang din naman gumalaw. The spray would not be connecting to any more people than that. But critically low na rin si Jezreel dito ngayon.
Grabe yon. And looking at it as well, some fight as well on the other side of the map. Here in the hotel, makakuha ng isa. Trade-off dito kay Froze, pero Jessan, initial pick-off agad para sa kanya. Sees one, flashbang in para mapatago dito ang mga players ng AG. Nuken is the counter sniper of AG, reloads the pistol, wants to use it to infiltrate the site na kinukuha sa kanya, pero nasa lukuran niya si Jezreel. How did he do that? Paano mo nagawa yun? At ngayon, it's a 1v1 kung saan pantay halos ang ating mga HP. 35 seconds on the clock. The bomb is planted in B. Aggressive approach mula dito kay Jessan. He smells blood. While Nuken is carefully getting into the site. Looking at every corner kasi alam niya kung paano nga ba gumalaw dito si Jessan. Magkalapit, magkadikit, pero sino mas magaling? It's Jessan with a USP and a 2-shot into the brain of Nuken.
Okay na sana yung umpisa din ng AG doon, no? Be able to be a bit more proactive dito on the defense na talagang entrada yung kanilang hinahanapan ng mga tao. Pero yun nga lang, it all boiled down to that 1v1. And unfortunately for them, Kadiliman took that round. Pero ngayon, mukhang mahamataan natin, no? Ano kaya ang balak ngayon ng AG, or rather ng Kadiliman? It seems like they are having a very great time when it comes to clearing every single location na maaaring pagbantayan ng mga miyembro natin dito from AG, no? Pero si K. Cedric ang mamimit nila dito at the hotel area if ever ngayon.
Hotel, a deadly spot. Ngayon para sa Kadiliman. Pero si RTA ang susubok muna at kasama niya naman si Jessan doon towards LB. One of our slowest rounds now for these two teams. Matihan, sino ang unang makakuha ng checkmate? Mukhang gagalaw agad dito ang isang piyesa ng buong AG. Lalapit at titikim, kaso nga lang nadapa. Napunta yung buhay niya towards RTA. Angat na ng isang puntos dito ang buong Kadiliman sa labanan na ito. Batsmaru peeking out pero will be forced to stay put kasi Jezreel nakakaamoy din. He sends up silently walking towards Badsmaru's area. Magkatabi na naman ang ating mga players. Sino ang unang titikim? Namumula ang ating timer, Mochi. Badsmaru gusto rin gumalaw. Naku po, parang maling movement na naman ang pieces dito for Kadiliman. Pero trade-offs now for both sides. Ito na ang pag-push sa B. Badsmaru throws the grenade. Froze nasa loob and he owns the site. Especially with Badsmaru behind them. 2v2 situation. Nagkapalitan ng buhay. 1v1. Yung USP ni Jessan hindi nagagana. Kulang ng bala.
Ang tindi rin, Abdel to the rescue in the last few moments of that round. No, sobrang intense na mga labanan natin doon sa ating B-side. Pero it all boiled down to Froze getting that quite of an off angle. And ang bilis ng kanilang suporta dito from Badsmaru and as well as here for Abdel. Pero ngayon, they were fired up more than ever. They're pushing forward here. They're trying to narrow down the numbers here from Kadiliman. They're on to a manhunt. They're on to a witch hunt here ngayon, Bipolar. And after getting multiple kills galing dito kay Kadiliman, balik sila sa depensa.
Balik tayo sa depensa, masaya na tayo dun eh. Nasugatan na rin naman natin sila at ngayon sugat na. Kung sino pa yung maraming HP, siya pa yung nag-push mag-isa. What is happening to Kadiliman? We know them to be a team that has 2-0 in their blood pero parang ngayon magiging sila ang mabibigyan ng 2 doon sa 0. Magiging 0-2. Uy, Coach Shane, shoutout sa'yo. Pero ngayon, magiging 6-6 pa rin ang ating scoreline. Shots mula kay Jessan, hindi na tumatama, Mochi. Mukhang the nervousness is coming in to the bloodline of Kadiliman, especially pag sinukan ngayon wala ng TRG, may M14 going into the backlines ng Kadiliman. 1 minute. Anong gagawin ni RTA? Magpapakita kay Abdel.
magpapakita, aatras, abante, hindi niya alam kung saan siya pupunta because he is being hunted down by a lot of members here and eventually Rose will be winning that one. Another round na naman muli para dito sa Alliance Gaming man. I feel like ito yung mahirap, no? Pagka a certain team starts using your same tricks against you to the point na ngayon, hindi mo na masyado malaman ano ang pwede mong gawin. Pero kay Cedric, susubukan na tauhan itong hotel area natin. A lot of shots being let out here by Kadiliman pero wala silang mapipitas doon. And instead, Silent and kay Cedric, kalahati na lang ang HP nila dito.
Half HP. Pero still, some willpower, emotional driven players ang pwedeng gumawa ng milagro dito sa round na ito. 3 points away from claiming one of their first 2-0s for AG and Kadiliman looking towards going into overtime or at least the third map. Hangshu finds one. Good start now para dito sa Kadiliman. Pero sobrang ganda ng depensa nila ngayon. Nasisira na. Batsmaro magpapakita dito sa hotel. Abdel 2K magpapakita rin sa mid. Kaso siya pala ang makakapatay. Headshot doon sa kabila. Si Jessa naglalakad doon sa may LA. At dahil doon, sabi ng mga players ng Kadiliman, dito tayo maglagay ng onting dilim sa A site. Patayin natin lahat ng ilaw, lalo na dito sa ulo ni Nuken.
Oh my, Abdeldo will try to fend them off pero unfortunately, he could only do so much. Rose lost burning person pero mukhang nananaro daw niya pa yung mga members natin dito with some shots connecting here kay RTA. Hindi ka nila taking him down. Jessel, nakita yung barrel mo! 3K here for Rose once again! This is insanity!
I mean, this is just cinema moments as well, Mochi. Akala natin na mapapanalo na yon ng Kadiliman. Kaso nga lang, sobrang tagal ng flank up. It was good timing from AG. And now they're just 2 points away, Mochi. And for Kadiliman, they're still 4 points away. It's so far. Pero sabi nga nila, kapag dalawa pa rin yung lamang nung isa. Pero ngayon, hindi ko alam kung saan
nangyayari sa'yo?
Hindi ko alam kung saan pupunta doon, Mochi. Pero kasi ngayon parang hindi rin alam ng Kadiliman kung saan sila pupunta. They don't know where to go. Kasi sa A site natatalo sila. Sa B, nakakapunta sila sa site. But the retake of AG is just too intense.
Yeah, especially in terms of mid-round calling and communications being cascaded dito for Alliance Gaming has been phenomenal and on point so far, which is definitely an issue na kailangang i-address dito ng Kadiliman, no? Their best bet here is to narrow down their numbers, pero ngayon I feel like they will try the other end of the spectrum. They will try to just brute force their way dito sa B-site natin kasi malay mo naman umepekto. Actually, mamaya maging maganda pa ang maging outcome nito para sa kanila. But we are already seeing some trade-offs here. Nuken in a really off angle, trying to fight off at kung makahanap kung meron siya mga member dito from Kadiliman. Pero tignan mo naman ang nangyayari ngayon. 2v2 na lang, bipolar!
I mean, si Silent na napakatagal ng ikot dito niya. Now he sprays down on one, needs to reload. Abdel 2K finds him! And he gets the defuse. What? The flank ups, ang ganda sana for Kadiliman kaso sobrang tagal. At dahil doon, sobrang ganda ng pinapakita dito ng AG. Sobrang daming areas para makahinga, para makareset in the midst of the fight, in the midst of war. The alliance is crazy.
Tingnan mo! Wait lang, nagpupush sila dito ngayon! Oh my gosh, they're trying to do what happened earlier on sa ating third round! Already some trade-offs coming in. Jessa, very good for 2, but Maro mo kami ng mga magiging sagot dito. Dito, ating aparap natin yan dito sa area na ito. Pero ngayon, Silent at Hasho na lang naiiwan. Critically low in terms of HBK. Cedric na lang here for AG. Silent spotting him off. Running low in terms of HP. And finally, breaking that win streak up around here na meron ang AG ngayon. At kita mo naman men, medyo nabasa dito ng Kadiliman yon. And unfortunately, AG seems like yung high risk, high reward play nila didn't necessarily gave them a reward.
Yep, it was crazy as well, no, Mochi. What an exchange for both teams. Ngayon, parang walang nangyaring kababalaghan doon sa round na yon. They play default once again. They play slow as a snail. And they're looking for pickups once again. I wanna look as well kung nasan ngayon si Nuken and as well si Jessan. Jessan nandito sa gitna. Si Nuken nandoon naman towards LA. Or at least at the back of the site. Pero hindi magkakita ng ating mga snipers dito and hindi na rin sila tumitikam sa tower kasi alam nila whoever gets the initial kill will probably win this round.
Exactly. Nuken is actually quite way back din sa exit natin kanina, no? Pero hindi B-site ang balak puntahan ng Kadiliman ngayon, which might probably be an issue if they will try to commit on this one, lalong-lalo na si Cfs as well as si Froze ang tumatao doon sa area na yun kanina. Mid-area control na naman muli ang pinapakita dito ni Abdel. No, not quite sure kung meron sila naririnig but some of them already having an idea what is bound to happen. Nuken trying to put himself in a better position, no? Naka-crossfire sila dito possibly ni Buds Maro in case na magmatcha na patungo dito sa LA ngayon ng mga membro natin from Kadiliman.
Oh, it's so aggressive. Nuken's approach is so aggressive that it's gonna hurt them a lot. Naku po, buradong-burado dito ang pangalan at ang buong angkan ng AG. They are killing them off slowly, one by one. Pero AG nakakabawi ngayon. They kill off 2 coming in from Kadiliman. RTA Hangshu and as well as Jastrael naghahanap ngayon ng mga players na kailangan nilang puntiryahin. They wanna go for the defuse pero they wanna go for just a slow pace game nonetheless. Abdel 2K now claims 2 more. RTA versus K Cedric. Tumatakbo. 20 HP in the bag. 20 seconds left. Nagkakahiwalayan sila Mochi. Sabi nila, dito tayo magtoos. Dito tayo mag-duel. RTA gets the kill and gives them another hope of claiming the set.
Grabe, no? Man, I don't even know where to start on that one. I feel like it all boils down to the misposition ni Nuken. Feeling ko, if he managed to put himself in a much safer position here, man, that could have ended differently para sa kanila. Lalong-lalo na maganda na sana yung intersection play nila doon ni Buds Maro kung nandun siya sa kabilang box natin dito na hindi sasalubong ng direkta dito for Kadiliman. But there's been quite of a chaos that just happened there and nice try though for AG because when it comes to those fast pushes and as well as yung mga pickups na ginawa din dito ni Kadiliman, I feel like naging dead giveaway si Nuken sa kanila during that one to the point na nahirapan nang nakapag-adjust itong iba nating mga members and everyone just responded because of sheer panic because everyone's trying to go ahead dito sa A-site natin, trying to put themselves back on defense. Pero it became a bit, little by little, it became a bit impossible for them to do that. Lalong-lalo na nung si K Cedric and as well as yung isa pang member na lang yung naiwan which is critically low in terms of HP to the point na pinaglaruan na lang siya ni RTA na to the point na ayaw namin mapag-defuse ka. So, nice try, no? Especially during that round and guess what, Bipolar? I feel like merong possibility that we can head into overtime on this one.
Alam mo, it's really possible, Mochi, kasi meron tayong tinatawag na map point mindset. Yung dire-diretso ka na lang kasi gusto mo na tapusin agad yung mapang yun. And with them, just 1 point away from claiming a 2-0 win, feeling ko it's getting the betterment of them. Parang in the first initial minute, nakakapag-isip pa ng klaro dito ang buong AG pero in terms of closing out the rounds, dun na all hell's loose. Pero ngayon, oras na para ilabas lahat ng kaya nilang gawin kasi this point right here means a lot.
Yep, this point can change the entirety of our chapters dito sa nobela natin ng Kadiliman and as well as Alliance Gaming. Pero marami-rami yung tumatao dito. Hotel area, early advancements and as well as some duels coming in. Hangshu, oh my, the trade-offs have been on point here for both of our teams so far. Pero hanggang dun lang muna yon with a couple of members here from Kadiliman racking up some damage after that contention.
I mean, tama ka naman, no? And plus, these are one of the heavy hitters for both sides. With Jessan being out, kailangan ni Siren kumamit dito ng TRG. For the side naman dito ng Alliance Gaming, butas na lalo yung isang site nila dito. They try and fortify it with 2 players for each site. Kaso nga lang, again, pag wala kayo ng isang player, may isa pa rin talaga butas, and that is mid. So mahirapan dito, mas mahirap na idepensa dito ng AG ang A site. Pero for Kadiliman, I think anywhere they can go now. Kasi meron pa naman silang flash, they still have smokes, they still have a grenade on the hands of Silent. All they need to do now is get one more pick off, tapos easy pickings na lang yun, diretso na lang sila sa pagplanta ng bomba.
Yeah, not to mention that if they go push dito sa ating B site, no, madadaan nila yung hotel. They better be prepared because si Nuken yung nagbabantay dito sa bandang bridge natin for any possibly past buyers here from Kadiliman. We are already getting themselves creeping up dito sa B site natin with Froze. Nagchachacha lang dito, sumasayaw-sayaw habang hindi pa man din siya nakakakita ng mga membro natin here from Kadiliman. Naku po, we are already seeing some rotations. Baka inaakala nila hindi sila magko-commit dito, pero ta naman tayo sa last second execute na balak gawin ng Kadiliman.
So risky, Mochi. Ito na nga, 30 seconds into the clock. Hangshu gets 1, Froze gets 2, pero magbabagsakan na tayo dito. 1, 2, almost a 3 for the side of Froze. But Smaru magpupush dun sa smoke. Nagulat dito. Parang isang jump scare para sa Kadiliman. Kung sino pa ang may hawak ng dilem, sila pa ang nagulat sa pag-push ng Alliance Gaming. What a dominating 2-0 win, Mochi!
That became like the light at the end of the tunnel real quick, lalo na dito para sa Alliance Gaming. Taking off this 2-0 is insane against our first placer sa ating group stage standings, which definitely just means na meron pala silang pantapat dito. I doubt that pamigay siya eh. Hindi eh, because they are trying to fight for themselves, fight for their lives here, hoping to pull off that overtime, pero hindi na yun nagawa. I don't know what happened. I don't know what they thought of it. I feel like they became a bit more desperate na Jessan is already out on the last few moments of that last round natin, to the point that they decided to like, you know what, let's just try to catch them off guard with a 30-second execute. But guess what? It's been well read. Napagandaan ito ng Alliance Gaming, and the rest became history.
I mean, yeah, it's one for the history books din, Mochi. Kasi I just wanna highlight yung smoke at that last round. If I'm correct, that smoke came from
Kadiliman.
From AG. Tama, no?
From AG ba?
AG. No, from Kadiliman. From Kadiliman. Tama ba? From
Hindi ko na sure eh.
Iniisip ko kasi talaga, if ikaw yung nasa BL side, paano mo mababatayin doon? Madali lang naman kasi babatayin mo lang naman sa langit. Pero it became a way, eto lang talaga yun, it became a way para magamit din ng GR side natin para makuha yung win kasi no one was looking inside of the cable car. Lahat sila nakatingin doon sa lane papunta papunta sa mid. And doon na talaga napunteriya yung mga players. And ang ganda lang din talaga ng timing kasi yung yung last two players dito, isa nasa baba, isa nasa taas. So yung over ng bubong, hindi siya natamaan, hindi agad na trade off. So it was just a crucial play nonetheless, and great awareness from AG.
Yeah, I get what you mean on that one. I feel like one way or another, when you put a utility out or a smoke out, it may definitely be a barrier or serve as a barrier. You may think of it as a barrier when it is not a barrier, if that makes sense, no? Kasi isipin, ba't kailangan ko pang tumingin dyan kasi may smoke na naman dyan? But sometimes, the counterpart capitalizes on that one. That can be a gateway for them to push forward. That can be a way for them to catch you off guard, which definitely just happened here for Kadiliman themselves. And as much as possible that they were able to do a bit of trading, they haven't been able to sweep every single one na nanggagaling dito from Alliance Gaming, which is definitely a well done for Alliance Gaming. I feel like it's a combination of, you know what, maganda na may stats tayo. We used their stats against themselves, but at the same time, let's wait them to do their own mistakes. Because through that, parang marirelay na lang yung red carpet sa kanila to do the rest or get the rest of the job done here for Alliance Gaming. At yun ang nangyari dito sa mapa ng Eagle Eye. Quite of a testament and quite of a declaration na kaya pa rin namin kayong talunin despite the fact that this map is a chosen map by Kadiliman, supposedly.
Yun na nga eh, no? Mapik pa ng Kadiliman. First 0-2 nila. So, ano na lang iisipin ng remaining teams natin dito na yung sinasabi nating hari ng number 1 is pwede palang matibag talaga, no? Naku po, that's gonna hurt the Kadiliman squad dito kasi hindi lang hindi man lang nila napaabot ng overtime. Feeling ko nagpanic lang din talaga sila and mas maganda lang yung composure dito ng AG. They were aware of everything and I mean, deserving win nonetheless, 2-0. Who would have known, Mochi?
Which is crazy. Pero once again, no, I feel like it's a little bit too late for that kasi parang nasa ikasyam na araw na nga tayo ng ating Impact Fall. But you can make the most out of the remaining matches that you have, though. Despite of the fact na hindi mo habol na tumore sa ating top 4. But kung meron ka namang matututunan, especially as a grassroots team, that would definitely benefit you a lot. At yun ang sinulit dito ng Alliance Gaming. Definitely gunning out here for Kadiliman and ensuring na they are not placing themselves on our top 1 sa ating standings nang hindi sila nasusugatan.
I mean, if aabangan natin yung Kadiliman dito sa last day natin ng ating Impactful, abangan nyo ang isa't isang players or at least the entirety of AG in the next couple of events natin dito, possibly even next year, because they are a team that is providing so much power individually and as a whole. So this is just gonna be, alam mo yun, kapag pag nag-a-apply ka sa job, may resume. Ito na yung resume ng buong AG natin. Ipapakita nila na tinalo nila. Dito yung Kadiliman, tinalo na si Hangshu, si Jestril, si Silent, si Jessan. Yung buong Kadiliman, tinanggalan nila ng life support sa laban na ito.
Literal na tinangke din nila, no? Itong si Jessan. And every single time, lagi siyang napipitas. Which just means that the members here from Alliance Gaming definitely chooses and picks their battles carefully, no? Which definitely served a huge ROI in the long run. Pero tignan natin ang ating set summary. To be fair, I feel like pretty good naman din talaga yung performance dito ng Kadiliman. Sadyang nagkakaroon lang talaga ng pagkakatalo when it comes to the trade-offs here from Alliance Gaming because there's just that so on point and so solidified in terms of synergy dito sa mapa natin ng Eagle Eye. And idagdag na rin natin siguro yung mga flawed calls here from Kadiliman, like the 30-second executes. Sometimes they medyo natutuwa silang gamitin yung strategy na yon, or like putting themselves here dito sa ating hotel area, sa bukana ng hotel area, which is they never learned their lesson. Sometimes Frozy is there, Kay Cedric is there, pero sinusubukan pa rin nila talagang tapatan. And seems like they're becoming a bit more desperate in terms of the approaches na tinatry nilang gawin, which led us to think na yun nga, nahihirapan sila. Pero sino nga ba ang matinding sakit ng ulo dito? Si Kay Cedric. 1.23 KD man. Nabanggit na natin kanina kung bakit, but bakit nga ba para sa'yo, Bipolar?
I mean, in the first half pa lang, bago pa matapos yung first half in like round 7, round 8, 14 kills na agad ang binigay sa atin ni Kay Cedric. So, kitang-kita mo, this guy is online. From set number 1 until set number 2, hindi siya nagpatinag. Yung HK niya tumatama every time. Yung headshot percentage din, 0.56. Around 60% of the time, tatama yan sa ulo ng kalaban. And one time din, tulad neto, he was a one-man army kung saan hinahayaan lang siya dito ng buong AG gumawa ng sarili niyang plays. And it provided so much opportunities para makapasok sa side nung nasa BL pa sila, pero nung GR side natin dito, ang buong AG, he was just a machine gun against the enemy lines.
Yes, exactly. No? So congratulations kay Cedric and as well as the rest of the squad kasi kayo ang nagpakita na may kahinaan pala ang Kadiliman, no? Kayo ang nagsilbing ilaw dito sa ating match 1 natin with the 10-8 in Ankara and as well as Eagle Eye 2.0. Hindi man lang nila binigyan ng chance na ma-pull off ito into an overtime. And by the looks of it, despite of it being super close, ang bilis ng takbo nitong match natin because ganun din kabilis gumana itong mga gears natin, no? Nalangisan yung mga utak ng ating mga players kasi ganun sila kabilis umarangkada at makapag-answer back sa magkabilang kampo.
I mean, you said it quite clearly, Mochi. Dire-diretso, fast-paced, in-your-face Kadiliman daw, sabi dito ng Alliance Gaming. And 10-8, 10-8, sino nga ba talagang match MVP natin after 36 rounds?
It is Nuken. Bro's been consistent all throughout. No, I feel like this dude has been able to rack up like 4 MVPs already or more. No,
Oo,
as a
tama,
match
tama.
MVP kasi sobrang consistent niya talaga when it comes to being on that sniper duty. Rest assured na talagang makikater at magagawa niya yung trabaho na maganda. Although hindi niya yun masyado na napakita here on Eagle Eye, he's still been able to show na nandun siya. He's still been able to show that his presence creates an impact. To the point na when it comes to doing these types of tools, no, yung fast switch-ups niya from the TRG and as well as sa USP niya, matik at matik na meron siyang makukuha. Laging meron siyang kasama din sa hukay. And despite the fact na tulad nga sinabi natin, hindi siya masyado nag-shine dito sa Eagle Eye, positive pa rin yung kitty niya din no? Hindi siya nahirapan.
Totoo, Mochi. He was just crazy. Hindi siya nahirapan with the TRG, with the USP, or with the M14. He is a Swiss Army knife in terms of getting those skills and getting those rounds. Welcome your victors para sa match number 1 natin on day number 9. It's Alliance Gaming.
Congratulations! And man, what a banger to start off our
totoo.
afternoon, no? Sabihin mo, may 2 pa tayong mga matches na kailangan nilang abangan at kaya naman kami mamamahinga muna after that one. Mochi and Bipolar nga pala on the caster desk. We'll be back for Blue Vortex versus Querdas in a bit.
revenge story sa mga nagduda sa isang taong purong dismayado. This is a team through grit and grind and years of experience.
You can't really deny the greatness.
Good shot, gonna get X3D. He gets his third, he gets his fourth. Oh my God!
Down, good shot, gonna get JC.
Drill gets 1 and 2. Beautiful timing
Pero
para
Zefrax, uubusin na lang
sa
lahat.
isang bala lamang, matutupad ang lahat ng pangarap.
Magandang hapon, Crossfire Philippines. This is Impactful, ang inyong pinapanood at naman ang mga kasama nyo para sa match number 2 para sa araw na ito. Ako nga pala si Daydom with the one and only Mochi. Pero Mochi, i-update mo naman ako. Hindi ko nakita yung game kanina eh. Anong nangyari? Bakit natalo ang Kadiliman? Anong ginawa ng Alliance?
To be honest, hindi rin namin alam, no? Maraming nagulat sa kanila, lalong-lalo na when it came down to the map of Ankara, kahit anong ginagawa at balak gawin dito ng Kadiliman, laging nananalify, laging nakaka-cancel out because of how good and proactive our players here in AGR. Lalong-lalo na when it came down to Nuken, no, na talagang favorite niya yung isang malikit na kakarampot na hagdanan doon sa bandang kanan natin sa A-side at lagi siyang nakakakuha ng mga kills from that location. And with that being said, no, even being able to defeat them in their own map pick here in Eagle Eye, which we anticipated that is a strong one kasi nung kalaban ni Kadiliman tong si Team Micro, from that one, it is a 10-5, quite of a really dominating one, pero this time around, hindi na sila pinaabot ng overtime.
And dahil dun, alam mo ba, Mochi, Alliance Gaming, nagkaroon sila ng tsansa na makapasok pa sa playoffs, no? Depende sa kung ano magiging performance ng Blue Vortex later on. Remember, Blue Vortex, they are sitting currently within the top 4, but just barely, no? Tied sila ng Sunday Shrooms and almost tied with Alliance Gaming because of that win. So Blue Vortex, this is an impactful, an important matchup up against Querdas. Ang problema lang, kalaban nila Querdas. Currently sitting at number 2 and only dropping a single matchup against the number 1 team, that is Kadiliman. So medyo mabigat tong laban natin to. Parang it's the last 2 days rather of our group stage. So pauti na ang mga chance natin dito makapasok ng playoffs. Pero balita ko merong substitution na nagaganap dito for one of the teams. Let's take a look at that right now. At yun na nga, MDY will be subbed out for Jake. At lalaro ngayon si ate mo Candy para sa Querdas.
Yes, exactly. One of our very on point players din dito, no, with also a bit of flexibility in terms of the loadouts na maaari niyang may offer, nakikipagsabayan sa pagkikipagbardagol sa mga players natin here in Querdas. And I believe that she is actually one of the players here that's been able to show na super good in terms of pairing up with the likes of Ilaga, Krez, and as well as Justin. But I believe that we're gonna see more of them later on, lalong-lalo na once again, they really want to secure this win.
Alright, let's take a look at the map dito, Mochi. I believe ready na ang map dito natin dito. Saan nga ba tayo tutungo for our best of 3 matchup? Or Blue Vortex picking of Port. And then Ankara naman ang pili ng Querdas dito. And if we go into set number 3, we will head into sub-base. Now, this is going to be interesting, Mochi, though. A lot of, almost all of these maps, or the first 2 maps at least, very default heavy. And Querdas, a team that loves playing slow. I do want to see ano yung maging adjustment nila with Jake subbing in for this current iteration. But an interesting point dito, Mochi, sa Port, pinili ng Querdas ang blacklist side.
Yeah, exactly. And I also think that this might be a potential lesson here for Blue Vortex because I believe that Port has been like a winning map here for Querdas at kalaban nila dun si Kadiliman. So doon pa lang 13-12, they pulled it off for a golden round, but Querdas has still been able to win over this Port map against Kadiliman. So For the rest of the maps, though, I feel like once again, like what you have mentioned, it's quite of a default heavy one, and as well as a really fast-paced decider. But yeah, this is gonna be a really interesting one. And tulad na sabi mo, since Querdas started on the BL side, this might go a bit south here for Blue Vortex, just by basing from our statistics.
Tingnan natin, no? Blue Vortex, a team that loves playing port. They picked it almost every single time na hindi ko naban sa mga map dito nila, no? Going up against the likes of AG, Fervid, panalo din sila up against other teams like yun nga, Fervid, natatalo nila sa port, no? So, it's gonna be interesting for sure, lalo na dahil sa BL side sila magsisimula dito, no? Or rather, sa GR side sila magsisimula dito. But let's take a look at the predictions now, Mochi. The important question, sino sa tingin mo ang mananalo sa dalawang ito for a more secure spot in the playoffs? Is it gonna be Blue Vortex or Querdas? Sige, pangunahan na kita dito, Mochi. Ako na muna ang magpe-predict. I think Querdas, even with the substitution, Candy coming in, is still a force to be reckoned with. And they've proven it time and time again. Natalo nila ang Sunday Shrooms. Natalo nila ang Fervid, Mochi. And I am excited to see just how they will perform today. And I think it's gonna be their win. 2-0 for Querdas, Mochi.
Wow, that is an insane one. Pero ako naman, granted that the map veto is in favor for Querdas on this one, I still recognize the strength of Soulcast. Being the primary pillar there para makapag pop off with the likes of Zeb and as well as Inverse. Pero sige, I'll go for 2-1 Querdas. Ayan.
Ooh, all right. There you have it. Predictions parehong kay Querdas para dito sa ating best of 3 matchup dito sa group stage. Remember guys, this is already day number 9 of our group stage.
Yes.
Second to the last day. Bukas last day na ng group stage. At actually, this is the last matchup for both of these teams, no? Blue Vortex and Querdas. So, dito masasementa ako sino nga ba ang nasa number 2. Is it Querdas or may o-overtake pa sila ng Blue Vortex kapag na 2-0 nila? Let's find out in just a bit. But there you have it, our prediction dito, Mochi. By the way guys, no, kung hindi nyo alam, pwede kayong sumali sa konversasyon namin dito ni Mochi. Take a look at the pinned comment down below. Pwede kayong magtanong or magbigay ng statement dyan. Ma-feature namin yan if it is interesting or spicy enough. Kung spicy yung take nyo, makikita nyo yan sa ating preview show every Friday. Nangyayari yan. If tanong naman yan, no, pwede natin ma-feature yan dito sa Impact or possibly even sa regional finals. No? So make sure to comment at ilagay nyo rin sa baba kung sinong team ang sinusuportahan nyo. Querdas ba o Blue Vortex? Syempre, our teams need your support.
Yes, exactly, no? Baka rin may mga favorite players kayo dyan, may mga bias players kayo, kumbaga sa K-pop idol group, di ba? So, you're gonna check then and see kung mamonitor, grabe naman sa monitor, pero we're gonna check then, no? And try namin kung pwede namin ma-incorporate ang inyong mga EBAs dyan sa comment section sa aming EBAs. So, just in a bit, I believe, may re-recta na tayo ata sa laban, Daydom.
Yes, ito na. Set number 1 between Querdas and Blue Vortex for their last matchup dito sa ating group stage. At si Inverse nalapit na agad. Nakita agad si Yobs and immediately one player of Querdas down.
That is quite of a very ballsy move here for Yobs, no? Hindi na siguro talaga in-anticipate that Inverse or someone holding a TRG is gonna be there. Pero check out kung ano ang meron dito. Double TRG lineup here for Blue Vortex.
Interesting. But also kind of standard dito sa ating port map, no? Inverse making quick work of that. Uy, si Ilaga, nakapuslit ng isa doon. Zip down. Kita kasi yung barrel niya doon eh. So sa headshot, easy for Ilaga. Chris finds one for himself and Inverse is down. And Inverse, remember, one of the players that we noted for playing some interesting weapons every now and then. This time, just holding on to the TRG.
Chainsaw.
But 2 easy picks mula sa Querdas. Meaning na lamang na ng isang tao dito ang Querdas. Much.
They can do what they want to do anytime. Pero wait lang si Soulcast, medyo nagkatarantahan at nagkagulatan pa sila ng Ilaga. Don't know, pero may kalamangan pa rin ang Querdas ngayon right after all of that scares. Para maging horror game ang Crossfire bigla, pero Justin, tuluyang tatakutin at susubukang paatrasin ang mga naiibang miyembro ng Blue Vortex ngayon. Si Ephraim na lang ang natitira.
1v3 has to go for the retake. Uy! Nice bullet tracer shotdown mula kay Ephraim, pero si Justin hindi niya mahuhuli. So that's Querdas. Good for round number 1, and this is potentially the reason why they picked the BL side. Mochi, alam nila yung tendencies ng Blue Vortex. Alam nila na magpipick si Yobs at nahuli agad. Buti na lang, naka-pick off din sila sa mid. But this time, it's Sershi. It's inverse. Good for 1 apiece. Ito na nga, yung double TRG dito, sniper. Play coming through from Blue Vortex, Moch. At si Zib papasok din sa mid. Siya naman, yung kukuha kay Ilaga. And Querdas, dalawa na lang natitirang buhay sa kanila. Jake and Justin. Magkahiwalay sa ngayon. But Jake looking for something. Numinja na nga sa taas. But Justin go in for the trade. Zib is down. But it's a 1v4 for Justin. At makakuha siya ng isang kill dito sa likod. Manggagaling! Teka lang! Justin! Almost! But almost is never enough. Blue Vortex find the round 1-1.
May palinyang ganun, pwede na i-tweet, no? Pero intindi nga rin ng naging round dito for Blue Vortex so far. They definitely made the use out of Cersei as well as Inverse, and especially with some really cheeky angles here dito sa ating mid area. Pero Zib, maaring merong makatapat at ma-meet dito sa ating gitna alongside with Ephraim and Cersei, but they better be careful kasi through the smoke, maaaring magbago ang lahat. Ayun na nga!
Zib, good for 1, pero si Yobs naka-trade na nga agad. Kaya ayun, instant trade of kills dito sa may middle side. At actually, may push na nangyayari dito sa LA, no? Ephraim and Inverse both making their way towards LA, where exactly Jake is hiding with the TRG. Na-flash na nga doon si Jake, flushed them out of their position. At mukhang mag-i-insert ng ang Blue Vortex dito. Anong atensyon! Pero si Soulcast nahuli ni Jake. And now it's already a good kill for Querdas to make their way towards B site. And 2 players already dito sa B house. Ephraim down to 1 and now down to 0. Jake, a good pick off to deny Ephraim of the flank. And now 4v2 tayo dito. Mochi Sershi holding on to that TRG. Exits that kill onto Yobs. And now Sershi makes his way towards the site. Good quick flick onto Justin as well. At Sershi keeping it alive for Blue Vortex. At si Jake falling down as well. Chris down to a 1v1 against Sershi. Naka-EBR and the shot connects through the pistol. The cult of Sershi and Blue Vortex. What a clutch from Sershi.
Exactly. Quite of a questionable one din though for the last few moments here for Querdas. Di ko alam bakit hindi sila nagsabay-sabay ng pick dito kay Cersei. That could have ended on their favor. But instead, Cersei has been able to show na, you know what, akin tong B-side, teritoryo ko to at walang pwedeng pumasok dito. And I feel like this is also the beauty of having Blue Vortex and Querdas games, no? It's always chaotic, but for some reason, all of those chaos are planned. There is a bit of management still, ironically, dito, no, para sa ating dalawang kampo. Pero Ilaga, sisimula with a really quick kill here for Zib.
Early pickups actually pretty good for Querdas dito. Nahuhuli nila yung Blue Vortex. Sershi this time chipped down to half HP. Soulcast, saktong timing para kay Chris doon. And Yobs now has to watch the angle. And a good pickup from Soulcast keeps them even in this game. 4v4 tayo dito, much. And the double snipers still available for Blue Vortex. Uy, Yobs! Nahuli na si Soulcast. Medyo napalalim ata si Soulcast doon. Sabi ni Yobs, kulit mo boss ha. Takes him down. And Blue Vortex, just like that, 3 people left standing. But again, Inverse still in LA. Or actually, nasa B pala siya si Inverse, no? It is Sershi on the other angle. So 3v4, but the double sniper still alive and kicking.
Yeah. At maganda rin ang location dito is Inverse is on A at si Cersei ay nasa B. Matik magkakaroon ng -1 whichever side ang piliin dito ng Querdas, no? Yun ay kung tatama ang kanilang mga bala. Pero Ilaga, pinasimulan na nga. Ephraim already down here. Inverse also being denied as well with the TRG prowess on A site. And is now all up to Cersei. Hindi ko malang din malaman kung ano ang pwedeng gawin ni Cersei dito ngayon. Lalo na 4 yung kailangan niya tapatan. Pero nagawa niya sana yung 1v3 kanina, pero hindi ngayon. Sabi ni Yobs, namumuro ka na, and it's been gunned down.
And of course, the difference this time is that Cersei magre-retake kasi siya. And with the TRG, that's actually pretty hard to do, no? Kanina, kailangan nilang i-hold yung site. So, no clutch this time for the Cersei. And it is the round for Querdas 2-2. Pero si Ilaga, mahanap na agad yung 1 for him. That's Soulcast going down. And the open up of B site is actually successful para rin sa Querdas. A lot of flashes onto RS. And Chris making the most out of that, getting into the proper position. Ephraim with a massive flank. Can Justin take him down? Si Inverse nasa likod! But Jake and Chris to take down one for themselves. Ephraim, ito na nga yung lurk from House B. The wallbanks not making the connection. Pero si Chris with the perfect timing gets a double kill and gets the round for Querdas. Picking up the lead, 3-2.
Alam mo, medyo nagtaka ako kanina nung binan nila yung Black Widow kasi dun sila magaling, right? But this time, it made me think na, you know what, there could have been a bit more and a lot more comfort dito kay Chris, no, not holding the TRG. I feel like he's been able to be a bit more of himself dito on the rifle and attacker role. Pero other than that, seems like trade-offs already happening here with Inverse taking out si Jake and Ilaga for Ephraim.
Again, early pickups for Querdas, making the impact. Very successful. The contact play.
Jib,
nakita! Uy, nakita yung tuhod niya doon! And Chris opens up a site just like that. Si Solcast nahuli din. Chris overthrew the head and Inverse. Ano ba yan? Blue Vortex! The positions are not really good. And Chris are wreaking havoc in the site of 4K. Chris, sinolo niya lang yung A site and Querdas push to 4.
Blue Vortex undeniably a wreck right now with even a really quick shot here from GAON to Inverse, which is quite insane. Every single location dito para sa Blue Vortex kanina, minama, kinuha, pinitas at pinatay ni Chris. Man, dinaan-daanan lang yung mga miyembro na nagbabantay ng A-site, pero Ephraim, may mapipitas ka ba? Spotting out Ilaga, but I feel like it's gonna be quite difficult for him to take one down, then able to do so with a quick trade-off here for Yobs as well. Sobrang bigat ng ating mid contention dito sa mapang to.
And Blue Vortex, they have to minimize those mistakes, peeking early, showing glimpses of their positions. Kaya sila nahuli kanina eh. This time, it's a little bit better, the defense, but the approach is very different from Querdas. Nasa RS na nga si Ilaga. Ephraim, will you expect that angle? May smoke pa na nakatago ngayon. Pero si Ilaga, lumipat na sa B-site. Inubos na ang Blue Vortex. At mag-isa na lang sa ngayon si Ephraim. Literally 1 HP. And the popcorn is perfect. Ay, tumalsik pa nga si Ephraim doon. Querdas push the lead to 3.
Oh my, kung ako yung titiklop na lang ako kasi Querdas is anywhere and everywhere in this map in the best times possible as well. Taking all of the crucial pickups here from them. Pero Cersei, papasimulan ng magandang kill dito onto Yobs alongside with Inverse. Finally, getting that ounce of aggression that we need here from our snipers, putting themselves in a bit more proactive position in the map.
And finally, a successful start for Blue Vortex, no? Kanina pa sila napapunish ng Querdas on the early uptake. This time, they take down Yobs and Ilaga. So yung mga lurker dito, wala na. That mid-control is taken away much.
Yes, exactly. As we wait for what is the next step dito para sa Querdas, no? Lalong-lalo na it's a 3v5 wherein they haven't been able to find anyone as of yet. Jake may maririnig dito, no? From that small window. But Zeb, man, this is gonna be pretty crucial for Querdas. They still have a lot of time, but not so much the way that they can let go some kills here like what Zeb is doing to them.
Chris is down. And Blue Vortex finally find a good hold dito. Good footing and very stellar defense. No one going down yet. At si Zib, ubusin na nga ba niya? Gets the one, but not the next. Pero okay lang. Jake is all alone and Cersei will be dealt with. Okay. Nice shots from Jake. Pero hinagisan din siya doon ni Inverse ng Granada. The HE making it happen. 2 rounds away from evening things up. Blue Vortex, 3 on the board.
Was really fun din dito sa mga rounds natin so far. There's so much pub energy going on. No? Like all of these players are like doing their own business aggressively in a fun way, but at the same time, been able to get the rounds for themselves. Pero, Ilaga, papasimula ng pagsilip dito sa ating bridge area from the BL side, pero wala siyang mamamataan. Samantala na may dalawa ng tumatao sa House B natin ngayon na kailangang pagkaingatan ng Querdas.
Yes. And the immediate adjustment mula sa Querdas, no? Hindi na sila nag-push sa mid. And 3 people's huddled up together. Pinosisyon na lang nila si Jake doon sa RS angle, waiting for a peek from Blue Vortex. So good adjustment as well from Querdas. Makes the job even harder for Blue Vortex at this point in the game. Uy, si Ilaga naispatan doon but manages to survive for now. Querdas making their way towards House B. Pero nandoon si Solcast sa likod ng magandang kahon dito sa B site. And another good angle as well from Inverse could be the key to this defense for Blue Vortex as Querdas nagsisimulan silang humataw dito sa may B site. I mean, they're not entering the site yet, pero si Justin nakaposisyon na. May mga lineup na rin ang Querdas dito. And Inverse is just lying in wait with the TRG angle. And this is a risky angle, mula kay Inverse is actually pretty close. At pag nabulag siya dito, mahirap tumago. But Inverse, hindi siya takot. Finds the kill. Jake good for the trade. And Zib, Soulcast find one of their own. Querdas, napigilan ng pagpasok sa B-side. Yung C4 nasa House B pa rin. But alert from Yobs finally makes his way towards the RS position. And it's a 2v1. Mag-isa na lang si Soulcast dito, nasa ilalim. 30 seconds left on the clock. Yobs, waiting, gets shut down by Soulcast at si Ilaga. 1 HP! But 1 bullet is all it takes to deal with Soulcast. Querdas, 6 on the board.
I love the approach dito ng Querdas din kanina, no? Putting themselves papunta dito sa spawn natin all the way to be cutting off yung mga rotations natin dito from A has been phenomenal and served them super nice in the long run. Nung una, medyo nahihirapan yung tatlong nakapasok dito sa B site natin all because of the pick-off na ginawa din ni Inverse, but still, they managed to end that phenomenally because of investing Yobs and Ilaga. Or rather, itong si Yobs at si Ilaga doon sa areang iyon. Pero this time, no, ang daing kailangang habulin ng Blue Vortex 3 rounds with them on the BL side. They better be careful because if we know what Querdas can do on the defense, it is getting as much and as many pickoffs possible in order to make you hesitate in doing your execute.
And you have to remember, it's really hard to create space sa BL side. Especially with Querdas performing like this. Naku po! Inverse. Mali ang tinitingnan mo ba si Sershi and si Ephraim makakuha ng isang kill pero si Chris na ang tatapos para sa Querdas dito. 7-3. And I'm telling you, Mochi, this BL side in port is hard to execute. At pinakita ng Querdas kung bakit.
Exactly. Definitely been one of their stronger maps so far here. Being able to win this against Kadiliman as well just shows how much experience and how much strategies ang maaari nilang baon dito sa kanilang playbook. But Jake, possibly picking off ito si Cersei, been a wrong decision after all. Mid-area natin ngayon with a contestant with Ephraim spotting someone here as there can be some very aggressive peaks here being put out by Justin and Nilaga, pero the trade-offs still continue and Querdas is not in a great spot.
Alright, a good start from Blue Vortex. Now, anticipate nila yung mga angles dito na pwedeng pagpusha ng Querdas, and just like that, they're up 2 people. 4 versus 2 tayo sa retake na ito. And make that a 4 versus 0. Ephraim, good catch onto Yobs. And Blue Vortex will be getting their first round of the BL side. 3 rounds to go para lang maging 7-7 tayo.
Parang nakakita na sila ng butas dito, no? As much as possible, getting these mid-control. But unfortunately, napangunahan ni Ilaga with some wall shots here from Soulcast. And now, nabawasan pa ang HP ni Zib as well as ni Ephraim. And look at their positioning here for Querdas. Super passive. Definitely waiting for any pushes manggagaling dito for Blue Vortex, making them a bit more difficult to manage the space na nasa-secure nila.
Ayun nga, no? Bilis mag-adjust ng Querdas dito. No? In a round where they lost, immediately they change what cost them the loss. Beautiful yung pattern recognition dito ng kung sino man yung nagko-call para sa Querdas, no? Which is what makes them such a deadly team. whoever the IGL is, kudos to you dito sa Querdas and Blue Vortex feeling everything, feeling the whole might, the full force dito ng Querdas. Uy, nalagpasan ni Yobs doon si Zib ah. So pwedeng makapunta ng RS dito si Yobs. Flashes coming in at yun na nga! Si Ephraim sabi niya, Yobs! Paano ka nakapunta dyan? Nakabantay si Zib sa LA at hindi nakita ni Zib may isa pa na nakapuslit. Pero si Ilaga, mapupuslitan din ata! At yun na nga si Zib bumaba mula sa CA. It's an all-out war in that A site. At si Zib, makakahanap pa ba ng isa? Ang sagot, hindi natin alam because si Chris naman ang papasok. Jake is down. Sershi, hinahabol na dito. And Chris finally takes him down. It's all for nothing. Si Inverse na lang ang matitira mag-isa. Winantap pa nga ni Yobs. Querdas push the lead even further.
No way. This is definitely not something that Blue Vortex would have won for themselves, though. Giving up too much space to the point that Querdas is more than confident in taking them down unanimously. Pero House B, mukhang that is gonna be a really fast execute para dito sa Blue Vortex. Dati 3 people here trying to outman him, spraying down lots of bullets, connecting with the shots here from Ilaga. Wonderfully done, pero Soulcast may balik din naman. Now, Yobs na lang ang naiiwan here for Querdas, and the question is, how would he be able to segregate these two? Lalong-lalo na he's quite in a top position here in the smokes, and that is not simply gonna be possible here, sabi ni Inverse.
Yes, Vortex keep themselves afloat this time, 5-8 in favor of Querdas still, but Blue Vortex showing signs of life. Nakita naman natin doon, Mochi, when it comes to a full-on fight, Blue Vortex can actually win against Querdas. Maybe that's the key. Mag-rush na lang sila dito in a particular site. Challenge Yobs in LA, who is holding on to the sniper, but might as well, right? Kaya naman, napagana nila sa B site. Why not in A? Lipat na si Ilaga papunta sa A this time around. No lurks from Querdas happening, which has enabled Blue Vortex to control mid for now. Very reactive yung playstyle sa ngayon ng Querdas, no? And as is expected, kasi nga punish nila kanina sa mga early round quick pushes nila, no? So, it's a mid approach mula dito sa Blue Vortex. And Zershi has a chance to punish Justin if Justin peaks.
Yeah. It's quite diligent of them, no? For Querdas changing up their positioning, the chance that they get to do so. But at the same time, that would free a lot of space para dito kay Blue Vortex, which is something that you wouldn't want here in the map of Port. Justin, critically low in terms of HP. May mga flash pa mga member natin dito sa magkabilang kampo. But Chris, sumisipat dito sa ating mid area. Kung may mapipitas siya, meron nga si Cersei pa ang kanya nakuha dito with a lot of people here hovering dito sa ating LA area. I feel like this already good information, amount of information na being taken here by Querdas themselves. Pero ma-overwhelm ata sila dito nila Soulcast and the bunch as they try to secure their objective on this one. Efra, hindi mo ispatan! Ito si Ilaga galing si itaas, babagsakan sila ng langit dito, and the map point already here for Querdas being secured.
Pinaulanan ni Ilaga at naubos ang Blue Vortex. Set point for Querdas, 1 round away from taking this set, and the spam connects from Chris. Soulcast is down already. Blue Vortex, they have to make a move soon, at ang sagot nila ay si Inverse, pero si Zib mag-aagis din ng isang granada to take down Justin. It's a 3v3. Zib and Ephraim sugatan, si Cersei half HP na rin, and now they have to push somewhere. And even though they've taken 2 kills, Mochi, wala pang space! Naku po, Ilaga, ikaw na naman, boss! 18 kills to his name! At hindi pa tapos maghasik ng lagim si Ilaga. Cersei holding down Z. Habang si Ephraim papasok na ng B site, may hawak siyang M4 dito. Hindi alam ng Blue Vortex na nandun na sa B ang mga players ng Querdas. Pero pareho silang maglalurk dito. Si Ilaga at saka si Jake. And hindi alam kung saan sila manggagaling. A good angle hold mula kay Cersei could give them the win. And Cersei connects. Ilaga is down. The impact player, Yobs, flashed on for now. Pero alam ba ni Cersei na may isa pa doon sa likod? Yobs, nakinig na nga ni Ephraim dito. At si Ephraim ang mananalo doon sa fight na yon. Jake takes down one, but Ephraim keeps Blue Vortex alive.
Oh my. I feel like that's also something na pwede rin nating inote dito kay Ephraim, no? Pretty much, it's been like the clutch play you did dito from Blue Vortex.
Yeah.
Definitely making the most out of all the information and sacrifices na inilapag sa kanya dito at binibigay ng kanyang mga kasama. Pero the question is, how would that last long, no? Lalong-lalo na, Sokas, may mapipitas na isa with an immediate trade here from Justin. And I feel like medyo natuwa ata na maglagi itong si Inverse in the mid area. Definitely being punished by Yobs here with just 3 more remaining people from Blue Vortex as well.
And we go back to a round where Blue Vortex can lose sport. Mid control again for Blue Vortex. It has worked for them before. Manggaling naman dito sa LAC Yobs. Ito na naman tayo sa lurk ni Yobs at gagana siya. Justin takes down Zeb as well, and just like that, Cersei all alone at wala na siyang matakbuhan dito. Takes down Justin, but Ilaga with the quick trade. 19 kills for Ilaga as Querdas take set 1.
Grabe naman din talaga ang talima ng Querdas dito. Walang kupas dito sa mapa ng port. We've been able to relay all the advantages na meron sila dito, and it's quite unfortunate na hindi ito natapatan din ng Blue Vortex. I actually like the double sniper setup na nakuha nila din kanina. They managed to do and take a couple of rounds because of the really aggressive positionings dito ng kanilang mga snipers, pero it's been denied immediately by the members here ng Querdas because of all of the wall banks positionings at kung gaano nila kagamay ang pagkuha ng mid control dito on this one, and especially taking control dito sa ating Z area as you have mentioned, and without much usage for Bodega as well. Parang hindi nila masyado ginagamit yon, but instead they find a more substantial positioning to the point na it can benefit them in the long round in a specific round. And nice try though para sa mga miyembro natin dito ng Blue Vortex, kasi nakikita naman din natin na tinatry nila mag-adjust. It's just that talagang na-overwhelm sila ng kung gaano katindi at kung gaano ka-agresibo, no, mag-anomalya itong mga miyembro natin dito from Querdas, because they're so on point in terms of their duels to the point na nakakatakot na or nakaka-hesitate na gumawa ng mga executes in a specific site.
And Blue Vortex, they kind of made a lot of mistakes in this game, no? Parang masyadong maraming nakikitang angulo dito ang Querdas that they should not see from a default like Blue Vortex. So they should start minimizing those mistakes once we head into set number 2, but you have to give massive credit para sa Querdas dito. Those big alert plays from Ilaga and Yobs really gave them a lot of space, particularly dun sa BL side. I remember, guys, it's really hard to push in port. That's why this is touted as one of the more GR-sided maps sa ating Crossfire ngayon, no? Because it is so hard to create space, but somehow si Yobs at si Ilaga consistently create space on the BL side, and it's so effective for Querdas to be able to move around the map off those spaces na nakukuha dito, particularly ni Ilaga, no? Again, consistently winning fights. 19 kills in 15 rounds, 16 rounds of this game. Naka 19 kills dito si Yobs, no? I mean, I'll take a look at the set summary later on para makita kung ano yung mga detalye ng pinagagawa ni Ilaga dito sa mapang ito, but the impact cannot be overstated. And well, Querdas, I did talk about this already kanina, no? Ang bilis din nila mag-adjust sa Blue Vortex.
Yeah, exactly. When it comes to their passivity and as well as yung reactivity nila dito, no, for Querdas, laging on point and laging maganda yung kanilang nagiging sagot at banat dito once na makareceive sila ng approach na tinatry dapat gawin ng Blue Vortex. Kumbaga, they're always one step ahead kasi every time the Blue Vortex finally finds a strategy in order to do, laging they're already prepared for what's about to come, which just became like definitely struggle para dito sa Blue Vortex. So, sa biro mo, kahit pagka pinagbasihan natin yung mga galawan dito ni Cersei tsaka as well as ni ni Inverse on the TRG, nakakasecure sila, pero that sort of like becomes like a band-aid solution kasi hindi ganun nakakakuha ng additional space etong sila Zib, Ephraim, and Soulcast, and once that they try to do so, meron nang nakabantay at nakaantabay dito, all because of the pickups na ginawa dito ni Inverse and ni Cersei. If you get what I mean, like imbes na maganda yung nagiging output para sa kanila, nagiging baliktad pa kasi nakakahanap ng paraan si Querdas para gamitin yung information na nawala nilang kasama in order to narrow down itong iba nating mga miyembro na hindi naghahawak ng TRG or sometimes even yung mga naghahawak ng TRG.
Yeah, and what's even more impressive para dito sa Querdas, their rounds never feel linear. They always feel layered in a way na kapag hindi gumana tong isang play na to, lipat tayo sa kabila. Hanap tayo ng ibang position
Kapal
that
ng
also
playbook nila.
feels very structured. Exactly. Ang dami nilang preparasyon para sa mapang ito, no? Which is very impressive from Querdas, no? And it looks really flawless, actually, no? That's there's not a lot of words I can use to describe the way they played this map, no? And a big shout out din kay Jake, no? Does not feel like a sub at all. Actually, ang daming ang kills dito ni Jake, no? Which is super impressive on both the TRG and the rifling as well. So yeah, Querdas continue on with their form. And this is what we've basically come to expect from them naman from their performances in the group stage. Remember, Mochi, halos lahat ng matches nila, no? 2-0. Apart from their match against apart from their match against Kadiliman, lahat panalo. And the only 2 ones we've seen are from an odd one out kind of teams like yung sa Team Micro from the first day, but they still won that either way. Let's take a look at the set summary. Tingnan natin ano ang mga numero dito, and Querdas with a 10-6 score. Tinan mo naman si Ilaga, 1.19 kill per round and a 2.38 kill death ratio.
Yan, kitang-kita mo rin yung disparity when it comes to smoke usage. Talagang ginagamit yon ni Querdas to the fullest in comparison to like the averaging I don't know, parang 10, 15 something % na meron dito for Blue Vortex, which is something that you wouldn't want, especially when you're on the BL side. But right now, we can try and see na Cersei's been trying to do what they can do best alongside with Inverse, pero yun nga, mas nasemento lang din yung thoughts natin kanina na hindi nila na-enable itong tatlo nilang kasama in order to do their jobs, kasi laging merong clapback itong si Querdas kung sasabihin at kung tutuusin. And I feel like, tulad ng sinabi mo, no, you can't find the words to describe how they play. I feel like it's a really entertaining balance between pub and competitive gameplay. Ang nakita natin dito sa ating series, which is definitely wonderful. At si Ilaga ang promotor and became the set MVP para dito with the 2.38 massive KD, alongside being the spearhead ng kanyang mga kasama na laging nakaagapay sa kung sino ang kanyang kasama mag-execute whichever site they may be.
Yeah, and I feel like it just felt like a pub game because of how much chaos ang dinadala dito ni Ilaga, no? Tsaka si Yobs na rin. It feels like parang kahit saan lumalaban sila, you know? Which is exactly true. Ayun na nga yung ginagawa nila dito. It just so happens that it works. It works so consistently for Querdas dito, no? That they don't necessarily have to do a lot of adjustment. That's why madali silang nakaka-adjust sa Blue Vortex dito, is because with their playstyle in and of itself, it's so effective already that they don't have to do anything major. Parang minor adjustments lang effective na up against Blue Vortex. And again, big credits to Ilaga dito, no, for enabling that type of playstyle for Querdas. That concludes set number 1. Ang bilis para sa Querdas dito. Makakabawi ba ang Blue Vortex sa Angkara? Malaman natin yan sa pagbabalik ng Impact Fall. Kami nga pala kasama nyo, si Mochi and Dado. Magbabalik kami, so wag kayong maalis.
This is a team through grit and grind and years of experience.
You can't really deny the greatness.
Good shot, gotta get X3D. He gets his third, he gets his fourth. Oh my God!
Down, good shot, gotta get JC.
Drill gets 1 and 2. Beautiful timing
Pero
para
Zefrax, uubusin na lang
Sa
lahat.
isang bala lamang, matutupad ang lahat ng pangarap.
Welcome back to Impact Fall. Andito pa rin tayo sa labanan ng Querdas at tsaka ng Blue Vortex. Mochi and Daydom nga pala ang inyong kasama dito sa kwentong ito. And what a game! Set number 1 dito, Mochi. 10-6 in favor of Querdas. And that was a dominating win, if I might say.
Yeah, exactly. Especially on how pace everything are. We actually thought that Blue Vortex would be able to take this. Total, ito ang kanilang map pick. No? They learned the hard way not to choose part against Querdas na nagsimula pa ng BL side. So, this time though, it's gonna be quite of a different one. This has been chosen by Querdas, which is really interesting. This, I actually thought that Blue Vortex would possibly get this map. Actually, no? Mayroong posibilidad na makuha nito and pull it over to a decider.
Exactly. No? And Blue Vortex, well, I'm taking a look at the stats dito, Mochi. No? They haven't really played a lot of Ankara sa group stage natin. No? They've played it against Rhea 7 GAON. They did win that map. But and Sunday Shrooms as well, no? That's a bit of a note to put it sa Ankara map nila. They took down Sunday Shrooms and Rhea 7 GAON dito, but they're not typically preferring itong mapang ito. So this could go either way pa rin, no? Querdas, they have a lot of experience in this map. They absolutely love playing it, and they're starting on the GR side as well. Again, very interesting. Ang pinipili dito ng mga team natin when given the chance is that BL side. So I wonder how differently Blue Vortex are going to approach Ankara compared to Port, given also that they're starting on the BL kung saan mas nahirapan sila sa Port. But one thing's for sure, Mochi, they have to minimize those mistakes.
Yeah, exactly. I remember Blue Vortex being able to play this map of Ankara against Sunday Shrooms like you have mentioned, wherein talagang nag-pop off si Cersei and as well as si Enversa. And we are yet to see kung magiging ganun nga ba ang magiging tema natin ngayon dito, lalong-lalo na with how much control our members here from Querdas has been able to facilitate mula sa ating laban ng Port. Would they be able to carry that over here in Ankara? That is indeed our question that is yet to be answered.
It's gonna be interesting who plays the snipers dito sa Blue Vortex. No? Starting off on the BL, there's a real chance na maghanap ng early picks dito ang Querdas. I mean, one thing about playing the double sniper is sometimes players get carried away. No? Baka mapapeak ng maaga masyado dito ang mga players ng Querdas, which Blue Vortex could take advantage of. Remember, in Ankara, a lot of that early contact can be made in mid pag wala pa yung mga smoke. Pwedeng agad maglabasan yung mga sniper from the HM position into the enemy RS dito ng BL side. So, could be one thing that Blue Vortex can capitalize on to get a jump. So, kumbaga, against Querdas dito. But the fact remains that they have to adjust to the entirety of the playstyle ng Querdas. Yes, that's one thing they can do, but then what if ano na next round kapag nakapag-adjust na ang Querdas? We'll find out now as we head into Ankara, Mochi. Querdas on the GR side, Blue Vortex on the BL, at mukhang papasok na nga sa mid dito ang Blue Vortex. Magpupush sila dito and zip with an early shutdown onto Justin.
Yes, indeed. Parang malaking pagkakamali ata yun para sa kanila. Pero meron pang kasunod na mga kill dito for Sept. Wonderfully done. But Yobs will be able to take him out immediately. Jake at Yobs na lang na iiwan. Pero Yobs already good for 2.
Yobs. Okay, manggagaling siya sa EB dito. Top walk muna para di marinig ni Inverse. Nakapagtanim ng bomba. Inverse, mali ang tinignan mo. Boss Yobs takes Inverse down. And suddenly, Mochi, 2v2 tayo dito. May smoke pa nga si Yobs! And that's the triple kill for Yobs. Si Jake! Nasakyatan! Anong nangyari, Blue Vortex? Naubos sila. Querdas with the 2v4.
Ang lala yan ni Yobs though. I feel like the primary error na ginawa nila doon is that they really didn't expect that someone is still gonna go for a wrap around dito papunta sa ating B-side kasi magkadikit masyado itong si Zibin as well as si Ephraim. Pero man, that is a really crazy round to see. Ephraim already good for 1 though. Gusto sana na makabawi pero Jake, umamataan si Inverse. Bakit hawak-hawak mo yung chainsaw mo? Pero tignan mo, itong si Yobs, hawak yan yung chainsaw kanina. Mukhang may balak din ata siyang magpalit, no? If given the chance. But now, they're just gonna put themselves in a better position here for Blue Vortex. But the question is, how would they be able to do so ngayon na kailangan pa nilang i-clear every single nook and cranny heading into a site?
Feds play. Uy! Na-timingan ni Ilaga pero Sershi with a quick adjustment opens up the sight. Hindi pa nga tumama dito si Zip pero okay lang. Fills out the pistol and gets the kill in the end. Si Jake na lang mag-isa dito on a 1v3. Can Querdas do it again? The magic of the clutch. 3 kills already for Jake this entire game. At magagaling wala siya sa RS, Soulcast. Naglulurk pa nga dito. Ephraim has a good idea. Titignan ba niya yung kaliwa? Ang sagot! Oo, Jake is down. Blue Vortex is up, 1-1.
This is so messy, not gonna lie. Natawa ako. Sabi ko, wala, parang may balak ata gumamit ng chainsaw tong si Yoso. Unfortunately, it didn't work out well for him, no? Tinry niya gamitan. But, yeah, it seems like it is not doing what is doing pag nasa kamay ito ni Inverse. But now, let us see. Rekta sila dito sa ating mid area here for Blue Vortex. And I feel like that is not the great decision for them to do after all. Especially all of the sound cues, all of the kills na kanilang nararakat dito also serves as information here for the counterpart. But, on the brighter side of things, 3 pa ang naiiwan sa kanila dito. Mamamataan at masisecure pa nga si Jake dito ni Cersei. Wonderfully done here from Exit. And it is all up to Ilaga right now. Kaya lang all eyes on him.
Manggaling sa Exit and Cersei binabad pa nga si Ilaga doon sa kanyang scope. 2-1 Blue Vortex. Good punishment, no? Querdas, they're getting a little bit too aggressive in this defense, which is exactly what I was talking about. Blue Vortex can capitalize on this early aggression that is proving to be a little bit too much for Querdas. Uy, lineups coming through. Pero di napigilan si Zib makapasok ng hotel. Chris pays for the mistakes of his team. And Zib takes down 1 from Querdas. Opens up hotel a little bit. So may daan sila. Papunta ng B-side dito, Mochi. And the TB play being called off. Mukhang nilipat dito ang posisyon ng Blue Vortex into A.
Yeah, I feel like they're extending a little bit too much here for Querdas. Pretty similar that might happen dito sa ating high mid. Pero let us see, Jake, would she be able to take this kill? Hindi. Umatras abante pa ibang mga member natin dito. Pero parang gusto nilang pasukin itong ating A-site just in a bit. Ilaga will be the sole person trying to defend this site on his own. 3 people dito ang nasa B. Parang di ata nila alam na aatake sila patungo sa A. Ilaga already being placed down. Not to mention the late rotations here from Zib will also be taken by Justin. 3v4, 2v4 almost, no? Lalong-lalo na isang hinga na lang ang meron dito si Justin. And now, grabe ang kanilang pag-control dito sa exit area, anticipating all of the pushes here galing sa Querdas. Not a good thing for Querdas after all. From the sidelines, magpipika-book. Hi, hello, goodbye na lang sa kanya as Jake takes 1 but not enough to win the round. Man, they are losing a lot of map control on this one.
Exactly. A completely different look from Blue Vortex though. Kasi ang galing nila kumuha ng space this time, no? Every angle na challenge nila dito, Mochi, gumagana, especially when taking up these sites. And Querdas have to start adjusting like they did in Port and play a little bit more slowly, play a little bit more carefully, but we know they are capable of that. 1-3, score natin dito in favor of Blue Vortex as the TB play already commencing for Blue Vortex. Uy, Jake, hindi naka-timing si Zib. Ayun na nga! Dinked down to 1 HP. Pero Zib down. Still playing the TRG, so pwede pa niyang ma-take down dito si Jake if makahanap siya ng angulo at timing. Pero alam din ni Jake yun eh. So we'll pull out the smoke to deny the market position. At si Chris naman manggagaling mula dito sa may mid area in RS. Flash Hindi tumama. Soulcast, nahuli na. Chris, good opener for Querdas. And Zib, Ephraim down to 1 HP pero si Justin mawawala. Jake taking down Zib finally. And that encounter sa hotel finally done and dusted. Yobs to deny Sershi. And it's all up to no one. Chris with the double. And Querdas up to 2.
I feel like what they're trying to do there is to get and rack up as much as many pickups as possible, considering na Zib, Inverse, and as well as Jersey are all in their personal TRGs, no? Tatlo yung naka-sniper sa kanila. Unfortunately, it didn't end up the way that they wanted to because they're all looking at the wrong angles. Pinanggalingan dito ng Querdas, pero Chris! A very big pick-up for him, pero medyo mapapaatras sa bahagya with the mishap galing dito sa kanyang utilities at binigyan niya pa ng avenue si Soulcast para i-push siya through that. Ilaga, manning himself dito sa ating side, mabablind, hindi niya makukuha itong isa. Soulcast being able to take him down 2v3, pero merong pang chance. Ano panalo ito ng Blue Vortex? Justin in a really cheeky position here, but not entirely as Soulcast takes him down as well.
Good play from the last two remaining players of Blue Vortex to play together and deny the clutch potential. And a good start for Blue Vortex to say the least. 4-2 in their favor. Our set score so far. And Justin looking to make a play happen. Timingan niya pa nga nasa hukay na si Inverse, and what a flick to make it happen too. Justin with a headshot. And Inverse is down sa EV manggagaling si Zib. Na-timingan niya rin si Chris doon. So it's a 1-for-1 trade so far. Pero si Soulcast nandito na sa HM. Querdas have no idea that someone is pushing mid because they have no players watching that area. Zib from EB gets taken down, but Blue Vortex has slipped past into RS. Justin, muntik nang mamatay doon, but Soulcast takes down Ilaga. Yobs to find Ephraim. Soulcast from batteries will not find anything. And Sershi now on a lone mission to take this 1v3. TRG in his hands and nothing to it. Querdas 3-4.
Okay na sana yun, no? I feel like hindi lang talaga rin nagkaroon ng parang medyo na-delay. Si Soulcast ata doon is either him or yung mga kasama niya, because before he even gets into B site is wala na yung mga tropa niya dito, which is not a good thing after all. Pero that's a good signs of life here for Querdas, especially when it comes to the map awareness and as well as the comms dito kay Yobs, no? Pero ngayon, naku po, sobrang agresibo na ginagawa ngayon ng Querdas. Sergi already good for one here for Justin, trying to push forward pero maantala bigla. Sabi, wait lang, masyado na tayong malalim, nawala pa si tropa nating si Justin in our lineup, so we gotta put ourselves in a more defensive position as much as possible because we can't risk this round.
Not at all. Especially Querdas at the cusp of getting the equal score. Inverse, nahulog doon. Zib has to try and retrieve the C4. Successfully does so. Pero ito na, papasok sila sa EB. Chris, good shot onto Sergi. Pero si Ephraim, nahuli mula sa likod. Zib finds the trade, but now, mag-isa na lang si Boss Zib. 1v3 para sa kanya. And the bomb from behind. Doon manggagaling si Ilaga. Nasa akyatan, and Zib, mali ang tinitingnan mo, idol. Yobs takes him down, and Querdas equalize.
Tinadtad pa ng pistol shots yung bangkay ni Zib dun, no? Grabe, ang init naman ng laban natin dito sa mga players natin. On the go na on the go. Narumekta at makapaglaban dito sa mapa ng Ankara. Jake already good for one here for Soulcast. Mid-control is definitely on the side of Querdas on this one. Pero, it seems like with the contestment dito kan Zib din dito sa bandang dilaw na area natin, the flash will be connecting. Not entirely good. Pero, as I was saying that, dito sa mid-area and as well as our doors, meron na agad sa langit dito sa magkabilang kampo. Not a good thing. Inverse taking damage. Justin being able to win the duel was here being assisted by Ilaga as well. Ephraim dito sa Arco. Naku po, hanggang dyan na lang pala ang buhay mo. First half already done and dusted in favor for Querdas.
And Justin and Ilaga holding mid. At hindi na nakalagpas ang Blue Vortex doon. Hindi na rin sila nakalagpas ng 4 as we head into our second half. Lamang ng isa ang Querdas. At ngayon BL side naman para sa Querdas. Mid-control ka agad. TB play. Beat coming through from Blue Vortex. At si Inverse nakahuli ng isa pero Ilaga sasagot. Inverse is down. Soulcast nag-peek. A good shot from Soulcast to take down Justin. It's a 3v4. And Blue Vortex, ang ganda ng depensa sa mid na yon. The TB play working.
Zib.
Ang ganda rin ng read nila. Nabasa nila na magmi-mid ng Querdas eh.
Yeah, exactly. Tapos sobrang agresibo pa ng anggulo ni Sept. Matapit na siya baka si Chris. Even Ephraim taking down itong si Ilaga. Now all up to Jake. Would she be able to change what's bound to happen here? Which is dapat matatalo sila dito pero may 4 pang mga miyembro ngayon ng meron sa Blue Vortex. Not necessarily the best case scenario para sa kanya. Trying to look for any possible people na maaari niyang makuha, mapitas o mapatay. So, Cass being taken down. But would she manage to take another one? Ephraim, siya na ang makakasecure sa kanya here. And now, it's a tie game.
Yup, tie game tayo dito. 5-5 Blue Vortex. Ang ganda ng depensa nila doon, ha. 2-man push, 3 yung na-kill. Immediate advantage at si Inverse. Nahuli naman si Chris. Again, another mid-play from Querdas na nabotcha dito ng Blue Vortex. Si Zib, nahuli pa nga si Jake sa yellow. And Querdas again falling down like flies. Yobs, sugatan. Silaga down to 90 HP dito. At 4 versus 3. Tinan mo yung position dito, Mochi, ni Ephraim. Nasa hukay. In mid, that's a lot of angles that they have to clear. And Yobs, nahuli si Ephraim. Naku po. Napalayo masyado siya dun sa mid angle. And just like that, Querdas in congestion! Pero sabi ni Inverse at Izib, lakad muna kayo dito sa TRG scopes namin. Yobs down to just 31 HP at mag-isa na nga lang Shido. Siya dito, rather. At sa likod manggagaling doon si Inverse with the shot. Blue Vortex find the lead once more.
I feel like this is already the point in time where Querdas shouldn't rotate too much because with the rotations that they're doing, they're giving a lot of avenue for our sniper players to get a more aggressive angle para sa kanila, and that's definitely what just transpired there doon sa ating round kanina, no? Without any utility usage din, masyado tayo nakikita here from Querdas, which gives them a lot more angles to look for. Pero, Vents area, Zed taken down by Yobs, Inverse sa trip. But yun nga lang nga, trying to put himself back into safety and would be able to do so, pero hindi siya makakaalis doon nang walang sugat kasi sobrang low na ng HP niya ngayon. All the while, every single person here from Querdas trying to run patungo dito sa A-site natin. Exit area catered by Cersei. Taken nitong si Yobs ngayon and is now all up to Cersei himself.
Yep, dito na lang Cersei dito. Half HP pa nga and sabi nila, tama na yan boss. This round will go to the hands of Querdas. Dikit na dikit ang laban natin dito, Mochi. 6-6. And Querdas, remember, they're the ones with the set score advantage. Ngayon, mapupush na naman sila sa mid. Good smoke coming through from Yobs. Deny the angle of the sniper. At si Inverse nandito sa TB. Pero sabi ni Yobs, bawal ka pumasok dito, boss. Ito na sa hotel, Justin, to win the fight against Ephraim. At nalaglagan na agad ng dalawang Blue Vortex dito sa may B site. Pwede nang pasukin ng Querdas to plant the bomb. Zib from CA. Ay, the timing onto Ilaga is perfect. And Justin holds down RS. Pero makukuha siya ng isa doon. Soulcast opening up the site. But it's still 2v3 in favor naman dito ng Blue Vortex with the sniper shot ni Zib. Nahuli niya si Chris. 2v2. And Jake, a good flash coming in, but Seb makes it possible, makes it doable. Na 2v1, Jake, good anticipation, and the sniper shot does not connect. The pistol gagana ba mula dito sa Blue Vortex. Soulcast on that 1v1. Aakyat, bababa, saan pupunta? Sa punta sa kamay ni Jake. 7-6, Querdas na ipanalo nila yon. Mochi, just barely.
Gusto ko yung nakipaglaro pa sila doon sa mga kahon natin, no? Baba, akyat, hindi mo na alam kung saan pupunta. Pero, tulad nga ng sabi mo, mukhang kay Jake pa din ang kill na iyon. This time though, Yobs will be taking a lot of damage from the stray shots dito sa ating hotel area. Pero right now, we'll be able to take out itong si Soulcast as well. Wonderfully done, but they are yet to answer back dito sa Querdas.
Absolutely. Soulcast is down, pero si Yobs hindi siya nalaglag doon, So that's a good shot from Yobs.
Uy, naku,
almost finds one more with 17 HP. By the way, nagpipick pa rin si Yobs dito. Fearless. Speaking of fearless, the pistol bunny hop mula kay Zib. to take control of heads from Justin, pero hindi niya na-anticipate ton si Chris. At lalo na si Inverse, hindi nakita si Ilaga. Ephraim, the double kill from Ilaga. And Querdas leading by 2.
This is so pubby. It is so crazy to watch. And entertaining as well. Man, alam mo, ang daing magkakamali dito ni Blue Vortex ngayon. I feel like they're being overwhelmed because of all of the individual executes na ibinabato sa kanila ni Querdas. But right now, receive, there's gonna be a trade. Jacob, muntikan pa, no, na makuha niya pa ito. Pero wonderfully done here by a couple of members as Yobs tries to answer back. Kaya dalawa na naiiwan here for Blue Vortex. And eventually, one Soulcast, the pillar of Blue Vortex. Wala na siyang magagawa. Ma-point na ngayon dito kay Querdas, men. Ang bilis ng laban natin so far. And malapit nang makakuha ng 20k din si Yobs. What?
Yep. Ang bilis na baliktad ng Querdas ang istoryang ito. 9-6 from 6-6. By the way,
crazy.
Justin, Yob,
that's
and
crazy.
Justin on the board once more. Nakakuha ng 2 kills si Justin. Pero si Ephraim sabi niya, akin tong TB, Yobs. Ilaga from yellow though. Nakasagot din ang isa. And just like that, sabi ni Boss F, anong nangyari sa mga kasapi ko? Ba't naubos na? 10-6. Querdas take ang kara.
That is insane to say the least. The series that we're having so far, sobrang bilis ng mga galawan ng ating mga players, and Querdas has been able to do just that here, taking these 2 first maps para sa kanila. Di na pinaabot ng 3rd game, and I feel like the differences and the differentials are just a bit too far dito sa Blue Vortex, kasi talagang nahirapan sila na sapawan itong si Querdas, no? Every single time that they're putting themselves in a better position, lagi na lang silang nauudlot, lagi na lang napipitas, and before they even know it, Ilaga is already there, Justin's already there, Yob specifically is already there. Been definitely one of the primary factors kung bakit nanalo si Querdas ngayon dito sa seryeng ito.
And again, I feel like the credit goes to whoever creates the strategies para sa Querdas dito. Once na figure out nila yung playstyle dito ng Blue Vortex, tuloy-tuloy na.
Baka si
Remember,
si Coach Jans, di ba? May coach sila.
Of course. Shoutout kay Coach.
Or
No?
si Ilaga.
And remember, Mochi, yung game natin, mostly even up until around round 13, round 14, doon na nagsimulang umangat ang Querdas dito, from a 6-6 scoreline, naging 9-6, hanggang maging 10-6 na nga dito in favor of Querdas. And again, a lot of the focus has been through their space creators. Kanina si Ilaga at si Yobs, sila yung gumagawa ng space. Sila ulit ngayon, but Yobs siya naman yung nanumbalik at kumuha dito ng sobrang daming kills. How many kills was that? I'm not even sure. 19, 20 kills.
plus
Let's
na
have a
ata.
review later pag nakita natin yung set summary, no? But it is those 2. Yet again, that was the pain point para dito sa Blue Vortex, no? Wala silang nahanap na sagot and the fragging strength of Querdas
Ala yung
is something
standings.
to behold. And because of that, Querdas, I believe they firmly stand in top 2 sa group stage natin, no? So may tsansa makapasok talaga ang ibang team. Actually, hindi lang Alliance may chance makapasok dito sa ating top 4, no? Kahit ibang teams pwedeng ma-shape up ang standings dito. I'm talking about Sunday Shrooms, even Fervid, kahit sila pwede pang ma-challenge dito, no? So still definitely in the standings dito yung 4 teams natin, Fervid, Blue Vortex, Sunday Shrooms, and Alliance Gaming. They have a chance to fight for the last 2 remaining spots dito, Mochi, even making our competition tighter in the last 3 matches? 3 matches na lang ang natitira kasama yung susunod na match in today's games.
Yeah, exactly. It's been super cool here to witness din kung gaano nagkakaroon ng mga strength spikes yung mga teams natin, na talagang mo nang makikita na ito pala yung kapasidad ng team na to. Ito yung kaya nilang gawin. Ganito sila kagaling at ganito sila kagutom manalo. And right now though, we are seeing what just transpired here in the map of Ankara, wherein every single one of them has been able to perform very, very well here for Querdas. But unfortunately, no, despite the efforts here for Blue Vortex, specifically itong si Cersei na naman muli ay expect ang magiging prime change maker nila dito for Blue Vortex later on, is medyo nahihirapan talaga silang mangsapaw pabalik. All because of the fact of how unanimous yung body system din dito ng Querdas, and at certain times, it's just the raw power ni Ilaga, ni Justin, ni Yobs, ni Jake, and every single one dito sa Querdas. Kasi ang nakakatakot sa kanila, every single one of them, pag sinabi mo yung pangalan, may maiisip kang play, may maiisip kang ambag nila to the team here, which just definitely shows kung gaano sila ka-capable as individuals and as a team as a whole.
Not to mention, pinagpapasapasahan nila yung TRG dito. So, the versatility of the players of Querdas definitely on another level. Speaking of another level, sino nga bang may pinakamaraming kills? It's Yobs with 20 kills in the 16 rounds that we've had. That nets to a 1.25 kill per round ratio and a 2.0 KD para dito kay Yobs, no? It's like deja vu, Mochi. 10-6 din yung score natin. Same as in Port, and it is Yobs and Ilaga making a lot of that impact. Pero si Jake ngayon, nag-step up din, ha? 1.71 KD para dito kay Candy. And
Miss Candy,
it's a win. Yes, it's a win.
Grabe ka, girl. Alala mo naman. I don't know what's also up with our series so far. Kasi yung first match natin, almost same, 10-8 and 10-8. Tapos ngayon, 10-6 and 10-6.
Oh, ano?
Baka 10-4, 10-4 naman daw yung susula. Pero hindi ko naman binabate, no? Pero I'm just stating na ang bibilis nga ng mga laro natin ngayon. It's definitely prevalent na our players has been feeling themselves. Pero sino nga ba ang player na pinaka umangat dito? It is no other than Yobs with a 20k kadi-kadira dito sa mapa ng Ankara, being assisted by the rest of the squad. Pero once again, definitely been able to narrow down and deny the dream of Blue Vortex na makaapak dito sa ating top 4.
Exactly, no? Just like that, Yobs crushes the dreams of a Blue Vortex dito, no? And I'm taking a look at the schedule. Blue Vortex, do they still have a chance of getting into the playoffs? Wala na, kasi last matchup na nila itong game na ito, no? Itong set na ito. So, yeah, that pretty much sets in stone kung ano yung mangyayari sa Blue Vortex dito. Pero nakaantabay pa rin sila kasi baka magbago-bago pa yung score dito. Pero they might as well say goodbye to their playoff streams because of Yobs, because of Querdas.
Yeah.
And taking a look at some of the highlights dito ni Yobs, no? Ayan na nga. Sometimes playing the HK, sometimes playing the TRG. And I think may isang round pa nga na nag-M14, no? So, Yobs providing a lot of safety for Querdas. There you go. 10-6 ang ating match result dito for both of our sets in Port and in Ankara. At hindi na nga tayo aabot sa sub-base. Querdas cement themselves as the number 2 at papasok sila sa playoffs.
Congratulations for Querdas and nice try for Blue Vortex indeed. Definitely been able to show, no, sometimes when it comes to flexibility, that is all it matters. And sometimes yun nga, pag kami flexibility ka, tulad sa versatility dito sa ating mga players, iba talaga yun nagagawa. Because parang ano na yun no? To each their own, bahala na kayo. Ito yung strategy natin. Kung sino mag-cater niyan, okay lang. Because Matic, they can trust that they will get the job done. And that's just what happened dito sa ating serya ng Querdas Esports versus Blue Vortex for our second match para sa araw na ito. Pero sino nga ba yung ating match MVP? Yung pinaka-consistent?
Uy. It's Ilaga, no other than him, the contact player, the lurker, and the rifler. 1.72 KD at halos saktong 1 yung kill per round ratio niya dito, no, with a 0.97. At nakakatatid sa Querdas, no, ang ganda ng structure ng playstyle nila. Halos lahat ng player nila yan, taas nung smokes per round average, at lalong hindi magpapahuli doon si Ilaga. In fact, siya nga yung may pinakamataas dito na smokes per round average, no, which is super impressive considering how much lurking he does for his team, no. Nung first set nga in support rather, 0.5 sakto yung smokes per round niya, no. So every other round, kahit nagla-lurk siya pa rin yung nagpo-provide ng lineups for this team, which is very impressive from him.
Sim, grabe ka naman sa talagang tinutulungan mo yung team mo para makasabay sa flow. At ito nga yung mga highlights natin dito for Ilaga, no? Kasi kitang-kita naman na kada isang miyembro nakita niya dito kay Blue Vortex, literal na literal na tumatago sa pader kasi pinapatay niya na isa-isa, which is definitely insane here for Ilaga himself. Moving mountains for the squad and getting the bulk of the dirty work para sa kanila, which is quite a phenomenal feat here for Querdas kasi little by little, mas nagkakaroon sila ng firmer shape here as a team and as an individual.
Exactly. Isinama niya na sa paglipad yung mga tropa niya from Querdas ang kanyang mga day ones. Yun ang aakyat sa playoffs dito ang Querdas, ang ating young stunners from Querdas. At Ilaga, of course, takes the spotlight today and they will be victorious in taking down Blue Vortex. And Querdas, a successful run dito sa group stage, only dropping a series to KDM, our current number 1 in the standings. And there you have it. That concludes a part of our story dito sa Impact Fall. Pero hindi pa tapos lahat ng istorya natin. Meron pang isa. May isa pang laban na magaganap pagbabalik natin. Pero bago yun, Mochi, alam nyo ba guys na hindi lang Querdas ang panalo. Pwede rin kayong manalo ng up to 4 permanent guns. Paano nga ba yun, Mochi?
Ang pwede na lang gawin dito ay i-exchange ang kanilang points sa ating point shop, no? At makukuha nila itong mga points pagka-login ng kanilang Crossfire gamit ang Stove PC Client Launcher at gawin yung mga daily requirements nila dyan para makakuha ng mga panabik na mga rewards at mag-earn ng points para magamit nila dito kasi biro mo, pwede lang makuha itong Visager Dragon natin, itong Cheetah Dominator, Knife Iron Beast, lahat na in order to slay with style dito as their cosmetics sa kanilang mga pang day-to-day na FFA o kahit yung kanilang mga rankings dito. So, that's something that they can definitely make the most out of. So, kung di pa kayo nakapag-migrate, mag-migrate na kayo.
Exactly. Punta lang kayo sa cfph.onstove.com/stove client official to download the Stove client at i-register nyo na rin yung Crossfire account nyo, no guys. Compatible yung old account sa Stove client, so just have to migrate it to join our event. Huwag kayo mawawala kasi sa pagbabalik namin, it's gonna be Sunday Shrooms versus Rhea 7 GAON. This is Impact Fall. Magbabalik kami in just a bit.
This is a team through grit and grind and years of experience.
You can't really deny the greatness.
Good shot, gonna get X3D. He gets his third, he gets his fourth. Oh my God!
Down, good shot, gonna get JC.
Drill gets 1 and 2. Beautiful timing
Pero
para sa
Zefrax, uubusin na lang lahat.
isang bala lamang, matutupad ang lahat ng pangarap.
At yun na nga, welcome back to Impact Fall. Welcome to Crossfire Philippines. At welcome dito sa desk. Kasama nyo kami si Mochi at saka si Daydom for the last matchup of this day number 9 ng group stage natin. Mochi ang magtutunggali naman. It is Sunday Shrooms against Rhea 7 GAON.
Man, this is gonna be interesting then, no? Because we've been stating that Rhea 7 GAON has been like a team na are yet to find their true potential as a team. Lalo-lalo na, I feel like, I remember that meron tayong naging recent swap out na wala dito si Lemon. And here for Sunday Shrooms though, they're still vying for the top 4 slot that's been currently pinaggegerahan ng Blue Vortex alongside with Alliance Gaming. So a lot of stuff happening, to say the least. Pretty similar to what happened then if you're just tuning in dito sa ating broadcast, sa ating match 1 and match 2, 2-0. Parehong serye natin. Nanalo pa itong si Alliance Gaming kontra sa Kadiliman and as well as si Querdas kontra sa Blue Vortex. Ano naman kaya ang ihahatid nitong seryeng to ngayon, Dado?
Now, this is going to be either really quick or really tragic, no, Mochi?
Yes.
Kasi, if you take a look at the standings, Rhea 7 GAON, they're on the bottom half of our standings, no? I mean, they've only won 1 series so far. Meanwhile, Sunday Shrooms have had a mixed bag of results. So, 3-3 yung standing nila as it's currently. So, kailangan na lang ipanalo to just so they can tie up against the team that has currently the number 4 spot, that is Fervid / Blue Vortex, no? Pero,
Yes.
as it stands, medyo risky yung posisyon ng Sunday Shrooms. So take a look at the map dito, Mochi. Saan nga ba tayo magtutunggali dito? Is it going to be a sub-base day? The answer is no. Walang sub-base para dito. Actually, Rhea 7 GAON, I expected them to have more priority for the sub-base, pero sila yung nag-ban, no? Ankara ang pinili ng Rhea 7 GAON, and Sunday Shrooms Black Widow naman.
This is so interesting. Tulad nga ng sabi mo, I also expected sub-base and even itong port, no? But I feel like, yun nga, with Ankara being chosen here by Rhea 7 GAON, it makes us assume that meron silang baon dito, no? Especially when they are gonna fight against some dish rooms themselves, the champions from our last Impact. Here in Black Widow, though, parang medyo chaotic na naman muli. Bound to be very explosive siguro ang ating laban dito.
Exactly. It does kind of make sense though. Statistically, Ankara is the map where a lot of success is found by Rhea 7 GAON. Tinalo na ang Team Micro dito. And Port as well, no? Malakas din sila doon.
On the defense.
So, Port, it makes sense that Sunday Shroom does ban that out. But it's perfect to me that Black Widow was picked up by Sunday Shrooms. A team that loves playing that default, no? Rhea 7 GAON, medyo nahihirapan sila sa mga standard maps apart from Ankara. So I think that's a perfect pickup para Sunday Shrooms dito in Black Widow. Compound, if we go into it, I would definitely put a little bit of an advantage as well to Sunday Shrooms.
Yeah.
Kasi mapa to ni J-Bice. J-Bice absolutely loves Compound 2.0, no? And rushing teams like Rhea 7 GAON typically struggle in Compound, as is shown by their recent history as well, no? So yeah, I think pag umabot tayo sa map number 3, may advantage dito ang Sunday Shrooms. But let's lay out some predictions right now, Mochi. I'm gonna be completely honest, I don't think we'll go to set number 3. I think this is gonna be 2-0 for Sunday Shrooms.
Okay! Sige, I'll go 2-0 Sunday Shrooms as well. Just because of the fact that I feel like here in the map of Ankara, that is definitely a possible death wish para dito sa R7G. Knowing that the likes of Ram, J-Bison as well as J-Kim is there, bound to secure a lot of spaces and deny them where they're, with a lot of players din na maipuput in the bag dito ng Sunday Shrooms. And not to mention din, when they head into our second map here in Black Widow, parang another challenge na naman uli yan for R7G to match up with the prowess na meron dito sa kanilang existing members.
Exactly. But remember, this is Rhea 7 GAON we're talking about. They have a chance to play spoilers dito
Pwede.
against their opponent Sunday Shrooms. Remember, halos unrealistic na for Rhea 7 GAON to get into the playoffs. So, the only thing that their win could achieve here, if they do win, is to botch the plans of Sunday Shrooms na makapasok ng playoffs. So, it's still definitely a set or a matchup na madaming pwedeng mangyari, madaming pwedeng kalabasan, especially in the grand scheme of things sa ating group standings. At kapag hindi nakapasok ang Sunday Shrooms ng playoffs, that's certainly an upset and a half. Remember, they are the reigning champs of Impact. Kapag hindi sila nakapasok, that is gonna shake things up a lot sa mga semi-final matches natin. And Rhea 7 GAON have a chance to do that. The good thing here is I definitely believe that Rhea 7 GAON is a team that has the prowess to do that, but it's gonna boil down to the execution. How are they going to perform that is an entire different matter. Ayun yung pagkukulang ng Rhea 7 GAON so far sa group stage natin. When it comes to their strategies, medyo kapos eh.
And so oftentimes then, when they have a strategy at play, okay sana, in theory it should work, in theory it will benefit them, but when it boils down to execution, doon nagkakaroon ng problema. So we are gonna see if there will be a good anchor na magagawa dito si Ajax, especially that he's been like one of the prime Impact creator players here for R7G. But once again, it is pretty difficult to rely on Ajax shoulders too much kasi biro mo, one man could only hold too much responsibility. Hopefully, magawa nito ng paraan nitong kanyang mga kasama and make it a bit more doable for them to put this onto our decider.
Absolutely. Rhea 7 GAON, well, they still are a roster that is very talented dito, no? I'm not sure kung Lemon, kung lalaro siya today, no? Remember last time he was subbed out by EAS, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Oh, he's also quite an impactful player dito for Rhea 7 GAON. But I want to talk about their opponent a little bit dito, Sunday Shrooms, no? It's kind of weird to think about Sunday Shrooms fighting for their playoff spot, considering how dominating they were in Impact Summer. Silang dalawa ng matches eh. Sila yung naghahasik ng lagim.
Yes.
Nung last season ng Impact. And Sunday Shrooms haven't been able to find as well of a footing as they hoped for in the group stage. Granted, nanalo sila against big teams, no? But it certainly wasn't enough. Panalo sila against Alliance Gaming, but they lost to Kadiliman and Fervid as well, putting them in a very awkward spot sa group stage natin. But I think, what do you think, Mochi? Do you think they figured out some of the lapses that they've had in the previous days of the group stage? Or are they still on shaky ground as we head into the last days of the group stage?
I feel like it's safe to say that they're still on a shaky ground because for some reason, when we look at other teams as well, doon mo nakikita na, hala, this is more than what they did from the last week. Parang nagugulat ka na lang na mas may kapasidad pa sila, no? And knowing that and the pressure of not being able to perform to the best of your abilities and continuously being defeated, I feel like that might take a toll, especially when it comes to your mental stability.
Absolutely. Especially considering just how badly natalo dito ang Sunday Shrooms compared to the playoffs teams na meron na tayo. No? We're talking about Kadiliman na 0-2 sila ng Kadiliman. Querdas as well, no? 2-0 din. And even a team that has a lot of expectations that on them rather. Talagang doon mo i-consider yung mental dito, no? A good thing for Sunday Shrooms though is that they have a complete roster. May sub pa nga, mayroon pang coach. So they have the support that they need. So it's all a matter of bringing it all together. I don't particularly know the extent of how much Coach Pai plays in the mentality dito ng Sunday Shrooms and how they approach each and every map. But having a coach is definitely a good thing for that. That pwede niya kasing makita, no? From an outside perspective, what's happening to the players, ano yung mga tendencies nila, and they could correct that Rhea 7 GAON, they don't have the liberty of a coach as far as I know at least, no? So, dun pa lang, medyo kailangan na talaga nilang i-address yung mga mental issues among the roster.
I feel, exactly. I feel like that's also the importance then of having a coach, no? Especially na continuously evolving, continuously lalong mas nagiging competitive yung mga players at mga teams natin here in the PH scene. It is much more important to also have like this additional person to, you know, advise, to establish discipline, and even teach the fundamentals na as a team, hindi as a person or as a player lang. So, with that being said, I feel like that is definitely something that we are gonna find out, especially when it comes to our first map in Ankara. But other than that, man, R7G, if they can take this, that there could have been like a promising change that's going to happen para sa kanila.
Absolutely. It would be devastating for Sunday Shrooms, but it would be so game-changing, I would say, for Rhea 7 GAON. I can't wait to see how they perform in other iterations of potentially Impact or future tournaments as well. So, things could be shaped up by Rhea 7 GAON, but as it stands, medyo unlikely talaga. No? Pero guys, alam nyo ba, hindi lang ang mga teams ang pwedeng manalo. Syempre, kayo din. Nabasa nyo na ba na meron tayong ongoing stove event where you can get 4 permanent weapons. Isa na nga dyan yung gusto ko, yung Chaytak, Dominator, Nova, Gold. All you have to do is gain enough points by logging in every day through Stove sa ating Crossfire game and earn enough points para maklaim ang ating rewards through the points shop. Punta lang kayo sa website natin ng Stove. If you haven't downloaded the client yet, go to cfph.onstove.com/Stove Client Official at visit nyo dyan and you can see the event happening right now. You migrate your account from your old Crossfire into Stove. Bilis lang yan guys. Siguro mga 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Pwede na yun. Same credentials lang din naman ang kinukuha dito ng Stove. You don't have to change your password. You don't have to do much. Just migrate your account and you have a chance of getting 4 permanent weapons absolutely free of charge. Kailangan nyo lang i-grind, no? And also, Moch, kung hindi na mabasa ng mga viewers natin dyan, syempre, pwede silang magtanong, no? Okay dyan sa pinned comment. What's on your mind? If you have any questions for us, the casters, or potentially sa mga players natin, or kung may hot take kayo. Isa sa mga favorite hot takes ko dito, yung mga nagsasabi ng mga nagsasabi, Mochi, ng player critique. Kunyari may nagsabi nung huling regional, sabi na, si Zetra, di naman magaling yan.
Continuously top ranks, insane, di ba?
Yun yung mga gusto kong hot take na pinifeature sa yung mga tipong ganun na babaliw kahit civil. kahit civil na babaliw
tapos
sa ating
they're continuously
show.
being proven wrong. Tapos tayo taga-rate na lang na, siguro isang spicy lang, boss. Too spicy, gano'n. Matatawa ka na lang. Pero, speaking of shout out kay Salvatore kasi birthday niya today.
Uy,
so, kung kakilala niyo yung kung kakilala niyo ang ating young stan, ayan, please drop your happy birthdays dyan sa ating comment section. I believe nagsa-celebrate siya ngayon kasama ng kanyang mahal na pamilya. So, ayan, ingat, men, ingat.
Yes, happy birthday to our boy Salvatore. I'm excited for CFS Grand Finals. Guys, inaabangan ko yan, no? Sana may talents tayong makita na pamilyar doon sa CFS
Please!
Grand Finals. Sana may tropa tayong mapadala sa Chengdu.
Na hindi si Sneaky
ito na,
Frog,
Mochi,
no?
speaking of pagpapadala, dalhin na natin to sa ating laban between Rhea 7 GAON and Sunday Shrooms dito sa Ankara, a best of 3. Masaspoil kaya ng Rhea 7 GAON dito ang pangarap ng Sunday Shrooms mag-back-to-back champs. Tingnan natin, papasok na ng LB si Simple at si JC sasagot, pero si Simple good for 2 immediately. Charles naghagis ng flash pero malalaglag din siya. Simple for 3 and Ajax mag-isa na lang siya dito. Moch,
grabe naman to sa Sunday Shrooms. Walang pakundangan, Eto, para dito sa R7G, inubos nila kaagad-agad, hindi man lang pa sumasapit ang ating 1 minute and 30 seconds sa ating clock, which is insane. Pero look at what they're trying to do right here, right now. Pushing forward dito from our B-site area. And also, possibility here sa ating bypass na baka may magkamit din dito.
Ooh, J-Vice. Muntik na siyang tamaan doon ng bala ni Ajax. Pero si Ajax, mapupush dito ni Simple down in market. EAS, manggagaling from bypass as well. Pero hindi na sila magpupush. I like this discipline actually from Rhea 7 GAON. No? Hindi nila challenge dito ang Sunday Shrooms towards Hotel. Showing us some signs of discipline is certainly a good thing for them. JK manggagaling sa RS dito, but a bit of movement from Sunday Shrooms signals to me na yung middle part of the map, they're willing to give it away somehow. Yellow push mula dito kay Lemon. At magagaling dito sa vents. Holding on to a sniper actually si Lemon.
Yes, indeed. All the while, ang bilis at ang makikita ni Simple
naman.
tong si EAS. Not a good thing for them after all. Medyo nagulat ako doon sa labas. Wait lang, sorry. Merong nagbabalagbag ng ano dito, ng kawali. Pero, wait lang. 3 people here for R7G. They are yet to up for an execute. But, Lemon? Ay, hindi pa si Lemon, no? Hindi na si, wait lang. Oh nga, sino yung Oh? Wait lang, napaisip din ako dun Si Charles ba? Si Zeke?
He could be Charles or si Zeke. No? Tingnan natin later on pag nakabalik yung player dito ng Rhea 7 GAON. Speaking of which, JCD naka-double kill. Teka lang Mochi, pwede pa sila makabawi dito. C4 andito sa may... Actually, papunta sa CA into mid at hinahabol sila ni Ram. Oh no, Ram! Sakto!
Grabe.
Itinignan na doon, JCD with the C4 going down. At yung TB play from Ajax na Bocha. 20 seconds left on the shot clock at wala nang tatakbuhan dito si Ajax. Lahat ng site ay pinupuntirya ng Rhea 7 GAON. But with only 1 player and 12 seconds remaining, parang wala nang tatakbuhan dito si Ajax. There you have it. This round should go towards Sunday Shrooms at 2-0 na tayo dito. Jakem to take him down. Sunday Shrooms early lead dito sa ating Angkara set. Mochi.
Yes, indeed. And that's gonna be quite of a dead run, but also quite of a declaration, no? Proclamation dito ng Sunday Shrooms na, you know what? Kung pwede namin tapusin tong mga round, try namin tapusin kaagad-agad. Definitely disrespecting all of the members here na meron tayo dito kay R7G. Kasi biro mo man, sobrang fast na ma-execute sila dito. Sabi, sige, rush natin tong LA, rush natin tong B. They, from their defensive positions, they became immediately attacking, which is interesting, no, to say the least, because that's just how comfortable and confident they are. Based on what we're seeing na kaya nilang tapatan yung mga member natin dito from R7G.
Exactly. Simple, starting things strong dito, no? I think naka at least 4 kills na si Simple, if I'm not mistaken, over the course of just 2 rounds, no? Which is mind-blowing para dito Sunday Shrooms, immediately taking the tempo. And I think that's really important dito sa matchup, no? Especially when you consider who's playing in this map. This is Rhea 7 GAON we're talking about. A team that is explosive if you let them be explosive. Pagka hinayaan mo sila to get the tempo, mahilig kasi sa mabilis na playstyle dito ang Rhea 7 GAON, no? So, pag nakuha nila yung tempo na yon, mahirap na silang pigilan. Sunday Shrooms are doing the exact opposite of that. Sila yung nagmamadali dito and they're just enabling Simple getting these kills. Rhea 7 GAON, because they aren't able to find any momentum, they aren't able to find any rounds as of yet. So, yun yung weakness dito ng Rhea 7 GAON, and it's nice to see Sunday Shrooms recognizing that and giving that respect to Rhea 7 GAON.
Yes, exactly. And I feel like as much as possible, no, kaya nila ginagawa din yun, tulad ng sabi mo, if you let them activate, they will do so. Pero let us check out, no, na yun, babalik na tayo dito sa mapa ng Angkara at mukhang naka-recover na itong ating mga players ngayon. Okay, sige. For the meantime, check ko muna kung sino yung nawala dito sa R7G.
Si Zeke. Zeke is zopped out para dito
Oh,
kay
si
Lemon,
Zeke
no?
na.
Si J-Vice to take down Ajax early. And this time, gumana yung push sa hotel dito sa second mid ng mga players ng Sunday Shrooms. Si Simple papasok ng hotel. Check-in ka muna, sir, sabi ni Simple, pero wala nang papasok sa Rhea 7 GAON. Sabi nila, sige, iyon na yan, Simple. CAS lang maghahanap ng potential push mula dito sa Sunday Shrooms. As Rhea 7 GAON, uti-ulting pumapasok dito ng A site. Nasa CA pa ngayon yung C4. A bit of mid control as well. Pwede pa silang lumipat ng TB kung saan nakaantabay si Zolek. J-Bice, uy, nakakita ng ulo but the shot does not connect. J-Bice backing off, uses a flash to buy a bit of time. Reposition muna sa HM, nakakita ng kamay at JCD, nalaglag. J-Bice good for 2. The sniper shots connecting. And Rhea 7 GAON, uti-uti na silang nalalaglag dito. Zolek with the play from TB, and the kill will go to the hands of Charles, who finds a couple. Pero mag-isa na lang siya at umakyat na nga si Ram doon sa CA. Sunday Shrooms get another round.
Yeah, man, that is just quite insane here for Sunday Shrooms. I don't even know where to start, no? Paano nga ba natin i-analyze yun when it's just sheer brute force and power ang nanggagaling dito? Tignan mo ginagawa nila! They're just gonna push forward dito galing sa A-site. Ramo na charisma kaya here dito kay Lemon, trying to follow through. Pupush forward, Zolek alongside with the squad. Aegis and EAS na lang ang natitira. Pero tignan mo naman EAS, katika lilaw, JK tatapat at pinapcord pa nga ni Rama. Wala talagang mercy dito si Sunday Shrooms dito ngayon, and mapapa-dead round ka na nga talaga right after the 4 rounds that's been knocked out here by Sunday Shrooms, which is quite unfortunate here for R7G kasi gusto lang naman nila makapag-push at makapag-plant ng C4. Hindi sila pinagbibigyan ng Sunday Shrooms.
Yeah, gusto lang naman mag-crossfire dito ng Rhea 7 GAON, pero inaubos agad ng Sunday Shrooms. Ano, palag-palag sa LA dito. At what a shot from Ram to open things up para dito sa Sunday Shrooms. No? And you could see the players riled up. Talagang gusto nilang palagan dito yung Rhea 7 GAON. And again, the same trend continues from the first couple of rounds, Mochi, na hindi hinaayaan ng Sunday Shrooms makakuha ng kahit anong momentum ang Rhea 7 GAON. And I think this is where they expose the playstyle weakness ng Rhea 7 GAON. No? Just keep pinning them down and they won't be able to find any rounds, and it continues on. 4-0 na agad tayo dito, at isa na lang sigurado nang may lamang ang Sunday Shrooms going into the second half, which is arguably all that they need as we go on the BL side. But mukhang gusto papalakahin yung lamang dito ng Sunday Shrooms, kasi sino ba namang hindi gusto palakihin yung lamang, no? So there you have it, 4-0 start para dito sa Sunday Shrooms, and it seems like one of those days where Sunday Shrooms isa-isa silang kumukuha ng spotlight dito. Kanina si Simple, ngayon si Ram, and si Zolek din sumagot, pero si J-Bice may sagot, no? So yeah, Sunday Shrooms definitely looking good.
I don't even know how to address this para dito kay R7G, kasi para I feel like it just needs a amount of time para maging habulan to the point na the moment na makapag-push dito si Sunday Shrooms, they have to back out and run all the way to the other side na wala yung mga miyembro natin ng Sunday Shrooms, just to keep themselves intact and a bit more in a better position here, especially when it comes to like their post plant or their post C4 situation. But we're also gonna check out if that would also be possible here for R7G, kasi for the time being Sunday Shrooms, man, parang hindi man lang sila naalintana ng naging lindol from yesterday. Speaking of, please do keep yourself safe. I am pretty sure na yun nga, hindi malabo na magkaroon ng mga aftershock. So, ingat po tayo lagi.
Of course. So, syempre, lalo sa panahon ngayon, no, laging umuulan. Lalo dito, umuulan sa amin. So, I hope everyone is staying safe and dry. Sa mga nanonood natin dyan, sa Crossfire viewers, who I want to thank. I want to take this moment, Mochi, to thank our supporters dito.
Yes.
Lagi tayong madaming viewers, kahit dito sa Impact, which is so nice to see for the community that is ever growing dito sa Crossfire. So, absolutely love the support. Thank you so much, guys. And a big shoutout din sa Smilegate, of course, for showering us with events. Ang dami nating ongoing events, no? Sa Crossfire, meron pa tayong additional preview show. So maraming salamat. Syempre din sa ating production team na walang sawa. Kahit nagkakasakit na sila, kung alam nyo lang.
Recover lang
natin
nila.
Dito. Yes, so big shout out to the TNC for the wonderful production dito ng ating Crossfire. Both Impact regional finals and Masters, no? Sila ang nag-handle niyan. So, beautifully handled. Maraming salamat syempre sa lahat ng bumubuo ng Crossfire community. Ito na! Speaking of mga bumubuo ng Crossfire community, sabi ng Rhea 7 GAON at Sunday Shrooms, kami naman! Okay, let's go back into round number 5 of Ankara dito sa set 1 natin.
O yun, no? Direkta na naman tayo dito for a possible chaotic interaction alongside with Sunday Shrooms and R7G. Pero seems like a video, they got a hold of themselves. Never mind, J-By's taking out si AES. Sasabihin ko pa lang sana na, finally, there's room to breathe here for R7G. Tapos sabi ni J-By, psych! Joke lang! Pwede
Joke
pick
lang.
up natin dito kay EAS. And now, it's all about mid-control.
Si Zolek naman yung papasok doon. Uy, nakuha niya pa nga si Charles. Naka-popcorn pa ng damage kay Ajax. Down to 20 HP para kay Ajax dito on the sniper. And yung high mid position dito, nakasmoke na no? So wala nang makukuha yung snipers dito ng Rhea 7 GAON unless lumabas si Simple mula dun sa slide. Lemon. Good angle onto Ram to take down that lurk from Ram. But it's still a 4v3. Pero may mga position dito ng Sunday Shrooms, Mochi.
Grabe.
Ang lalalim. Gusto nilang palagan talaga dito. Ang Rhea 7 GAON, once the smokes dissipate, Simple going to look for contact. At ang makikita niya dito si Ajax on the sniper. Makakapag-flick kaya, hindi niya nakikita. Mochi, si Simple, nalagpasan na. Oh my goodness. Ayun na nga. Ajax going down. Ay, a big mistake from the Rhea 7 GAON sniper na hindi tumalikod doon. Hindi niya chinek eh.
Yeah, sobrang nakakatakot yun, no? Lalong-lalo na pader lang yung nagsaseparate sa kanilang dalawa. Pero, now though, Lemon at JCD na lang. Mukhang hindi ata magiging maganda ang ending ni Lemon doon. Di napapon si JCD. Pero, yung bala ni J-Vice, siguradong asintado. 5-0 here for Sunday Shrooms. Wala pang banat si R7G so far.
Wala pa silang naisasagot dito sa ating unang half in set number 1 of Ankara. Sunday Shrooms so far have set the pace, set the score, set the tempo of 5-0. At yung defense nila dito, Mochi, napakalupit ha. Nagpupush si J-Vice, nasa bridge! Gets 1, gets 2! Nilabas na nga yung USP to find the double kill. And Ajax is the third! J-Vice! The triple kill for the Sunday Shrooms sniper.
Yes, oh my, sabi ko lang, there's 2 more people remaining. Eventually, it's just Lemon. Meron bang kakaya ba ni Lemon na makanatural dito sa 4 ng mga miyembro natin here from Sunday Shrooms? Fully blocked ang kanyang line of sight. Simple, well aware of where he is and finally being able to take him down. 6-0. Pabor na pabor dito kay Sunday Shrooms. Man, this has been quite of a disaster for R7G so far.
6-0 for Sunday Shrooms. Uy, medyo mali ata yung smoke na yun. Pero okay lang, magpupush pa rin si Ajax dito sa mid. Anticipating the angles. J-Vice lalayo mula sa TB. Pero si Ram nasa HM pa rin. Nakita na nga. Ajax with the contact. Ram takes down Charles. Pero kulang. Papasok pa rin dito. Si Simple from behind. Strikes. Gets the double and J-Kim for the third. Lemon mag-isa na lang para sa Rhea 7 GAON at Sunday Shrooms na naman ang uubos sa Rhea 7 GAON 7-0.
What is happening? What is left for us to analyze? All of these are just blatant disrespect na nagagaling dito kay Sunday Shrooms, and let alone that shot from J-Vice onto EAS means everything for them. Buti na lamang sagot si Lemon and as well as si Charles at unti-unti na atang nagkakaroon ng pagrebat. Si R7G ngayon, Zolek and Ram na lang ang naiiwan for Sunday Shrooms.
Teka lang ha. Yung C4 nandito na sa A site at nasa taas si Ram. At ako siya ng isa si Zolek from that flank. But Ram goes down. Walang tao sa exit but Ram has made it possible. Duguan si JCD at si Charles dito and Zolek is still full HP. Manggagaling siya sa EA. Zolek na flash. Pero okay lang. Can play the time. 1 HP. Gets the shot onto JCD si Charles. Sa ilalim. And Zolek with a 1v2 clutch to win it for Sunday Shrooms. 8-0.
5-0 on Zolik as well. That is insane. Insane, to say the least. Wala pang sagot dito ay R7G. The moment that they thought they cracked the code and finally is gonna be able to take a 1 point here sa mapa ng Ankara, they have been proven otherwise. And look at what Sunday Shrooms is trying to do once again here, Daydum. They are not backing down at all.
Kinuha nila yung hotel dito Bawal mag-check-in ang Rhea 7 GAON. Pero ito na, nasa SEAS taken down by 3 people. Hindi niya in-expect bakit may isang batalyon ng mga Shrooms doon. And just like that, Sunday Shrooms back off. Pero yung TB clear. Si J-Bice nakatingin. Naku po, lalapit na si Ajax. Slowly making his way through. Papunta ng B-site. Andoon si Ram. And it's Ajax with the sniper. Kaya niya bang intayin si Ram dito with the patience play? Ang sagot?
Hindi. Oo. Hindi na siya shot!
Ay, oo! Mochi still gets the shot. Okay, Ajax. Good kill onto Ram. Takes control of TB for now. Pero simula pa lang yan para dito sa Rhea 7 GAON.
Exactly. And Ajax taking some damage from that encounter, no? Katapat si Ram. Pero, wait lang, this might be a possible sandwich play here that might make it or break it para dito sa Rhea 7 GAON. Ajax already good for 1 here, taking down ito si Zolik in the process. Pero aware ba sila na nandun pa si Simple? Umaali-aligid, 2 people galing dito sa ating spawn. Jacob taking out ito si Charles as well, JCD. Paakyat sana, pero eventually malalaglag. Lemon, ako po saan ka nakatingin? Finally being punished, a 9-0 here for Sunday Shrooms. Kita-kita yung reaction natin.
Direk! Teka lang, ba't naman ganon? Pinakita pa yung reaction namin. Pero kasi...
sabi ko na, ganon na tayo dito.
Kasi men, bakit yan J-Kim and J-Bice inubos yung buong Rhea 7 GAON. Oh my goodness.
Insane.
9-0 half and Sunday Shrooms working towards their perfect set dito sa Ankara. What a start for this series, for this matchup. And we're switching sides, but Sunday Shrooms might as well have written the perfect set dito, no?
Yeah.
As they go towards the BL side. Pero you gotta remember, Mochi, you can't lose the fact that this is still a bit of a GR-sided map in Ankara, no? So, pwede pa rin naman makabawi dito ang Rhea 7 GAON if they just play the way they've been playing this entire group stage. Play aggressive. Challenge Sunday Shrooms and perhaps win the gunfights.
Kasi kaya naman nila no? I feel like in terms of challenging, kailangan lang nila mas maging present on the moment. I know it's gonna be a bit overwhelming because of all of the chaos na binabato dito ng Sunday Shrooms. But if they can cater multiple angles, especially kung magkakadikitan, magkakasama naman sila, they can definitely make waves in order to try and pull off a possible 9-9 of overtime. Sobrang layo siguro, no, if that would be their plan here. But let alone, it is not impossible naman din to do.
Yeah, absolutely, no. As long as there is still rounds left, as long as hindi pa 10 yung isang team or 13, pwede pa rin manalo dito. In this case, kailangan i-force ng Rhea 7 GAON ng overtime with 9 perfect rounds in a row. Can they do it, Mochi? Let's see.
Yep, sila lang ang makakasagot ng katanungan na yan. Lemon, may nabinyagan na isa. Simple already down here, being catered joined in by JCD. The party is just about to be started here with just Ram and J-Bice na lang ang naiiwan here for Sunday Shrooms. This might actually be a round here for R7G, pero si J-Bice sabi niya, no, as much as possible, we want to keep our streak perfected and 100. 10-0 score line. Sunday Shrooms being able to take Ankara against Rhea 7 GAON.
Their first perfect game of impactful Sunday Shrooms. 10-0 in Ankara. A statement win. They are back.
Man,
the champions are here to reign.
Men,
Wow.
ang laki ng points nun sa standings. Can you imagine that's a 10-0 in this map? And imagine if they can do the same thing again for our second one. Well, hopefully not. No? Hopefully makabawi si R7G. Pero imagine if they will get that again. I don't even know what will be their placement still then. Kasi biro mo, sobrang complicated. So, Vortex, naging okay kanina. Tapos ngayon, possibly si Someday Shrooms naman. Andain nilang nagva-vie for that 4th slot dito sa playoffs natin. So, man, ewan ko na lang talaga.
Yeah. Well, Sunday Shrooms are making a statement definitely, no? So, sinabi na natin kanina before the match started na Rhea 7 GAON have a chance to play villains against Sunday Shrooms. Parang sinasabi ng Sunday Shrooms dito, anong chance? Kami ang main character dito. Walang villain. Ako si Naruto, kaya ko talunin lahat. And that's the statement. That's the story so far.
Yeah.
Dito sa unang set natin, no? Ang tanong, kaya ba nilang ulitin to in set number 2? Remember, Rhea 7 GAON, the reason why they weren't able to find anything in that map was because Sunday Shrooms was able to set the tempo from the get-go. That could change sa Black Widow. Kahit sabihin natin Black Widow yan, na mahirap mag-rush, Rhea 7 GAON still have a chance to do it, to turn things around. So,
Yes.
it's too early to call the shots. But it's also a fact na pinili ng Sunday Shrooms yung Black Widow. So, there's that.
Yeah, I feel like medyo mahirap pa itong ating laban ngayon, no? Especially when it comes to R7G trying to pull this off for our decider map. Kasi, man, ang tindi kasi talaga ng bitaw na itong mga, mga G's natin from Sunday Shrooms, pare, no? Ay, hirapan na lang talaga na makipagsabayan itong hood natin from R7G. Pero, once again, hindi pa naman din tapos ang lahat. There's still a lot of chances. Pero I'm really curious kung sino yung nag-rack up ng the most impact and as well as skills para dito for Sunday Shrooms. Kasi, they've been
Hirap.
feeling themselves, no? Ang
Yep.
hirap.
Yeah, lahat sila no? Parang lahat nagkaroon ng spotlight moment dito. There was moments for J-Bice, for Ram, for J-Chem, and for the majority of the team, no? Talagang mataas yung impact, you could say. And there was a lot of actually, medyo konti yung utility use dito ng Sunday Shrooms, but it didn't feel like they needed it anyway. Just pure rushing, pure contact, especially on the GR side, was essentially all they needed. Hindi ko makalimutan yung round na nag-2v4 si JKM at si J-Bice dito, no? So,
Yeah.
if I were to predict sino yung MVP dito, it's one of those two. Probably I'll give the edge to JKM. But let's take a look at some of the key moments of that game dito. It's mostly Sunday Shrooms mopping up the map and taking majority of the kills. JCD actually nakakuha ng quick double kill doon, no? But J-Bice with a lot of nasty shots in this game. Sumasagot-sagot din naman si Ajax, but J-Bice on the hold has been so consistent.
I feel like Lemon deserves a few flowers din. Kasi not
Yes,
gonna
yes,
lie, when it
yes.
comes to trying to rack up some kills like that one, no, nagagawa niya na maganda. Sometimes nga lang din kasi andahin niya masyadong open areas na kailangan tignan and wala siyang kaagapay. Actually, the same thing goes outside with the other players at well before R7G. So, hindi tuloy nila natatapos na maganda itong kanilang trabaho. Lalong-lalo na dito sa play na ginawa ni Zolek, no? Pero, given na rin siguro yung fact na sobrang low na nung mga naiiwang members doon para dito sa R7G, and man, it's became like a Mayday alert para dito kay R7G facing up against Sunday Shrooms dito sa Ankara.
Yeah, let's take a look at the set summary to review sino nga ba ang may pinakamataas na numero dito para sa Sunday Shrooms. But the fact remains, this is a perfect set for Sunday Shrooms. So 4.0 KD
Insane.
for J-Bice. What a stat. What a stat. For the sniper of Sunday Shrooms dito.
Falong-falo.
And the rest of the team actually not too far behind in terms of kills, no? Si J-Bice lang yung naka 12 kills dito out of our 10 rounds. Pero 10 kills for J-Chem, 10 kills for Simple as well. And talagang pinapak dito ng Sunday Shrooms ang Rhea 7 GAON. What can I say? I'm not even gonna sugarcoat anymore dito, Mochi, no? That's just the way it is. And Sunday Shrooms look absolutely on point.
Exactly. Quite of a headache to be dealt with dito ni R7G, no? Lalong-lalo na when it comes to making these duels successful for them. Si Ajax ang nangunguna, but eventually ang bilis din talagang maglipa na ng mga member natin dito for R7G. Pero sino nga ba ang ating set MVP? Magtataka ka pa ba kung sasabihin ko sa'yo na si J-Vice ang ating set MVP on this one, racking up 4.00 KD doon sa kanyang TRG. Man, hindi niya na binitawan yon hanggang sa pinakahuling round natin. Kanyang-kanya ang naging do you call this, execute dito para sa kanila.
Teka lang 0.7 smokes per round.
Yes,
has to be
70.
This has to be some kind of a record para dito kay J-Vice, no? I mean, don't quote me on that, but this could be one of the highest smokes per rounds in the history of Impactful, at least in this iteration. 0.7, I think mataas na nga yung 0.5 but 0.7 is just godlike numbers from J-Vice dito, no? And providing so many kills as well. In fact, the most kills for your team is definitely something to behold for the Sunday Shrooms sniper dito, no? Mapa USP man yan o mapa TRG. Kahit anong syllables yung ilagay mo na baril niya, he will frag out para dito kay J-Vice. So there you have it, the 10-0 win in Ankara to set the stage for the remainder of this matchup against Rhea 7 GAON. Pagbabalik namin, it is going to be set number 2, Black Widow. Pero bago yun, pahinga muna kami ni Mochi. This is Impactful. We will be right back.
This is a team through grit and grind and years of experience.
You can't really deny the greatness.
Good shot galing kay X3D. He gets his third, he gets his fourth. Oh my God!
Down, good shot galing kay JC.
Drill gets 1 and 2. Beautiful timing.
Pero
para sa
Zefrax, uubusin na lang
Sa
lahat.
isang bala lamang, matutupad ang lahat ng pangarap.
And the record-breaking start for the last matchup of the day. Kami po ang inyong casters for the last possible 2 sets natin ngayong araw na ito. Bipolar and Datum nga pala. 4.0 man on one player here. It is J. Baez nagpakita. And as well, 4.0 record-breaking and a 0.7 SR. Also, a one of a kind pagdating din sa Impact Fall.
Absolutely, no. And not to mention the perfect set for Sunday Shrooms, not dropping a single round dito, 10-0. Gaano kadalas mo makikita yon? Not very often at all, to say the least dito. Bipolar and Sunday Shrooms definitely showing that they are still the same kings that was in summer that took the crown. At ngayon parang uti-uti na lang sinisementa ang playoff spot nila dito. Being in that risky pot at the start of the day, maganda ang panimula nila dito, lalo na kapag naka 2-0 sila against Rhea 7 GAON.
I mean, if it really does happen, talagang iba to. The people that we were talking about na possible pa makaangat, parang matitigil na talaga yun with them winning. So, it is a statement piece. It is something to look forward to. And ito na kasi talaga yung mangyari. In this day number 9, dito na talaga natin malaman kung sino nga ba talaga ang matitira sa ating number 4 spot. Pero dito, any thoughts about sa Black Widow natin muna dito? Black Widow is a staple piece for Sunday Shrooms and as well as sa Rhea 7 GAON. But pagdating kasi dito, parang iba na rin yung stakes ng lating labanan.
Yeah, I would definitely say it's a staple for Sunday Shrooms, but for Rhea 7 GAON, parang antithesis to ng playstyle nila, no? I mean, they have played Black Widow recently. I think they played against Team Micro sa Black Widow map nila yun, no? That's the one map na natalo sila sa Team Micro. And the reason I think that's the case is Rhea 7 GAON, they are a team that loves rushing. Mahilig sila sa contact, mahilig sila sa pagpasok sa site ng mabilis lang, mahilig silang kontrolin yung tempo ng laro. I would say that is the hardest to do in Black Widow. Everyone knows how to play Black Widow. That's why everyone plays slow, and there's a lot of set plays for Black Widow na alam na ng karamihan, no? And I think that's where Rhea 7 GAON really struggle, is in very technical maps such as this. So, Sunday Shrooms, they love this map. Complete opposite naman yung playstyle nila dito, no? They can play slow, they love playing slow, and they love playing methodically. They love creating minute spaces, which is perfect dito sa Black Widow. So, feeling ko, kung mahirap yung Angkara for Rhea 7 GAON, in theory, mas mahirap sa kanila yung Black Widow, eh.
Plus, yung nangyari kasi kanina, no, Didom, hindi lang normal na match yung nangyari kanina. It was almost... You're lost for words pagdating sa nangyari kanina. It happened so fast na lahat ng hindi dapat gising, nagising bigla, tapos lahat ng babae dapat naging lalaki ngayon. But nonetheless, Didom...
Wait.
Kasi si Mochi kanina biglang switch up.
Medyo nalito ako doon. Sige.
Ako din eh. Pero nonetheless, that's what happens. Nalito ka sa laban na yun because hindi natin in-expect na ganun yung fashion na gagawin ng ating Sunday Shrooms against Rhea 7 GAON. So possible na ito rin maging maapektuhan ang Rhea 7 GAON. Parang 50-50 kasi kung maging positive ba or negative yung effect.
Exactly. And to think na nung simula nung seryeng ito, no, pinag-uusapan namin ni Mochi na Rhea 7 GAON, they have a chance to play the villains. Kasi Sunday Shrooms, if they win this, I think mataas lalo ang chance nila na makapasok ng playoffs, no. In fact, magiging top 3 sila, no, if Fervid doesn't win their last matchup, which is gonna happen tomorrow. Magiging number 3 ang Sunday Shrooms, no.
Yeah.
So, ang Rhea 7 GAON naman, if they win the series, they will gain nothing apart from mapipigilan nila ang Sunday Shrooms makapasok. Yeah. They won't be able to make it into the playoffs, but neither will Sunday Shrooms, no. So they have a chance to play the villain, pero mukhang mukhang hindi na mangyayari. Mukhang malabo na yun ngayon, especially heading into Black Widow, a map that is kind of like the bane of the existence of Rhea 7 GAON, who only won one matchup. It is entire group stage, at yung dun sa matchup na yun, para talo sila sa Black Widow na map. So,
Yeah.
it's gonna be a hard prediction to say na may babato pa ang Rhea 7 GAON dito. But again, this is a team, Bipolar, that is very momentum-based. Kapag nakuha nila yung momentum, I think may chance pa rin May chance pa rin makabawi dito ang Rhea 7.
Yeah, I mean that's true. No? We're also just looking statistics right now kasi 10-8 yung last nilang Black Widow, just like it was against Team Micro, the lowest team right now in terms of standings. Pero umabot naman ng 18 rounds yung entirety dito ng Black Widow, with them taking that 8 points nga in terms of rounds, na unahan lang talaga sila ng Team Micro. And comparing Team Micro and Sunday Shrooms, that's levels above. So possible nga talaga, Daydum, na what happened on set number 1 can possibly just translate here. But it's on how much R7G really wanna place here. Kasi tulad nga sabi mo kanina, they have a crucial thing that they can do here. Pwede sila maglaro ng just like how they play, and just get lessons out of that, or become something very much devious. Pwede sila maging bane of the existence dito ng Sunday Shrooms that will put them in a spot na pwede natin sabihin it might have been a one-time thing in championship nila dito, not a not a top contender. Pero for Sunday Shrooms though, Black Widow, just like you've said, it is a very, very execution methodical map that they can possibly feed off of. And nakita nga rin natin yung kanina na sila, in terms of these two teams, sila yung meron talagang may set plays, sila yung merong strategy, sila yung merong head-on na papasok pa lang, alam na agad nila gagawin nila.
Not to mention, Bipolar, sila yung pumili ng mapang ito, ng Black Widow. Which is of course one thing of note dito sa serya natin. But one key takeaway na nakita ko sa Rhea 7 GAON from that Ankara map is they're not as linear as before, no? So they have had some improvement compared to their previous games in the group stage. Hindi na sila dire-diretso nagra-rush. Albeit we didn't see a lot of strategies from Rhea 7 GAON kasi pinipigilan agad sila ng Sunday Shrooms bago sila makapag-execute. But one key takeaway for me there is hindi na sila dikit-dikit maglaro on the BL side, which is a good thing. Creating space is absolutely necessary, and it strays away from the kind of linear playstyle na pinakita ng Rhea 7 GAON in the previous matchups that they've had. So maybe Black Widow is a map that has improved for them more so than Ankara. So I'm hopeful may maipapakita silang bago dito sa atin, Bipolar. Pero ito i-remind ko lang ang mga viewers natin na hindi lang ang Sunday Shrooms at Rhea 7 GAON ang may chance maging winners today. Kayo din, guys, pwede rin kayong manalo ng up to 4 permanent weapons if you join our current event sa ating Stove client dito sa Crossfire. All you have to do is log in through our Stove PC client and earn points. Tapos pwede na lang i-swap. Pwede nyo i-swap yung points in the point shop for up to 4 permanent weapons. Meron ding hindi permanent dyan for a cheaper price. But of course, syempre, yung permanent na yung pag-ipunan natin dyan. It will take a lot of grinding, guys. And you have to migrate your account first sa ating Stove client. But it's worth it. It's absolutely worth it. No? So make sure to do that. Check that out. Punta kayo sa website natin at the cfph.onstove.com/stove-client-official. Ayan ang website where you can get the Stove PC client, at makikita nyo rin doon yung ating Stove PC client showcase event. At syempre, guys, pwede rin kayong magtanong dito ng mga katanungan about Crossfire, about the players, about the teams sa amin na Bipolar. Pwede nyo i-comment dyan sa baba, at pwede yan ma-feature during our live broadcast. Pwede rin kayo maglagay dyan ng mga spicy take. Actually, I encourage you to put spicy takes dyan sa comments kasi yun yung mga favorite ko, Bipolar
Yeah, I mean, pinag-usapan nga natin kanina yan, na yung mga hot takes talaga yung masaya kasing basahin. Tsaka it gives some light pagdating sa sa broadcast natin. Yun yung other area kasi na medyo hindi natin na-highlight. So ito na yung chance nyo to get into that space. May may mga hot takes ka ba ngayon, Daydum, na napansin already?
Wala pa eh. Wala pa nga nag-hot take eh, no? Pero sigurado ko pag dumako tayo bukas tsaka sa weekend, no? Sa regional finals, na mainit na yung mga laban. Makikita tayo ng mga hot takes doon. Doon lumalabas eh, no? Doon lumalabas yung mga hot takes natin. Especially because last 2 days na lang din ng group stage ng regional finals. So parang sa impactful lang din last week of the group stage at syempre mainit ang mga laban doon eh, no? Maalala mo, Bipolar, top 4 lang ang papasok sa playoffs in both impactful and in regional finals. So last chance to prove your worth, especially dito sa impactful.
I mean, ito na talaga yung deathly times pagdating sa Crossfire. Dito na nagkakaalaman kung who really wants it more, who really is just here for the vibes. Minsan kasi may garon talaga last time din, may ganun. Pero looking at it though, we are gonna be going into the game in just a little bit. Black Widow nga po palang mapa natin. And just like what has Daydom reiterate kanina, meron tayong Stove PC client event na still ongoing, but kailangan lang natin sabihin, it's up until the 7th of October lang. So you have to keep on grinding. Kailangan yung medyo bilisan na for ilang araw na lang ba, Daydom? 6
days. 6 days.
Diba?
Yeah.
You have 6 days left. Yeah, 6 days left coming in to that event. Again, meron tayong Shade of Dominated Gold. You have the M4A1 at Zilo. Meron din 2 more guns there. Yung Deagle na nananaksak pa, sinabi nga ni Salvi na may ganun din. And even the Gatling gun is there for you to keep. So abangan yan and keep on going. It's time for you to get on that grind. Pero man, Daydom, it is gonna be a long while before we get into the game muna, just because we need to give them some ample amount of time, and as well as sa ating mga viewers para, alam mo naman, para solid yung broadcast and as well as yung games natin mamaya. So please do bear with us. Maraming salamat po. And Daydom, tomorrow, 2 na lang yung laro natin dito. So that's gonna be also to look forward to. Pero ngayon, something to look forward to is the game right here. Oras na para dumayo tayo dito sa Black Widow. And kung nakikita nyo, R7G or Rhea 7 GAON magsa-start sa GR side. And I think this is also gonna be a good starting point, Daydom, kasi dito matetesting yung pagiging slow-paced ng R7G. Dito matetesting nila kung paano nga ba talaga labanan ng Sunday Shrooms.
Kung magsa-slow pace sila dito, no? Tignan mo, 4 stack already in that A site. At andito rin ang Sunday Shrooms sa LA. Lahat sila papasok mula dito. Nobody in there. Everyone still in LA. Si Lemon nakaabang dito sa box inside of the site. At mag-isa lang siya dito. Si Ram umunti na ng puslit dito with the smoke coming through. Lemon, good shot. Headshot para kay Ram. And Ajax coming through from underneath. Gets a shot onto Simple. Pero si Zolek mahahanap ng isang sagot. They will open up that A site at the cost of 3 players. J. Kim with the double kill. And just like that, equalado na ang mga numero natin dito, Bipolar. 2 versus 2. At si Charles mahuhuli na nga si JKM. J-Ba is the only one left standing with the TRG. At tinap-tap-tap na nga ni Charles for the double. And Rhea 7 GAON a start to this Black Widow map.
What a crazy entry mula dito sa Sunday Shrooms. They were able to get towards slide papunta sa A. JKM popping off, killing 2 players in short with instant headshots, by the way. He's still a machine na nakita natin just like last time. Pero ang ganda rin ng ginawa dito ng Rhea 7 GAON. They had a double sniper setup, Lemon, and as well as si JCD as well. Isa sa baba, isa sa taas. Tapos everyone that came out, palaging maisang namamatay. Pero it was the retake mula dito sa R7G. They started off with killing of J-Baez instantly. Ubus na agad dito ang isang problema na haharapin ng R7G.
Arguably the biggest problem, no? Si J-Baez, remember, with a 4.0 KD last set, hasn't found a single kill this time. At si Lemon ang may kasalanan nun with the hold. Always so good dito sa LA. Again, same position for Lemon, pero sa ngayon 10 HP remaining para kay Lemon. Pero yung LA position, meron pa rin Ajax. A good hold. Zolek is down for the count. And JK, what a peek from JK, actually to take down 1 player. Si Simple nakahanap din ng isa. And again, Sunday Shrooms equalized by Polar.
Grabe yun man, everyone is peeking out of nowhere. Biglaan na lang may namamatay dito. They know where they're at. Isang tutok, Isang bala na mamatay agad ng mga players even without the TRGs, even without snipers. Yung HKs dito ng ating mga players, very much interesting. And as well as Charles, pushing up in mid. He might hear them coming into short at ngayon si Ajax is just close by. Baka dito na magbabakbakan.
Ajax, nakahold pa rin siya dito sa position kayo ni Lemon, but Ajax won't be able to hold. Si Charles ang makakakuha ng C4 doon, pero si J. Kim from LA gets the double into the third. That's Sunday Shrooms, and that's J. Kim for 3.
I mean, we have to put another kind of asset dito. Siguro, Dedom, kailangan natin ilagay yung mismong headshot percentage ni J. Kim every time. Kasi ngayon, 5 kills onto this man, 1 shot para kay J. Baez. Pero he is now on fire. And again, going back to J. Kim, 90% of his shots have been hitting in the head ram. Ngayon, titikin din dito. Ajax falls down. Dalawa agad burado dito. One of them is gonna be the sniper of R7G. So mukhang Sunday Shrooms might want to go to long A nang mabilisan na.
Pwede, no? Wala na yung sniper, that is Lemon, pero si JCD nakahawak pa rin with a TRG. And this is what I love about Sunday Shrooms, ha? Kahit bukas na yung site, hindi pa rin sila dediretso. Still taking the split approach towards that A site. May pinadala sila dun sa ES into A sites. At the flashes coming through. Nabobombarda din si Charles. Wala na siyang matakbuhan. And J. Kim to take him down. JCD mula dito sa RS. Walang mapupuntahan. Sunday Shrooms make a lead. 2-1.
Man, nakita mo yun? Ang ganda din talaga ng ginagawa dito ng Sunday Shrooms. Nag-smoke sila from Ter papunta dito sa connecting ng B house towards mid. Ang ganda ng lineup na yun para makapasok lang sila towards short. Pero J. Baez with the initial kill here onto Ajax. Now going back to that thought, hiniwa nila dumi para at least pag may namatay dito sa baba ng site, pwede pa rin sila mag-approach towards short. Ngayon, short once again, Charles will get one. He will die instantly do mula kay Ram. At ngayon, mag-isa na lang dito si EAS. Kailangan niya agad magtawag dito ng mga players. Kaso nga lang, dalawang TRG to. Masyadong malayo pa si JCD.
JCD, tumatalon-talon, pero mula sa under, Simple takes him down. Kapasok na nga ng A-side, pistol is out, Simple, good for the double. Pero sasagot dito si Lemon, ha. Taking down J. Kim mula sa under, pero nakikipagsayawan na siya dito against J-Bice, the battle of the snipers. J-Bice, can you shut down the Rhea 7 GAON IGL? Underpick mula kay Lemon. Si J-Bice nasa kanan! Taken down by Lemon with a headshot, no less. At ngayon si Simple na lang natitira mag-isa. Pero mukhang iikot pa siya dito, bipolar.
Man, naplanta na yung bombe. So kailangan na lang mag-play for defuse dito ni Simple. Papaisipin niya si Lemon kung ano nga ba talaga ang plano niya. He's just playing for time. 10 seconds na lang. Kung gusto manalo dito ni Lemon, he needs to stick the bomb right now. Will he do it? No, he cannot kasi nandito na si Simple. Plays for time and plays for the third round dito ng Sunday Shrooms. What a way to do it. And again, hiniwa na naman dito ng Sunday Shrooms yung laban natin ng A by taking long A and as well as short with 3 players and 2 on long. Grabe yung take doon ng Sunday Shrooms.
Napakatalino ng approach dito ng Sunday Shrooms. No, it's never a predictable team when you're playing against Sunday Shrooms. J-Bice nandito sa Ter. 1v1 of the snipers. At si Lemon ang mananalo. J-Bice going down. Lemon with the shot.
Lemon is making a name for himself dito. And it's up against J-Bice, which is pretty nice. Feeling ko hindi to masyado kasing ramdam. Just like what happened in set number 1. Pero ngayon, Sunday Shrooms able to get 2 now as they kill of Lemon. But EAS nakakuha ng isa. JCD retracing the footsteps of his comrade. Namatay din tuloy siya. It's all up to EAS dito sa stage. At namatay lang din siya against Simple. And yun na naman. 3 anggulo ang kinuha ng Sunday Shrooms. What's happening?
3 anggulo and a 3-round lead as well by Polar. Oh, J-Bice, what a flick onto Ajax. At si Ram naman ngayon papasok sa mid. Infiltrating. Rhea 7 GAON, di kayo nakatingin. JCD falls down because of it. And Sunday Shrooms, nakadalwa agad, Polar.
I mean, dalawa agad to so they can just keep on going. Pero sabi nga dito ng Sunday Shrooms, ba't kami susugod kung sobrang risky nun? Doon kami sa safe spot. Isa dito, yung iba dyan lang. para meron pa ring insurance play. Ngayon, here comes the flashes, here comes the smoke. Pero Charles, makakuha ng isa, kaso nga lang, traded agad.
And si isa lang yung nalaglag para sa Sunday Shrooms pero nasagot din nila agad. Simple with the bomb plant. And Lemon and EAS playing right, playing body system, pero ang daming anggulo, ang daming baril ang nakatutok sa kanila. Si Lemon tumatalon-talon pa, pero sabi ni J. Kim, higa ka na boss. Sunday Shrooms, 5 on the board.
Actually, galit pa daw dun si J. Kim eh. Narinig ko eh. Kasi hindi daw headshot yung 2 kills niya. Masanay daw siya na dapat double kill at double headshot makukuha niya. They start things off with a headshot onto Ajax. Tumatalon na, natamaan pa.
Ayun na nga eh. And again, R7G. Laglag na naman dito yung isang player nila. Uy, Lemon! Good anticipation, good angle, and EAS through the smoke finds the kills. Okay, this is a good start for Rhea 7. GAON yung C4 nasa kalagitnaan pa ng bahay dito sa B site. Simple, nakuha niya yung bomba. Actually, hindi. Has to go for another peek just to get the bomb. Pero si EAS nakaantabay lang. Si Simple nakuha pa ng isa. But he's down to 30 HP dito. Yung bomb, hindi niya pa nakukuha. EAS, good shot onto J-Bice. Simple, magpo-push! Oy, nice peek!
Wow.
Pero natakot pa ako doon. At the end of the day, Rhea 7 GAON find their round number 2.
I mean, it's kind of ironic, no? Napatay niya pa yung tao na nasa pwesto ng kabaong. So, diretso na lang libing para doon sa R7G on that round. Pero they need to keep on moving because 5 rounds na agad ang nakuha ng Sunday Shrooms. 2 rounds left in the first half. R7G looking towards closing it out with 4 rounds here. And feeling ko nararamdaman din yon ng Sunday Shrooms kasi they're playing so passive now. These 3 players na nasa GRs na nasa BL spawn pa haven't really done anything. Nagbato lang naman sila ng smoke dito sa B-side.
So far, so quiet. Uy, contact sa may middle side, no? Yung mga sniper natin nagkakitaan. Si Simple, taken down to half HP. Pero wala pa naman nalalaglag on either side dito, no? Sunday Shrooms, bigla nilang binagalan dito, no? After that round, that Rhea 7 GAON won. And this is a recurring trait ng mga teams natin na nanalo today by Polar. Pag natalo sila sa isang round, bigla nilang babaguhin, babagalan yung playstyle in the next round, which is a trademark of an experienced team dito, no? Sunday Shrooms, of course, being the champs of summer, has a lot of experience. Papasok na si Lemon at si JCD. And JCD good for 2 kills already. Yung LA position, ginawang libingan dito ng Rhea 7 GAON. Inubos ang Sunday Shrooms. And J-Ba, it's good for 1. But that's it. That's all he wrote. Rhea 7 GAON. Nakakabawi, Polar.
I mean, sinakal nga agad nila, no, dito ang Sunday Shrooms and just the multiple frags na going towards short got 1. Tapos the spray down mula dito kay JCD, able to get at least 2 Ajax ngayon. Finally winning that battle. Pero ngayon si Zolik, binisikan lang, binatohan ng mga bala gamit yung USP. Now they're going into short. First time natin makikita actually the 4 players left for Sunday Shrooms are all together.
Yes, all in mid. Mukhang papasok sila ng ES dito, pero sa likod,
Ajax?
na doon manggagaling si Ajax. Naku po! Wala nakatingin! At nakakuha siya ng isa doon, pero meron pa sa ilalim. Looking to stop the madness. That is Ajax. Rhea 7 GAON. Anong nangyayari ngayon? Saan kayo pupunta? Ajax takes down Zolek with the nade. EAS with the wallbang. Pero JKim with the ball. Bunny Hop takes down Charles. Nag-flash to buy a bit of time. Ang maganda dito, JKim is holding on to the bomb. Pero mag-isa na lang siya dito, Bipolar 1v3 for the headshot machine.
I mean, iniwasan niya yung mga pagiging sandwich plays dito ng R7G, no? So he's just dividing the fight right now. Pag namatay niya dito si Lemon, it makes it easier. Doesn't go for the shot. Naku po. Kaso nga lang, sobrang delikado na ito. Nasa kabaong siya. Goes towards stage. Oh my God! Lemon hits the headshot!
Lemon is down. JKim, what a flick. Hindi pa nga siya nagtatanim ng bomba dito. Buying time. Nakita niya na yung isa, pero hindi niya pa alam na nandun sa kabila. EAS is down. Ajax manggagaling sa bahay. And it is JKim with a triple kill clutch. Sunday Shrooms 6-3.
Man, it's not just 63. 13 kills and 8 headshots for JKim. May point in time pa na nag-one tap flick na lang siya for like 5 times kasi alam niyang natatamaan niya eh. Ngayon, going towards Sunday Shrooms, being on the GR side. This is their staple, man. Smoke up that entryway towards terrace, tapos kayo kumuha ng lahat ng space na yun.
J. Kim. Ay, what a performance again. Uy, okay, Lemon. Stealing the spotlight from J. Bais.
I see you.
As we could start para dito sa Rio 7 GAON. At least picking up the kill onto the enemy sniper. Pero buhay pa si J. Kim. Man, you can never count J. Kim out.
It's the J. Kim effect, man. R7G, Ajax will get one. Oh, yes, on the other side as well. Ngayon, sila na ba nang iniipit? For the first time, Sunday Shrooms feels like they're getting suffocated. Pero sabi ni J. Kim, no. With this TRG naman, ako ay makaka-headshot double kill para sa kanya.
J. Kim still alive and kicking. Ito na naman tayo, 1v2 para kay J. Kim. Kung tutusin, mas madali pa to compared dun sa 1v3 kanina. And J. Kim has the sniper. 27 seconds left on the clock. JCD nagpakita na. Pero hindi niya pa alam nasaan si Charles. J. Kim about to peek out with the pistol. And he's down to 1 HP. 16 seconds. And JCD, dinenay niya na yon from J. Kim. This time around, Rhea 7 GAON pick up their first round on the BL side. And Bipolar, we have a game in our hands.
I mean, this is what we want. A tight and close game. Just 2 points away, pero Ajax ngayon keep on going. And Zolek is just waiting for him immediately. Doon sa short, pero 3 players strong now here on terrace. First time makakatikim dito ng R7G without any repercussions or hold down mula dito sa smokes ng SS. Pero man, this is just a good play for Sunday Shrooms. They stabilize once again. Hindi na sila mag-over-aggress.
At least for now, that is the case. And dahil dun sa kill na yun taking down Ajax, absolutely key for the playstyle of Sunday Shrooms. At ngayon, mukhang kino-contemplate ni Simple at ni Zolek na pumush dito sa ES. So far, no need to. I think there is no need to push mid. Kasi that runs into the risk of getting taken down by one of the snipers dito ng Rhea 7 GAON, no? And Lemon has a position dito sa LA. Naku po, J. Bais has to get the shot in and he does. Lemon is down this time around. Pero sasagot si JCD, si EAS, si Ram. Sabi niya, ako din, takes down EAS. And just like that, Rhea 7 GAON down to the last 2 players. Yung C4 hawak-hawak doon ni JCD sa mid. At si Charles lumilipat ng LA, taken down by J. Bais. And just like that, this round falling apart for Rhea 7 GAON. Si J. Kim peeking out, losing a battle onto JCD. At si Ram nalaglag din, teka lang! JCD wreaking havoc, making his way towards RS 40 seconds. May oras pa naman na lumipat.
He's gonna wrap around so far. Doesn't wanna go LA. Gusto niya dito mag-short. Mas marami daw cover dito Tsaka he's safe from the sideline dito mula sa GR spawn towards long A. He goes in quite clearly, still has some util in his hands, pero pareha sila ng J. Bais. What J. Bais has is more HP in that chamber. At ngayon, 15 seconds, such an ample amount of time for JCD to plant this bomb. Dito na nga pinatay bomba. He can play possibly on long A. Pwede rin naman dun sa short. Pero he stabilized. Put something in that side. 30 seconds left. Papasok dito sa windows, J. Bais.
Abang muna ng konti. Now remember, J. Bais has that sniper. Currently playing the USP, which I think is a better idea. JCD. Naku po, maling angulo, pero nakita niya na si J. Bais. Nades coming in. J. Bais is 1 HP! And JCD, kailangan niya lang pumitik ng isa. J. Bais is down. Rhea 7 GAON is up.
I mean, what a great round for R7G, no? Feeling ko kasi once they got those 2 kills kanina, bigla silang nag-slow down. Nagulat na nga yung Sunday Shrooms. So they gave themselves, they gave Sunday Shrooms a way para makapagpahinga. Makahinga ng onte to contemplate at to think of something else. At dahil doon, muntikan pa mga turnaround ng buong Sunday Shrooms. Yung advantage na sana ng Rhea 7 GAON. Ngayon, I like this position coming from J. Kim. So aggressive, so close by. Pero si JCD, he's been the king of mid. Lemon falling down low somewhere in the map. Pero they stabilize in mid once again. But these 2 players strong sa short, simple, and as well as Zolek Kailangan mag-ingat dito ni AS. Wala siyang makita. Sobrang kapal ng usok.
Nasa mid pa rin dito. Uy, Re7 GAON, napuntirya na nga doon ni Simple. Ni ES is down. Nag-push ng ES si Simple. Andun pa rin si JCD, but the smoke making it hard to see. And just like that, Sunday Shrooms pick up 1 kill. At sugatan si Lemon at si JCD. Kailangan lumayo muna ng Re7 GAON si Charles. Lumalapit kay J. Kim. Nakita nga siya doon. At si J. Kim maghahanap ng contact. Flash is available for J. Kim. Still waiting. Just getting information. Ang disiplinado pa rin maglaro dito ng Sunday Shrooms.
He wants to fight. Sinastop niya Urge. Pero Ajax pushes mid without any backup, by the way. So instant shot mula sa kanya will give them some space towards B. Still, nasa mid pa rin naman dito si Ajax. He's very much low Simple though. 45's B together with Jacob. Nalilikuran sila.
Uy! Si Simple nakakuha ng isa! Yung ikot doon ni Ajax na huli niya. And dito na sa store B, yung mga players ng Re7 GAON, at least yung dalawa sa kanila, 2 out of the 3 players coming in from that B entrance. At pinigilan na nga ni JKM si Simple 10. Sabi niya, bawal boss, no ID, no entry. And J-Vice has found Lemon as well. Sunday Shrooms pick back the lead, 7-5.
That was crazy. I mean, ito talaga yung problem ng R7G right now na hindi pa nila talaga nare-realize. They don't need to slow down. Kasi hindi naman 4-man or 5-man yung nilalagay dito sa isang site for Sunday Shrooms. So, once you get at least 2 kills, may butas na agad na pwedeng pasukan. Konti na lang palalawakin mo na and you have that chance. Kaso nga lang palaging binibigay ito ng R7G. Kaso nga lang Re7 GAON goes 5 people here towards short. Walang nakaabang, walang nakatingin, hindi predicted ng Sunday Shrooms except for J-Baez with the TRG close by. They're waiting for the lineups and as well as the rotation mula dito kay Lemon sa mid. Here comes the flash. Here comes the first shot. J-Baez misses the first shot.
Oh, but connects with the second. Charles is down! So is EAS and J-Boys good for 3! Bawal! Pumasok ang R7G sa A-site at si Simple na nga ang tatapos sa round number 13. Sunday Shrooms ang mananalo.
Man, what was that? Nag-miss nga siya sa una. He connected with the second. Hindi lang sa third. Pati na rin sa fourth. 3K para sa kanya. Yung perfect execution na gagawin sana ng R7G na magpa-flash out sila, smokes as well. Papunta dun sa ilalim ng short. It didn't work out. J-Baez was unaffected. And ngayon, Sunday Shrooms just 2 points away from claiming a 2-0 against Re7 GAON.
Yes. Sunday Shrooms, it's a J-Vice and J. Kim stealing the show. At sabi ko nga sila na naman na nakakuha ng tig-isang kill dito sa round number 14. Charles, huwag ka magpipik dyan. Charles! Naku po, J-Vice again hits a crucial shot onto Charles and Ajax. All alone in this world. May sniper nga siyang hawak pero ito na si Simple oh. Uy! Okay!
Ayo.
What a shot from Ajax. Simple is down. At kailangan mag-regroup dito ng Sunday Shrooms just to take down Ajax. At yun na nga si Ram from behind will take the fight to Ajax and Sunday Shrooms take themselves to set point.
I mean, insane shot, no? Mula dito for R7G, but it was not enough to show some fairness or para matakot dito ang Sunday Shrooms going in blindly. Nako po! It's gonna be a firing range, Daydom! 1, 2, 3, one last player at naiwan pa. Gusto lang naman magpalit ng baril ni Ajax. Bakit kayo nag-push? TRG shot, 1v2. Pwede pa naman dito sa round na ito.
Pwede pa. Ajax still has the sniper in his hand at isolated ngayon si J-Vice so pwede siya mag 1v1. Smart decision from Ajax, pumunta sa under. Drawing attention to him. Flashes from J-Vice. Pero si Zolik nasa likod nakaabot and strikes the back of Ajax. Sunday Shrooms take set 2.
Posible na sana so many rounds could have gone in the way of R7G. Kaso nga, the timing for Sunday Shrooms, the shots, everything was amazing. At mukhang hindi sila nagpababa dito. Mukhang ayaw nila sumama doon sa ating villains in the bottom of the standings.
Yes, tuloy-tuloy ang paglipad dito ng mga kosa ko from Sunday Shrooms. Because of that 2-0 victory, they currently stand within the top 4 standing. Ang tanong na lang, mahuhold kaya nila yon hanggang bukas? Remember, meron pa tayong mga laban for our other teams. Pero sa ngayon, nailagay na ng Sunday Shrooms lahat ng pwede nilang ilagay in the group standings. Aabangan na lang natin bukas kung sino ba ang papasok sa top 4. May chance pa na hindi sila makapasok. But as it stands, man, this is looking real good for Sunday Shrooms, no?
Yeah.
Especially off the back of the 2-0. Malaki din kasi yung impact na hindi sila nakapagtuwan.
Yeah, totoo. It gives them another point pagdating dito sa standings natin. So, let's see. Later on, may kita nga natin yung updated natin. No? But this is the form of a championship team. Dito natin nakita yon. Sunday Shrooms, despite them having multiple advantages, pag start pa lang ng round, they still look towards the smarter play. Alam naman nilang pwede sila mag-play slow eh. Alam naman nilang pwedeng kunin muna yung side na to. And together with like a multi-side approach, pwede sila mag-push on multiple angles, magugulat at hindi mabibigyan ng any more chances of winning yung enemies natin. And unfortunate lang for R7G na sila ang tumanggap ng gantong klaseng Sunday Shrooms na gusto talaga makasecure ng 4th spot natin dito sa ating Impact Fall. But man, oh man, I did not expect na everyone was gonna be popping off. Di ko in-expect din na si J. King gagawa ng milagro, 3 kills into his name, multiple headshots every time. Even J-Bias able to get some kills there, pero for Reyes 7 GAON, nakita rin naman natin na there was some potential.
Yes.
Ajax actually was popping off.
Yeah. All things considered, no, mas maganda yung Black Widow nila against Ankara. Well, it actually scared me a little bit na ang dikit nung laban natin nung first half dito, no. And I think that goes to show you why a lot of teams default from picking Black Widow kasi medyo na-equalize yung playing field eh, no. Lahat kasi ng essentially lahat ng Crossfire team magaling sa Black Widow dito sa Pilipinas at least. So it's usually not the best idea to pick up Black Widow, but Sunday Shrooms, they were out to prove a point that they are still the reigning champs that they were back in summer, at ngayon sila ay hopefully papasok sa playoffs. Tingnan natin on the standings tomorrow, but mataas ang chance talaga na pasok na sila sa playoffs. And Sunday Shrooms with a 10-0 victory sa last game nila sa group stage is definitely a good catalyst papasok sa playoffs natin.
Yeah, it's a good start for them. And looking at it though, Ray 7, good game pa din naman sa kanila. I mean, it talagang dumikit yung laban natin. Umabot ata tayo ng 6-5, tama ba, Didom? After that first half, kasi it was 6-3, tapos biglang nabawi dito ng Reyes 7 GAON. But nonetheless, let's look at the highlights kung paano nga ba naging bakbakan ang ating labanan dito sa Black Widow. And it's safe to say na talaga na pagdating sa ating mga pros dito sa Crossfire Philippines, kahit saan mo sila ilagay, on the GR, on the BL, basta Black Widow yan, everybody knows how to play it, everybody knows the ins and out, at hindi mo talaga alam kung sino ang mananalo hanggat wala pang 10 or 13 points.
Exactly. And Sept GAON showing us that they've still got some fight left in them, no? But ultimately, nagkulang talaga eh. There's still a lot of potential for this team in my opinion. I think kulang lang talaga ng direction, yung firepower na meron dito ang Reyes 7 GAON. But in terms of dueling, hindi ko pwedeng i-discount ang Reyes 7 GAON eh. Kahit si Lemon, nakikipag 1v1, halos 50-50 sila ni J-Bice dito, no, sa sniper, which is truly impressive from the individual point of view from Reyes 7 GAON. The problem is converting it into round wins, into set wins. Kailangan mo ng direction at saka ng bigger kumbaga perspective. Let's take a look at the set summary dito, bipolar, at tingnan natin, kalatisin natin ang Sunday Shrooms for what they've done. At tingnan mo naman ang mga numero dito ni J. Kim, ni Simple at ni J-Bice.
Yeah, it's crazy. 1.7 no for both of them. Simple actually popping off every time, and ito yung maganda man. Again, every time na nakakita tayo ng team na is very much formidable and looking towards getting on the top space, yung smoke spray round nila sobrang ganda. At least like every kind of UT ginagamit nila every round. And headshot natin for 3 players sa Sunday Shrooms. Hindi man lang pumalyaman na everyone is 0.1 in almost 0.1 in KD, pero headshot natin, that's just gonna be impressive as well. And I want you guys to look sa gitna natin dito. Hindi pala ganun talaga nakuha ng R7G momentum, no, kasi 5
Yes.
straight rounds after that first round win ng R7G. Kinuha ng Sunday Shrooms, pinatikim muli nila yung R7G, pero kinuha at binawi nila ng todo. But you have to look at the limelight as well dito sa ating R7G. 0.92 on Ajax and as well as JCT. Congratulations to them. Pero mas congratulations dito, Daydom, kasi nandito na si Simple. Pinasimplang labanan, 1.07 KR and a 0.78 KD.
Wow. Simple actually. The MVP this time, ha? Akala ko si J. Kim ulit yung magiging MVP natin. But nope, it's Simple with a lot of aggressiveness and a lot of the contact play. Ang taas ng headshot per kill niya dito with a 0.5 and a 0.4 smokes per round. But Sunday Shrooms this time playing as a unit. I love the way they controlled Black Widow dito. And pushing TS as the GR side. It's not something you see a lot of. It's actually very risky. Pero napapagana ni Simple yun eh. Which is why he is the MVP of this particular set. Napakalaki ng impact ni Simple dito with that HK. And hindi mo mapagkakailan ang laki ng contribution niya para sa panalong ito ng Sunday Shrooms.
Yeah, it was just crazy mula dito kay Simple. Despite we were highlighting a lot of Jakin because it was crazy for him. Simple made it happen at every round and it counted as well. Ngayon, a total of 25 rounds kung saan Ankara ended up with a 10-0 Daydom against Sunday Shrooms and Rhea 7 GAON. Ngayon, Black Widow, bumawi ng onte ang Rhea 7 GAON. Kaso nga lang, the champions of the past Impact here in Cfs PH claimed it by a storm. Nagpapakitang gilas at hindi na mananaig. They want that number 4 spot para naman masabi na they are not flukes. They are a top contending team.
Absolutely. And this Ankara, this particular matchup is a statement for that. Sunday Shrooms, what can I say? Ending things on a high note dito sa group stage natin. And tingnan natin sino nga ba ang ating match MVP. Is it still going to be Simple or si J-Vice yan? Let's see, no. With that record-breaking smokes per round sa Ankara, I think it's gonna be J-Vice. And there you have it. 1.92 kill death ratio, 1.0. At ang taas pa rin ng average smokes per round niya, no? 4.48 in the highest in the entire lobby dito sa matchup na to.
I mean, pag tayo nandito, Daydom, feeling ko palagi natin sinasabi smokes per round, but we have to explain. Kasi these fraggers sometimes don't have the time para, alam mo yun, mag-line up, mag-smoke. Hindi naman sila yung tutulong mostly. Dapat sila yung tinutulungan. Pero nag-iba na yung ihip ng hangin dito. Since the very start of Impact Fall, everyone is doing their job. Like, to an extent, sobra pa nga eh. Kasi they're providing help, they're providing util, they're providing cover, but they're also providing the kills to secure these rounds. And this is what you're gonna be seeing for the entirety of the match MVPs natin. Wala atang match MVP dito sa Impact Fall na hindi man lang umabot ng 0.30 in terms of smokes per round. So he is gonna be crazy in all across the board. Kailangan mong iwasan, kailangan mong tignan. And ngayon, our victorious squad with the help of J Baez being the MVP here is gonna be Sunday Shrooms.
Yes, Sunday Shrooms. Panalo sila up against Rhea 7 GAON. And, well, what an end to the group stage for both of those teams. Rhea 7 GAON, I am still excited to see them in future events. No? Sana makita natin itong mga players na ito in particular. But that also concludes their group stage and their impact run. No? Sad to say, hindi sila makakapasok ng playoffs. But still, very much high potential itong team na to, no? And with the partnership ng Rhea 7 with GAON Gaming, I feel like hindi pa ito ang huli na makikita natin itong team na to.
Yeah, I mean, they still have some promise. Nakita rin naman natin yung the entirety of hindi naman nila pinadali lahat ng laban for the entirety of these teams sa ating Impact Fall. Pero syempre, may mas madali naman na pwedeng gawin dito. Unlike Rhea 7 GAON and as well as Sunday Shrooms, pwede kayo manalo ng possible 4 permanent skins with our ongoing event brought to you by Stove PC Client. And ready na ba kayo? Kasi sobrang dali naman makakuha ng points. You just have to log in using the Stove PC Client launcher at gawin ang daily requirements. Kailangan nyo maglaro for the next 6 days kasi magtatapos na yan on October 7. Daydom, ano pa bang pwede nilang abangan?
Siyempre, ayan kita nyo naman sa screen nyo ngayon yung mga weapons na pwede nyo makuha. Ito yung mga for rent. Ayan yung mga for rent, yung mga 7 days,
Yung mga
7
numbers,
days.
yeah.
Pero ito yung mga permanent weapons. Kita nyo yan sa baba, yung J-Tac, Nobel Gold. And of course, you've got the Jake and Zilong. Wala dito with the M4A1. Pero yan, the point is, pwede kayo makuha all of that absolutely free of charge if you log in to Crossfire and collect enough points sa ating point shop. Tapos i-claim nyo lang yung mga weapons natin. No? Punta nyo lang kayo sa website na cfph.onstove.com/stove-client-official.
At ngayon, no, Daydom, after getting requirements in at makakuha ng skins, oras na para makita natin dito ano nga ba ang kalagayan ng ating mga teams in terms of standings. Mabilis ang update tayo ngayon. Let's start from the very bottom kasi ang ganda nung nasa taas. Team Micro still at their race 7, GAON still 7th. Blue Vortex is on the 6th and Alliance Gaming unfortunately couldn't break the barrier to get on that 4th spot. Pero Daydom, kamusta naman yung top 4 spot natin dyan?
Siyempre, number 1 na ngayon ang Querdas after taking the win against Blue Vortex. Number 2 naman, dito ang Kadiliman. And number 3, ang Fervid Esports. At yun, pasok sa top 4 dito ang Sunday Shrooms. But bipolar, you have to remember, may mga laro pa tayo bukas. Alliance Gaming, yes, natanggal sila sa playoffs sa top 4, pero may laban pa sila against Team Micro. May chance pa silang i-dethrone dito ang Sunday Shrooms. At ang Kadiliman at Fervid maglalaban bukas, pero essentially, pasok na rin naman yung dalawang yun no? So, depende na lang talaga sa performance ng Alliance Gaming bukas kung sino ang makakakuha ng number 4 spot.
And speaking of bukas, no, eto na ang ating schedule for day number 10. Our last one, dito sa ating group stage, if I'm correct, round 7 or match number 3 will start. Hindi na po 3 p.m. Magsa-start po tayo before 6, which is 5 p.m. naman. Team Micro versus Alliance Gaming. And match 4 is gonna be starting on 7 p.m. Kadiliman E-Sports versus Fervid. Sinabi nga natin dito, Team Micro versus Alliance Gaming. Ito ang mag-stand out. A possibility of a 2-0 can dethrone Sunday Shrooms. So bukas, hindi lang po manonood pati fans ang manonood for Crossfire. Feeling ko ang buong Sunday Shrooms manonood kung matatanggal nga ba sila sa pwesto nila on that number 4 spot. Pero itong last round natin, this is just gonna be almost a scrim Parang pakitaan na lang kung ano nga ba ang galawan ng dalawang to.
Pero I think for Vid, may risk pa rin Pag na 2-0 sila ng Kadiliman dito, may risk pa rin silang ma-outscore ng Sunday Shrooms dito, especially because of the 2-0 victory today. So, all is up in the air. Pwede pang ma-dethrone dito yung number 3 and number 4 spots natin. Depende sa performance ng Fervid at ng Alliance Gaming bukas. So guys, kailangan nyo mapanood yun kasi hindi pa rin tayo sigurado sino yung number 3 at number 4 sa playoffs.
Ay, ganun lang talaga kaganda ang script natin dito for Cfs Ph Impactful. Doon pa lang sa simula, ngayon umabot na tayo sa day number 10. Ang init pa din ng laban. Sobrang solid at dahil dyan, mas mainit din ang mga mangyayari. On Friday, kasi meron tayong preview show na pwede nyo mapanood. A lot of people are going there. And again, isa na to sa last na segments natin for the preview show na kailangan nyo abangan. Mas mainit, may mga added additions pa tayo doon na sobrang solid. Feeling ko may kino-cook up din ang ating production team as well as Smilegate, no? So, that's gonna be even more interesting. Ikaw ba, Daydom, ano bang inaabangan mo for this week natin?
Ako, namimiss ko na mag-preview show, no? 2 weeks na ako hindi nakakasalang. Namimiss ko na yung mga kwentuhan natin doon. At namimiss ko rin yung pag nakakausap natin yung mga guests sa preview show kasi you get an insight of what the players feel, what the coaches feel, anong mga iniisip nila during the game. At syempre, pag nakakausap natin yung mga international rep natin, no? Yung mga coaches, sila Coach Tank, sila Coach 02, and yung mga players din for all of our teams from Impact and regional finals. But I believe that's it, Bipolar. Quick shoutout muna bago tayo mag-close, no, sa lahat ng sumusuporta at nanonood ng Crossfire Philippines. At syempre to Smilegate, of course, for blessing us with so much Crossfire. Maraming salamat din to our production team, TNC. Every day nandyan sila, guys, providing us the best broadcast possible. At syempre maraming salamat sa mga co-caster ko for today, Mochi and Bipolar. You guys have been really solid. And I think that's it, if I haven't forgotten anything, Bipolar.
I mean, yeah, it's been a solid first dito sa ating Impact Fall. Mag-abang-abang na kayo kasi bukas, onting oras na lang, magbabakbakan muli sila. This has been this Crossfire Philippines Impact Fall 2025. And again, magkita-kita tayo bukas.
It's more than just a revenge story. Sa mga nagduda, sa isang taong purong dismayado. This is a team through grit and grind and years of experience.
You can't really deny the greatness.
Cross, good shot, gotta get X3D. He gets his third, he gets his fourth. Oh my God!
Down, good shot, gotta get JC.
Drill gets 1 and 2. Beautiful timing
Pero
para sa
Zefrax uubusin na lang lahat.
Sa isang bala lamang matutupad